Comme il est 11h01.
It being 11:01, the House will now study private members' business based on the standing order.
Consideration at second reading of Bill C-354, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood, standing in the name of Mr. Cannings.
Okay. Just a second. It's what's your name? She is okay. Good. Mr. Canning, seconded by Madame Trudel, moves that Bill C-354, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Debate. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to rise today to begin debate on my private member's Bill C-354, an act to amend the Public Works and Government Services Act with regards to the use of wood in government infrastructure. And I introduce this bill at a critical time for our forest industry and for our fight against climate change. This bill could play an important role in both those issues. Mr. Speaker, there's a revolution happening around the world in how we construct buildings. The revolution of mass timber construction of engineered wood. The revolution began in Europe and has spread to North America, where Canada is the leader in that technology. But we have to work hard to keep on top here. And this bill is about that revolution and about that work. It's a bill designed to support our forest industry, and the forest industry needs support. For the last 30 years, we've suffered through the onslaught of several softwood lumber disputes with the United States. We need to develop other markets for our wood, and there are several obvious ways to do this. We can use more wood at home. We can export more wood to Asia. We can export engineered wood to the United States, since it's not covered under the unfair softwood lumber tariffs. All these strategies can be tackled through mass timber construction through engineered wood. Now, I'd like to go back to the bill itself, what it says, what it aims to do. On the surface, it's a simple bill designed to support our forest industry, but there's much more to it. First, it's a recycle bill, like many private member bills here and motions in this place. Similar bills have been tabled in past parliaments by members of different parties. And like those bills, it asks the federal government to give preference to the use of wood when constructing buildings, with two important caveats. Those caveats form a dual lens to help the government decide what structural material or materials to use in a building. The first issue is the overall lifetime cost of those materials. And secondly, the government should consider the impact that those materials would have on the greenhouse gas footprint of that building. So it seeks to balance those costs, the dollars and cents costs and the environmental cost. It's very similar to the Wood First bill enacted in British Columbia and to government procurement policies in Quebec that promote the use of wood. And I want to say here that there's nothing to stop the government from choosing to use a number of materials in the primary structure of the building. Right now, large buildings across Canada around the world are largely built of concrete and steel. It's the way the industry has worked for decades. What this bill seeks to do is to get the government to consider wood by applying that dual test. Many buildings now use a combination of wood, concrete, and steel, and that would continue. One of those hybrid buildings, partly made with engineered wood, is the Ottawa Airport, a building that I imagine a number of the members here are very familiar with. My bill differs very little from the previous bills. What has changed is our ability to use wood as the primary structural material in large buildings. And that is why this bill is so timely and so necessary to the well-being of our forest industry and indeed the construction industry across Canada. To take advantage of these new wood technologies, we will have to steer the mindset of designers, architects, and builders, and the government procurement agents who hire them to consider the use of wood in large buildings. I'd like to move on here to talk a bit more in detail about engineered wood, how it's made, why it makes good sense to build with it, why it's safe, why it's economical, and how it plays into Canada's climate action goals. There are two main types of engineered wood used in large buildings. First, the glulam beams made from dimensional lumber glued together to form large, sometimes a meter by a meter in thickness, beautiful support beams that support the floors and ceilings, roofs in the building. These beams can be used instead of steel in buildings that we now, they can be used instead of some of the large steel beams we now use. Secondly, cross-laminated timber panels, CLT for short, that are made in a similar manner to glue-lam but formed as panels about 8 or 9 inches thick. These can replace some of the concrete used in walls and floors. The beams and panels are made with extreme precision, much more precisely than concrete or steel. These products are made off-site in a manufacturing plant, then moved to the building site just as they are needed, where they're joined together to construct the building floor by floor. It's an extremely efficient way of building. In traditional construction, the site is prepared over a number of weeks or months, the time depending on the complexity of the site and often the weather. Delays can be caused by wet weather, cold weather, both of them very common here in Canada. Then the building goes up with a concrete foundation, steel girders, building concrete frames, pouring concrete, letting the concrete cure, then moving on to the next floor. More delays can ensue because of weather. In tall wood buildings, the concrete foundation is prepared much as in other projects, but because the beams and panels are made off-site, they can be constructed as the site is prepared. They are light enough to transport long distances to the site. This fall, the University of British Columbia opened Brock Commons, an 18-story student residence on campus. Brock Commons is the tallest wood building in the world. Only its foundation and elevator shafts use concrete or steel for support. Brock Commons was built with engineered wood made at the Structure-Lam plants in Penticton and Okanagan Falls, 400 kilometers away. It was built in 9 weeks, 2 floors per week, about twice as fast as a typical high-rise. The cost savings in that speed are significant. Tall wood buildings are not only efficient to build, they can play a significant role in reaching our climate action targets. We're at a moment in history where we must take bold steps in tackling the global issue of climate change. We must reduce our carbon dioxide emissions and increase our sequestration of carbon. The Green Building Council of Canada has calculated that buildings account for about 30% of our energy use and greenhouse gas emissions, significantly more than any other sector. And the UN Environment Programme identifies buildings as offering the greatest potential for achieving significant energy and GHG emission reductions at the least cost. How we construct the buildings and what they're made of can be a huge part of those reductions. As architect Michael Green states in The Case for Tall Wood Buildings, wood is the most significant building material we use today that is grown by the sun. When harvested responsibly, wood is arguably one of the best tools architects and engineers have for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and storing carbon in our buildings, unquote. FP Innovations has calculated that each cubic meter of wood in a building acts to sequester 1 ton of carbon. A 20-story wood building takes the equivalent of 900 cars off the roads in carbon dioxide savings every year. Mr. Speaker, we can do all this and help our forest sector at the same time. As I said earlier, that sector has had tough times over the past 30 years because of the unfair tariffs on softwood. Mills have closed across the country, tens of thousands of workers have lost their jobs, and many rural communities have been very hard hit. We can help our forest sector in 2 ways: develop new markets or create value-added opportunities within Canada. Engineered wood does both of these at the same time. If we build more infrastructure using wood, that would automatically boost our domestic market. And engineered wood can be exported to the United States without softwood lumber tariffs, so that would expand our U.S. market. China is actively exploring the concept of building with engineered wood. Just a tiny part of that market could be a huge, significant win for Canada. We're in the middle of a study in the Natural Resources Committee on the value-added sector in Canadian forestry. Engineered wood and tall wood buildings have come up time after time as the biggest opportunity for us to make gains on that front. Bill Downing, the president of Structure-Lam in Penticton, mentioned that his company has just received a contract to rebuild the Microsoft campus in Silicon Valley with engineered wood. From that one contract, he put in a purchase order to local Canfor mills for $4 million of dimensional lumber. $4 million is a big payday for any Canadian company, even a big one like Canfor. And that money is going to rural communities in the BC interior. Now, any new technology, any change, comes with concerns about the unknown. One of the questions I get most often is about the fire safety of tall wood buildings. I talked to one fire chief who said he breaks out in a sweat whenever he hears the word wood. The fact is, mass wood buildings are as fire safe as those built with steel and concrete. Firstly, the heavy beams and panels that are used are completely different from the old stick frame construction we're used to. Fire act's completely different when it encounters a beam that's a meter thick than when it encounters a 2x4. It's like holding a match to a large log. Tests have shown that the material typically chars on the outside, then the fire goes out. Even a building with exposed beams and panels offers more than the standard 2-hour exit time in a fire. The U.S. Forest Service Forest Products Laboratory this year published findings from the burning of a 2-story test building, concluding that the exposed cross-laminated timber essentially self-extinguished after fire consumed the building's furnishings. The Brock Commons student resident included design features that were meant to provide added assurance for safety. The panels and beams were clad in layers of fire-resistant gypsum board, for instance. The architects pointed out that this was unnecessary, but it may well be needed to include these features until this technology becomes more common and Canadians feel more comfortable about tall wood buildings. Others asked me if we have enough wood in Canada to provide the material for this new sector. The forests of North America can grow the wood used in Brock Commons, a very large building, every 6 minutes. I'm also asked about the reaction from other industry sectors. Interestingly, the Cement Association of Canada was on Parliament Hill a few weeks ago lobbying for their industry, and their big ask of the federal government was to consider a dual lens when choosing material for infrastructure: the lifetime cost of the materials and the greenhouse gas emissions. It's exactly as I'm proposing in this bill. The fact is, steel and concrete have enjoyed a century of a duopoly in large building construction. This shift to tall wood construction will not suddenly result in a significant loss in market share for either industry. We will still be constructing many buildings with steel and concrete, but any small increase in market share could be significant for the forest industry. This bill simply asks the federal government to consider wood, to remember that there's a new way of building. The wood industry just needs that foot in the door. And I've been encouraged by the government action on this front. Natural Resources Canada will be providing almost $40 million in funding over the next 4 years to support projects and activities that increase the use of wood as a greener substitute material in infrastructure projects. This money will be used in research and testing that is, that is essential in growing that needed confidence in a new product, as well as incentivizing new construction that will serve as examples, serve as examples of just what we can do with wood. There are many examples out there already. Chantier Chibougamau has built numerous bridges for the mining industry in northern Quebec using glulam beams. Their engineered wood was used to build the Buffalo Sabres training facility. The architect first proposed steel for that project, but a second look showed that wood would be more economical. The Art Gallery of Ontario was transformed by world-renowned architect Frank Gehry using Douglas fir glulam arches made in Penticton, British Columbia by Structurelam. The 284,000 square foot Rocky Ridge recreational facility in Calgary boasts the largest wood constructed roof in North America, again built by Structurelam. These are iconic buildings. What I hope to promote in this bill is the construction of much more conventional buildings, office building, warehouses made out of engineered wood. Government procurement could play a huge role in expanding the engineered wood industry in Canada. Bill Downing at Structurelam will tell you that their company wouldn't have gotten off the ground without the Wood First policy in British Columbia, and now they are one of the leading manufacturers of engineered wood in North America, along with Chantier Chibougamau. Forest companies across Canada are looking to this new sector to help them survive or even flourish. All these companies would benefit from government procurement to make that leap into a new technology. J.D. Irving has gone to Europe to look at the burgeoning mass timber construction sector there. France intends to build 30% of its new residential buildings with wood over the next 30 years. Mr. Speaker, wood buildings are safe, cost competitive, beautiful, and they fight climate change. So I ask all members here to consider wood, to support Bill C-354, to foster the engineered wood sector in Canada, and keep our forest industry strong. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for, make sure I get this right, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, for the really insightful and interesting speech. Anytime we can take a science-based approach to improving the environment, building with better materials, and growing our economy is something we should certainly look into. I've been made aware that a lot of the timber that's being used in CLT in British Columbia actually comes from dead wood from the from infestations. Can you speak a little bit about how that can play in a role in allowing us to make sure that these trees simply don't rot in the forest and release CO2 into the environment, but are actually used then to have that carbon remain stored and allow the forest to regenerate and store new carbon in new forest? Thank you.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Yeah, that's correct. If you look at the CLT panels being constructed in the structure lamp plant in Penticton, for instance, you'll see a lot of blue stain lodgepole pine being used. And because it's perfectly sound in terms of the engineering, especially when put into these large, thick panels, cross-laminated. And so, yes, it's a great way of using that timber. Some people don't like using blue-stained timber for regular work. Some people actually think it looks cool. It's got a different look to it. But this provides a huge way of using large amounts of that dead wood that otherwise would be hard to sell in many markets in cross-laminated timbers and in big buildings. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for South Okanagan and West Kootenay, for an extremely thorough speech on this topic. We've heard it a number of times in the House, but I'm appreciative of the fact not only that he is mentioning this may be advantageous in tackling climate change, but also mentioning where else the federal government has jurisdiction on the National Building Code and certainly in procurement. And the government will be well advised to take a look at the report we did in the Government Operations Committee a few years ago, talking about actions that could be taken by the federal government in their buildings to reduce greenhouse gases. But, Mr. Speaker, the question I'd like to put to my colleague is if he could elaborate a bit more about the safety. Certainly he raises that there isn't yet the public confidence. I've had a number of discussions in my 9 years here with both the police chiefs and with the firefighters themselves. And I wonder if you could elaborate on some of the measures being taken to address potential concerns about the safety to fire officers and whether or not they should be also included when we're designing the use of wood for building.
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Edmonton, Strathcona for that question. And yes, I've talked to both representatives of firefighters and the fire chiefs. As I mentioned, there are those concerns out there. This is a new technology. One of their main asks is that they be at the table when we develop a new building code, a new national building code. They want to be there to make sure that firefighters are safe when they go into a building. They want to know that that structure will be safe for them to enter, and you have that exit time. So that's one of their main asks. Certainly, when the Brock Commons building was built, that was built outside the code. All these buildings are built with special sign-offs from engineers and fire chiefs to make sure they're safe. The one thing about these large wood buildings is that they're built floor by floor. As you move up each floor, they are installing the firefighting equipment needed. They're installing the hydrants, they're installing the sprinklers floor by floor as they go up so that these buildings are safe. And firefighters will tell you that the most dangerous time for a wood building in terms of fire is when it's being constructed. There's a lot of torches around and things like that, and that's when the danger is. So these wood buildings, because of their design, can be finished off floor by floor as they go up, very different from a concrete and steel structure. And so the fire chiefs in Vancouver will tell you the Brock Commons building, for instance, was a very fire-safe building, and they were very happy to sign off on that.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La députée.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to participate in this debate on Bill C-354 from my colleague from South Okanagan, Kootenay West. So this bill, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood. We understand that this bill seeks to give priority to the use of wood in procurement for federal building projects, maintenance and repairs, taking into account costs and the reduction of greenhouse gases.
However, I'd like to draw the attention of my colleagues to the initiatives that our government has already put in place to support the Canadian lumber sector.
In June 2017, the government announced its continued support for softwood lumber industry in the form of an $867 million assistance package for the forest industry, workers and communities impacted by recent tariffs imposed by the United States. Secondly, the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change. This framework, adopted in 2016, is a comprehensive plan to reduce emissions across all sectors of the economy, accelerate clean economic growth, and build resilience to the impacts of climate change. The framework's actions, supported by announcements in Budget 2017, will enable Canada to meet or even exceed its target to reduce emissions to 30% below 2005 levels by 2030. Under the framework, our government has committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions from federal government buildings and fleets by 40% below 2005 levels by 2030. À noter, ces mesures.
It should be noted that these measures include the cooperation between federal, provincial, and territorial governments to encourage increased use of wood products in construction, including through the updating of building codes. Natural Resources Canada has received $39.8 million over 4 years in the 2017 budget to support the activities with the use of wood and to create new markets for sustainable Canadian products. Lastly, to assess the environmental impacts of building projects, Public Services and Procurement Canada has committed to use recognized evaluation tools with regard to high-performance products. These tools will help the department to make enlightened decisions to evaluate the environmental impacts of construction materials and their use in building projects. Any amendment to the Public Service Law Act must be done with regard to the Canadian Free Trade Agreement and respect the values of competitiveness and market integrity of the government. Our government firmly supports the Canadian forestry sector, which represents hundreds of thousands of good jobs for the middle class across the country. These are in the high technology sector with a potential for high value added in order to address the major issues of our time: the fight against climate change, the stimulation of innovation, and the creation of market opportunities for rural and Indigenous communities. That is why we are paying over $150 million over 4 years to support clean technology in the natural resources sector, including the forestry sector.
Our action plan. We are investing $867 million to support workers and communities to diversify our markets. And I think my colleague mentioned this when he referred to the Chinese market. That is a very large and an interesting opportunity for Canadian lumber. And to facilitate access to a range of financial services for our producers on commercial terms. Par ailleurs, grâce à des programmes comme le Programme de développement des marchés.
In addition, like the Market Opportunities Program, we are seeking actively to export to other foreign markets in order to strengthen, in the long term, the competitivity and durability of the forestry sector. We support the forestry sector and the transformation projects.
the aspirational objective of Bill C-354 can be a complement to the actions our government has already taken to support the long-term sustainability of Canada's softwood lumber industry. In my opinion, it merits an in-depth study by committee to evaluate all the potential ramifications and to avoid unforeseen consequences. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today in this House to continue the debate on this private member's bill. But before I begin, I'd like to thank the member for South Okanagan Kootenay West for having tabled this bill in this House. I believe that private members' bills represent hours of work in this House that are among the most important duties of we as parliamentarians. We can see that the ideas of the individual parliamentarians bring forward, they interest our constituents, and I don't agree with all the private members' bills in this House. Sometimes I vote against, sometimes for. But it is always interesting to see what interests the individual members of Parliament as well as their constituents when they bring forward bills. It's interesting to see the discussions and ideas that are brought forward as part of them. So I'm going to, before continuing, I want to say that I used to work for a sustainable development department, and I worked on the financial administration side, and we were looking after Alberta forests. There was a special division in that department, and I worked very closely with them. And then I was a political advisor for the Minister of Sustainable Development who looked after forests. And one of the major roles that we had was to renegotiate forestry management agreements with the various companies. So I have a very marked interest in this sector. And I also worked in the Alberta forestry sector during those renegotiations. So this bill, C-354, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Service Act use of wood, it's not the first time that this bill has been brought forward. It's not the first time that we've debated such a bill. I think perhaps it's the fourth time that different parliaments have discussed it. There was C-429, another bill as well, and so this bill talks about the repair of public buildings, federal property, and the minister should give priority to the use of wood, and while reducing GHG emissions. So, as I've said, I'm going to continue by saying that I am very sensitive to the intention of this bill, which seeks to strengthen Canada's forestry sector. And no one would ever say that reinforcing the different economic initiatives and sectors in our country is not a good idea. It's obviously an excellent idea. So I share the concerns raised in this bill. I think that we can understand this gesture. But let's talk about the impacts on the industry and on other industries of this bill. Not just in forestry, but also on sawmills, cement companies, public and private construction, and so forth. In February 2014, the former member of Jonquière put forward Bill C-574, which was also supported by members of other parties, and at the time, the Conservative government opposed that bill. In addition, we know that the amendment of this bill will bring about changes in the way the government improves buildings and renovates them. It could be interesting to see, but the maintenance and repairs of federal real property, I think there might be problems that could be difficult to solve in the public procurement process. So I read over debates that were held in the past parliaments because I didn't want to repeat what other members have said already in this House. So I thought I would bring a philosophical aspect to this debate with regard to the possibilities of the forestry industry and the impacts on jobs in that sector. I know that there was an economic analysis that was done on the life cycle, and that was produced by the United States Environment product. And they said that wood structures cost 40% less per square foot with regard to other materials, where it was 37% lower for wood. So we know that building with wood brings about cost reductions in terms of operations, and if that is the case, then the market based on free trade should be able to benefit from this type of gain and reduction in operating costs. So I would think that architects, people who decide what type of buildings are going to be built with what types of material, will look at those costs, and they'll be studying these types of reports. I think that the implementation of this legislative measure would call for a regulatory review and would up the financial pressure on certain provinces so that they would conduct policy reviews and make changes. In addition, the possible court challenges regarding materials other than wood could be costly for the government. So I think that the best place for this type of decision to be made with regard to the materials used in building should be made by construction professionals, for example, architects, and that's the best place for this type of decision to be made, instead of putting forward a binding piece of legislation that is introduced with the aim of preferring one product over another, because it would take away choices from architects and construction companies. They can build wood buildings if they want to, if it's something that costs less in terms of operating costs in the future. But I think that the provincial architecture conventions and people who look after buildings, I think that is where such a decision should be made, because this building is an example. It's built of stone, but a great many parts of the interior of this building are made of wood, and it's been standing for a very long time. Also, it's very beautiful. We can see how successful it was in this very house with regard to the architects and the builders. So this legislative measure would also have an impact on the regulatory regime. It might bring about unforeseen changes to the regulations governing other departments, and could lead to challenges by other sectors. For example, the concrete sector comes to mind. The National Building Code that represents the foundations of all buildings would also be affected by this legislative measure. So when I read the bill, I was wondering what the member's purpose was exactly. What was he seeking to do in terms of the market sector, where people propose bills to the government with regard to building new buildings? So if wood was given priority in the construction and renovation of federal buildings, well, then the bill would indirectly encourage one sector over another. So that might have certain impacts on the Canadian economy. We don't want to give preference to one sector over another. And it might foster the economy of some regions over others. So they might, the department needs to put in place open and transparent bidding processes so that no one region has an advantage over another. And this is where I have a problem with this bill as well. So on one hand, there might be some jobs lost in concrete and steel companies, for example. And so there would be it'd be like an economic substitution. There wouldn't necessarily be overall growth, because other sectors would lose out to the wood industry. So I think that this could be a problem raised by the bill. We're not necessarily talking about new jobs or new economic growth. Instead it would be the substitution of jobs between sectors. Mr. Speaker, you're telling me I've got 2 minutes, so in my last 2 minutes, I'd like to talk to you about a French economist who's a member of the French National Assembly from the 19th century, who is also a liberal French prime minister, who had put forward a petition from candle manufacturers. So that was Chapter 7 from one of his books that talked about that the candle makers were asking the government at the time, and this is just an example. This is something that he had written, a fiction that he had written to talk about economic foundations. The candle makers forced everyone to close their windows so that they would be in the dark, and then they would have to buy candles and create economic growth because they had no access to sunlight, because the petition said that it was not fair for people to have access to sunlight free of charge, and that they should be forced to buy candles so that candle makers could make a profit. So that's rather a sort of a far-fetched example, but it's just to show people what I'm talking about here. It's a question of substitution. It's economic substitution and the substitution of choice. So in closing, the new jobs and the potential economic growth stemming from this bill, it would not be something really new. It would be substituted. And so who decides at the end of the day? Is it architects? Is it builders? Or is it people here in this House? And I think that we should give the opportunity to architects and builders to make the decision to the best of their abilities without having their choices being legislated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, who tabled this very important bill. If this bill is adopted, it will help the forest industry and will have tremendous good environmental impacts. This bill is part of a sustainable development focus and fosters the use of wood in public works infrastructure, and is not only a commitment to the forestry sector and all of its workers, but also a move in favor of the environment. This bill calls upon the government to give priority to infrastructure projects using wood while taking into account the related costs and the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. The designers of modern buildings often do not think about using wood to create their new infrastructure, but there are many reasons why wood is an excellent choice. It would stimulate the Canadian forest industry, which seeks to step up its number of domestic markets and to export as well. And it would also lower the carbon footprint of large buildings, because buildings made of massive wood can be built more quickly than conventional buildings, and they're every bit as safe. Canada is a world leader in the design and construction of wooden buildings. I hope that this bill will promote the construction of a great many buildings that are beautiful, clean, safe, and made of Canadian lumber. Mr. Speaker, the forest industry is one of the economic engines in my region of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, because this sector represents over 11,000 good jobs there. The use of wood in federal buildings will give our companies ways of developing new products that are under secondary and tertiary transformation, and to find new markets for our products here at home. The forestry industry has been developed in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean in such a way that it forms an industrial cluster working in synergy with harvesting, sawmills, pulp and paper plants, and secondary and tertiary transformation projects. So, Mr. Speaker, that brings me to talk to you about one of the plants that I visited as part of my festival, or rather summer activities last year. I had the opportunity to visit LP Resolute, which is a sawmill in my company in La Rouche, and it employs over 107 workers at high season, and they are specialized in tertiary processing. And that is in terms of beams. So they work mostly on houses. But if the government adopts my colleague's bill, that could help them to develop new markets, new sawmills, and in my region, We are very close to the forestry resource in my region. We already have the sawmills, so this would be a good way to create additional jobs. And obviously, it would allow people, it would encourage people to stay in our region, because we see this all the time in Saguenay-Saint-Jean, the exodus of young people, our young families. So by creating these processing opportunities, this could really help to keep jobs in our region, to develop more, and obviously to help our young families to stay in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region.
It also should be noted that in my region, wood harvested in Saguenay represents 20% of forestry development in Quebec. This harvest is made up of 81% of resinous wood and 19% of lumber. Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean is the most significant reserve of wood in Quebec. The forestry industry includes 500 active businesses. 9 significant ones work in primary processing. We know that there's many advantages to using wood to build buildings. The use of dry materials reduces during manufacturing and development, allows for the reduction of waste. With a coordination of different trades, construction sites are more accessible and they are cleaner than when masonry is involved. Water is not used in this type of site. There's nothing to dilute, and there's even less to clean up. The environment is a real winner in this case. Wood is an excellent insulator. It isolates 6 times more than brick, 12 times more than concrete, and 350 times more than steel. Beyond the intrinsic qualities of this material, wood construction systems are especially interesting when it comes to insulation. Solid wood panels associated with exterior insulation. A wooden house allows for energy savings and longer thermic phasing, which guarantees comfort for its occupants in summer and in winter. Even when it is cut, wood continues to stock that undesirable element for our atmosphere, carbon dioxide. Therefore, using wood for construction allows us to actively participate in fighting against global warming. It's a renewable material. Wood is a material that consumes the least amount of energy for production and use. Using wood to build structures means an energy savings of 6 to 9 times than when using bricks, and 20 times more energy savings than using concrete. Waste from a construction site that uses wood can be recycled, or they can be reused as biomass. Using wood to build is synonymous with comfort and well-being. Wood offers excellent thermic insulation and creates warm walls in winter, cooler ones in summer. They're breathable and they can regulate ambient humidity. With low thermic inertia, wooden houses can be heated quickly even after a long period of inoccupation. A good insulator, wood, leads to heating energy savings of about 30% compared to an equivalent structure made out of concrete, which is 15 times less interesting when it comes to insulation. Wood allows for all kinds of architectural audacity. Using wood to build can personalize a home more easily than with other materials by creating volumes and spaces that correspond with everyone's desires, both practically and aesthetically. Wood can allow for the use of all kinds of exterior decorations and wood, but also coatings and stone and brick and other more contemporary materials. The image of wood has been undermined by its supposed behavior when exposed to fire. It has been, however, recognized that wood is a stable material when exposed to fire. It does not deform when exposed to heat and maintains its mechanic characteristics. It does not burn, but it's consumed in a way that firefighters can have more time to intervene. compared to other buildings and emits few toxic gases. The risks of fire generally come from electrical installations, heating, the kitchen, but also curtains and furniture. Using wood to build perfectly meets regulations in place when it comes to fire. It is therefore in our interest to promote bills that will help us to grow our forests and develop new architectural techniques. Therefore, supporting my bill from my colleague for Okanagan Kootenay Southwest would promote the use of wood in government construction. I would also like to mention the Forestry Association for Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, which contributes to the education of the population when it comes to forestry, but also helps to find innovative ways to allow us to use wood in construction. It also has information on the environmental benefits of wood that we all have something to gain from. It's important to support the forestry industry, and so I invite the government to walk the talk and pass my colleague's bill, my colleague for Okanagan Kootenay Southwest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Matisse-Matapédia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech, and I'm pleased to rise this morning to speak to Bill C-354, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act regarding the use of wood. Like my New Democratic colleague, the member for South Okanagan West Kootenay said in the House, this bill intends to ask the government to evaluate the different materials that could be used for building large buildings, taking into account the overall cost of projects and greenhouse gas emissions. During the debate on October 19, 2017, it was outlined that the bill was not meant to exclude non-wood materials, but simply to ask the government to look at these new wood technologies that can be used to create beautiful, safe, and environmentally sound buildings. Dear colleagues, the forestry sector plays an essential role in my riding of Avignon-La-Matisse-Matane-Matapédia and for the economy in Canada in general. I speak on behalf of my government when I say that we vigorously support Canada's forestry industry. According to Statistics Canada's most recent data, the forestry industry leads to 230,000 good quality jobs for middle-class Canadians all over the country. Last year, this sector contributed $23 billion to Canada's nominal GDP. This is a highly valued industry. It's also a high technology industry, and it plays an essential role in the issues of our time, whether it be fighting climate change, promoting innovation, and creating economic possibilities for rural communities and Indigenous communities. This isn't empty rhetoric. We have taken concrete measures to support the forestry industry. And allow me to take a few minutes to remind the House of those measures. Our government has invested $150 million over 4 years to support clean technology in our natural resource sectors, including forestry. Within the framework of our action plan on softwood lumber, on resinous softwood lumber, we are going to invest $867 million to help workers and communities diversify their markets and facilitate access to all kinds of financial services for producers. The intent is to offer loans, loan guarantees, and other financial services for the industry under the Business Development Bank of Canada and Export Development Canada, provide access to the work-sharing program to help employers and employees protect existing jobs, funding to provinces to help affected workers during their transition, and to offer new funding for the Indigenous Forestry Initiative to support Indigenous participation in economic development activities, and extend investments in the Forestry Industry Transformation Program and the Forest Innovation Program. Thanks to initiatives such as the Market Opportunities Program, we are actively looking to export towards foreign markets in order to reinforce the competitiveness and sustainability of the forestry sector. One of the central priorities of our government is the fight against climate change. The forestry sector will play an important role in this objective. Passed in 2016, the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change is a plan that intends to reduce emissions, stimulate clean economic growth, and build resilience to the effects of climate change. Measures in the framework, supported by announcements in Budget 2017, will allow Canada to reach and even surpass its objective, which is to reduce by 2030 its emissions by 30% compared to 2005 levels. Federal, provincial, and territorial governments will work together in order to encourage increased use of wood products in construction, including through an update to building codes. Budget 2017 proposes that Natural Resources Canada be provided with $39.8 million over 4 years to support projects and activities that promote greater use of wood as a substitute material, a more environmentally friendly material in infrastructure projects, as well as opening new markets for sustainable Canadian products. Through this framework, our government has committed to reducing by 2030 greenhouse gas emissions by buildings and by its fleet of vehicles by 40% compared to 2005 levels. As a service provider for the government, Public Services Canada plays a primary role in achieving these objectives. To further support them, our government is using the most recent tools to evaluate environmental impacts. Public Services has committed to using recognized evaluation tools in order to achieve higher environmental productivity and measure the impact of construction products. These tools will help the department to make enlightened decisions, to evaluate the use of various materials in construction projects, and to take into account their environmental impacts. These measures indicate that we are firmly supporting Canada's forestry industry as well as its health and long-term transformation. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I think the bill that we are discussing today deserves to be studied in committee. All of the measures that our government could take to support our forestry sector deserve more profound review. I would invite the committee to ensure that the bill meet the free trade agreements that we have signed, as well as to meet the principles of the government when it comes to procurement. As you know, Canada has signed the Free Trade Agreement, the North American Free Trade Agreement, and the Public Markets Agreement by the WTO. Under these agreements, Canada must respect certain obligations for government contracts, and therefore it's important to look at the consequences that this bill could have on those agreements. The government must respect the principles of fairness, openness and transparency, competition and integrity when it comes to procurement. These principles intend to ensure that Canadians can trust the procurement system and the way that a business is done in their name. These aspects are not insurmountable. Some creativity is required, but the effort is fully justified. As parliamentarians, we must make sure that this bill be studied as it deserves to be. I hope that my colleagues from all parties will continue to look for ways to ensure that our government can support the forestry sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The resuming debate, before I recognize the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, I'll let him know that I will need to interrupt him towards the end of his 10 minutes, there not being sufficient time to get through the whole of his speech. Of course, there will be remaining time when the House next gets back to debate on the question. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to be here this morning. This is not the first time that I've been up to speak on this bill. As Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources for 6 years, we've seen a couple different versions of it. It came out in 2010, I think, as C-4229, written a little bit differently, and then in the last Parliament in 2014 it was introduced as C574. Bills might have had a little bit different text in them, but the approach has been the same, and C554 is with us today. And Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, it calls on the government to amend Section 7 of the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act by highlighting the use of wood. And it talks about awarding contracts for the construction, maintenance, or repair, public works, federal real property, or federal immovables. The minister shall give preference to projects that promote the use of wood, and then taking into account associated costs and reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that the wood industry actually needs this type of protection and this type of government involvement in its industry. As PS in the past, I've been able to see the strengths of the wood industry across Canada. One of the things that actually had an opportunity to do as Parliamentary Secretary was to go to Forest Products Innovation in Vancouver. They've got 3 centres across the country working on promoting wood, and it's a multi-partnership project where the government, private industry work together to set up this nonprofit so that they can study wood and wood manufacturing, new technologies, create new products, and certainly it's been a successful, I think, a nonpartisan project working together. But it's just interesting the size of the industry revolving around wood. Reading apparently the U.S. non-residential market is worth $289 billion in 2010. That's a phenomenal number, Mr. Speaker. And in Canada, it's been valued at $29 billion. Those are big amounts of money being spent on, and that's non-residential wood construction in North America. I guess I should probably touch on the fact that early in our government, we were able to make a softwood lumber agreement that was acceptable across this country, and it was in place. It was extended in 2015, went to the end of 2015, and it brought peace to that industry for a number of years. It brought the capacity or the opportunity for Canadian companies to be able to go around the world with their products, but particularly into the United States with their products. And so we've had access to their market for so long. It's unfortunate this government has failed to be able to bring an agreement forward on the softwood lumber, and that has had an impact on the Canadian marketplace, and it will continue to. So again, this government's talking, I think they're talking about sending this to committee, but we're certainly not dealing with some of the bigger issues, the bigger failures of this government that they have faced dealing with this subject. There's a number of flaws that are created, I would say, Mr. Speaker, by supporting this legislation. Certainly, as soon as you bring in government picking one industry, if you want to call it, or one person or one entity over others, right away you begin to get imbalances and challenges in a number of places in the system. And first of all, I'd just like to point out that picking one product in order to highlight it for construction across Canada is certainly, in our opinion, I think contravenes Canada's legal obligations under the number of provisions in international and domestic trade agreements. Those agreements typically prohibit any kind of discriminatory, unnecessary barriers to trade, and any legislation that then begins to highlight and amend that process, I think you'll see will begin to be challenged basically immediately. Contract tendering requirements are one area where we've built provisions into the tendering process so that one type of product can't be highlighted or can't be favored over the others. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, it's obvious that if that was to happen, then all of a sudden you're going to have other products such as steel and concrete are going to say, wait a minute here, what's going on in this country that all of a sudden our products are being set aside while the government is tending to favor a competitive product. Secondly, we believe it also would contravene domestic agreements, the international or the agreement on internal trade. When you start talking about government tendering being affected by the use of particular products. That agreement actually, Mr. Speaker, prohibits the introduction of any kind of a bias in the form of technological specifications in favor of particular goods or services, unless there's some need to be, for them in terms of safety or those kinds of things, for that to be there. So We don't believe this Bill C-354 is going to be a good bill for this government to pass. I know it's a private member's bill, but it seems like the message we're getting from the other side, which is a very strange and different one for the government to be giving, is that they're going to be sending this to committee to be studying. And typically, if that's the case, we see these bills going forward from there. So I know, Mr. Speaker, I don't have very much time today to speak to this issue. One of the other things we'd be concerned about is, does this begin to affect things like NAFTA? Now, this government's failed on NAFTA negotiations as well. It's apparent that things are not going very well there at all. They've never had a commitment to trade. They've never been able to see a way through to getting these free trade agreements done. Certainly, we don't want to see something else that's going to start impacting NAFTA or whatever's following from that. We don't want to see things that are impacting our WTO agreements, and we certainly don't need our free trade agreements to be violated. So, Mr. Speaker, the market is a powerful thing, and it chooses based on the quality of the products that are available there. And we all believe that wood it's obviously very competitive. It's able to compete. It's able to compete with concrete and steel. And certainly there's other places where the other products are critical. I've watched 4 high-rise apartments go up just around the area we live in, Ottawa, here in the last 10 years. And if they didn't have concrete and steel in them, they certainly wouldn't have been built to the height that they are. It's good to see that the new lumber building codes are changing as well, so they can do the 4-story buildings now, looking at 6 and perhaps up to 10. So those are the kinds of innovations that we need to see, new products, new technology. We don't need the government to be interfering with the marketplace, especially on things like as important as construction across this country.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands will have 3 minutes remaining for his remarks when the House next resumes business on the motion. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate on the referral of bill to committee before second reading, C-59, an act respecting national security matters.
Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby, I'll let him know that there are only 5 minutes remaining in the time provided for debate on the motion. Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by deploring the fact that I only have 5 minutes for this debate because the government imposed closure on this debate. That's the issue that I will be talking about shortly. We have a bill that's problematic, but the government, instead of saying, we'll put that on the floor of the House of Commons, we'll debate all of these ideas, we'll see how we can improve things, the government decided to impose a type of closure on this debate, which means that we can't explore all of the aspects of this bill. Mr. Speaker, the reason the NDP opposes this referral of Bill C-59, first, is in part because it doesn't fulfill the Liberals' promise to Canadians. At the last election, they said they voted for C-51 from the former Harper government. That would really go against Canadians' civil rights, their right to privacy. And the Liberals said, when we get to power, we'll resolve all of that. When we look at Bill C-59, we see that there are still extremely concerning shortfalls in the protection of privacy that they haven't fixed. They didn't resolve what was done in C-51. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, they put in place a bill that wouldn't at all address the shortcomings, the mistakes made in the Harper government's bill. So we see the Liberals are continuing with this process. And effectively with C-59, we can't resolve what was done with C-51. And it is for that reason that At the NDP, we oppose this bill.
What the Liberals have done is put in place a procedural trick, and it's a procedural trick that is a type of closure. Now, what this does is twofold, Mr. Speaker. As you know, when we look at rules for the House of Commons around omnibus legislation, 69.1 would give you the power, Mr. Speaker, to divide this legislation because it is omnibus legislation with negative impacts on Canadians. And yet, Mr. Speaker, because of this procedural trick from the Liberal government, you are not permitted, under the very strict framework of 69.1, to divide this legislation up. So we are forced to vote on a motion of the government that does not allow each and every one of us as parliamentarians to actually vote on the rare but still occurring positive aspects of the bill and vote against the negative aspects of the bill. It's the heart of and soul of parliamentary democracy, Mr. Speaker, to know why we're voting and to vote in the interests of our constituents, to stand up in this House and vote. And the 69.1 provisions were put into place so that we didn't have this bulldozing of parliamentary democracy by the government, because the Speaker has the power to divide up the bill, except in the case of this particular procedural motion that the government has put into place, which stops that ability of you, Mr. Speaker, to divide this up so that as parliamentarians we can vote in the interests of our citizens, the constituents. Now, Mr. Speaker, this government has actually done even worse than the former Harper government. When we look at the amount of times, in proportionally to the number of non-appropriation bills passed, this new Liberal government is 25% worse than the old Harper government in its invoking of closure. And I'm not even including this procedural trick, Mr. Speaker. What we have is a Liberal government that made so many promises back in 2015. And one of their promises was to respect parliamentary democracy. And what this government is doing today is symbolic of what they have done over the last 2 years. They are 25% worse than the Harper government on closure, and now they are putting this procedural trick into place so that Canadians can't have members of Parliament voting on each aspect of this omnibus legislation. It's for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that we say no to the motion and no to the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 12:08 p.m., pursuant to order made Thursday, November 23, 2017, the question on the motion is deemed to have been put and a recorded division deemed demanded and deferred until the expiry of the time provided for government orders. Later today.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C-63, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2017, and other measures.
There are 6 motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-63. Motions numbered 1 to 6 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I will now submit motions 1 to 6 to the House. Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean is not present to move the motion at report stage, so motion 1 will not be proceeded with.
The Honourable
Member for Montcalm is not present to move his motion at report stage, nor are the other members who have also given notice of the same motion. Therefore, motions number 2, 3, and 4 will not be proceeded with.
Mr.
Boulouris, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves that Bill C-63 be amended by deleting Clause 176.
Mr. Kimmich, seconded by Mr. Brown, moves that Bill C-63 be amended by deleting the schedule. That was motion number 6. Debate, débat. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure on behalf of the NDP to rise to speak about our amendment and also all of Bill C-63, the Liberal government's Budget Implementation Act. Specifically, regarding the amendment, we could have presented dozens of them. There are many things that are incomplete, that are missing, that are going in the wrong direction in C-63, but there's something that's particularly bizarre. That is authorizing the finance minister to add $400 million to the recent infrastructure bank, the Asian Infrastructure Bank. The budget set out $256 million, and C-63 has increased it to $480 million. During the Finance Committee hearings, we asked questions to people from the department regarding the goals of this Asian Infrastructure Bank. During the last election campaign, the Liberals told us we have an infrastructure deficit. We need to invest in our waterways, our bridges, our roads, and people voted to invest in our infrastructure here, at home, in Quebec, in Ontario, British Columbia. It was never a question of investing to create infrastructure in Asia. I'm sure that Asian countries need infrastructure, that's wonderful, but when we ask questions, is this an investment that will further privatization? The answer we received is that we will invest in private-public partnerships. So that's one direction. Is this an investment that would allow us to have a return on our investment quickly? No. It's a long-term investment. It's to create a market that's favorable to private investments by Canadian companies in Asia. That's why we'll be investing there, to pave the way for our companies to go invest in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, China. Did the Liberal Party say that to voters in 2015 during the election campaign? No. We don't think this is the wisest way to invest $480 million, since it was never discussed beforehand, and it's not to have a return on investment for our public money. Small participants in a major infrastructure bank in Asia. The money will be sent over there, and we don't know when it will come back. It's investment sent over there without any dividends coming back here, and our initial investment, we might see it again if ever we sell our shares, if ever other countries are interested in buying them. It's a strange type of investment. The goal isn't clear. But the worst thing about this, Mr. Speaker, is that $480 million that will be taken from Canadian and Quebec taxpayers to be put in an investment infrastructure bank directed by China will be accounted in a foreign way. It will be counted as foreign aid to increase our 0.27% of foreign aid to the goal of 0.7%, which is what's set out by the United Nations. That's shameful. We'll be using a ricochet system. We won't be making money on this strange type of investment, and we'll count it as foreign aid for our budgeting purposes. Mr. Speaker, I think this is misleading. It's misleading, and it's taking people for fools. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we put forward this amendment to take away this opportunity for the finance minister to write a $480 million check, which will provide no return on investment, that will further privatization, and that will be called foreign aid when it's not international assistance. We're helping companies over there and states do part of their job without it being profitable for us, just so it looks good on us, so Canadian companies can do business afterward. That's what they're trying to do with the Asian Infrastructure Bank. So we don't think it's a good investment. Mr. Speaker, there's an infrastructure bank here as well. The NDP calls it the Infrastructure Privatization Bank, which was planned, designed, and almost directed by BlackRock, one of the largest investment companies in the world that has held several meetings with the finance minister to concoct this infrastructure privatization bank. It's strange because during the election campaign we were told we'll have a small deficit and a lot of infrastructure, but after 2 years of liberal government, we see we have a big deficit and no infrastructure. We're told it's coming, but we haven't seen it yet. The board of directors of the Infrastructure Privatization Bank will be appointed this year, and afterward, they will ask for money from private companies, from investment funds, to build infrastructure here in our communities. We were told during the election campaign that interest rates are low. It's the time to borrow, to be able to invest in our communities, to create wealth and infrastructure. That has a certain sense to it. But what we were never told is that 3/4 of investment would come from the private sector. And after that, then plans would be made. What is the percentage of return on investment promised to these private companies with this infrastructure bank? 7, 8, 9%? The state is there to invest in our communities, to have infrastructure that meets people's needs. Private investors are there to make profits, to get a return on their investment. Sometimes that can go together, but not always. The new infrastructure privatization bank will make it so that Canadians and Quebecers have to pay to drive on the highway, to cross a bridge, to go to the skating rink or the pool, because it's the only way that these private investors can make a profit. The infrastructure has to be profitable. So will the infrastructure be chosen based on needs, the needs of Canadians, or chosen based on their profit potential? And that's where the vision is diametrically opposed to that of the Liberals, who are engaging in neoliberalism. That is to say, the government is there to facilitate profits for private companies rather than working for the common good or the public good. If the Liberals had been consistent and logical, they would have borrowed internationally, yes, to be able to have the money, to be able to invest in our infrastructure, our social infrastructure, but that's not what they're doing. They're creating a super PPP that will be there first and foremost to ensure profits for investment funds. And we find that unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. People will be shocked. The Liberals always say they're working for the middle class and those working hard to join it. But it's these people who will be having to pay out of pocket for the new infrastructure built by the federal government, the Liberal government. So on the one hand, we'll have people pay, and on the other hand, what's not in Bill C-63, all of the measures for tax avoidance, abusive tax avoidance, and tax havens, that, according to Statistics Canada, means we lose out on at least $8 billion a year. $8 billion a year in taxes that are not collected because we have agreements with the Cayman Islands, Barbados, and the Cook Islands, as with the agreement they signed last year.
$8 billion? That's 2 Champlain bridges every year that we're losing out on. It's the equivalent of 21 Videotron centers in Quebec. Now, I mean, that's not a problem because there's no hockey team, but that's what the equivalent is. So, Mr. Speaker, C-63 does not address the needs of Quebec and Canadian citizens. this Asian Infrastructure Bank is simply a sham. There are banks, similar banks, here at home, and we ourselves will have to pay more for our infrastructure and access to services. There are no concrete measures in terms of political will to recover the amount of money owing to us. Tax evasion is theft, and the Liberals are simply letting it go ahead. Shame, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. I sit with him on the Finance Committee, and we have debated this subject in committee, where I put forward 2 amendments to try to remove the Asian Infrastructure Bank, in which the Liberals are very interested in. I tried to split it off from the bill. So would he agree if I call this crony capitalism, where there are people who have access to the government who will tell the government that which project they want to fund in Asia, and there will be cronyism on that side, where the Liberals' pals will have the first choice of projects. So what does he think of that? The honourable member for Rosemont-Petrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's indeed always a pleasure to work in committee with him. You know, in the awarding of contracts for cannabis licenses, for example, there is an abnormally high number of former ministers and Liberal cronies who are receiving funding for that. So yes, I share his concerns. The cronyism between Asian states and certain companies there and certain companies here, well, what's going to happen? Aren't they using taxpayer money to create, to pay them off? And so that could be the case.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Children and Social Development.
The title's so long, I almost lose my time for asking a question. Anyway, appreciate the presentation and the concerns. I mean, anytime you make investments, there are of course concerns about the rate of return, and of course the Infrastructure Bank investment into Asia does talk about a return to Canadian taxpayers. But the real opportunity, as it's been understood by folks on this side of the House, is that a lot of Canadian companies have expertise in the delivery of infrastructure, large infrastructure programs, especially in the construction management field, as well as with architects and engineering firms. And one of the things that is presented as an opportunity already within the riding I represent is that people with foreign credentials, people who were born overseas perhaps, or have studied overseas and have come back to Canada and their credentials aren't recognized, one of the ways they're now finding employment is as engineering, construction firms and architectural firms gear up for the infrastructure investments that are on the table now in that part of the world, people with foreign-born credentials are now seeing as an advantage to have inside your firm because of the work they can do overseas. If local Canadians who have been hard to employ in their professions get work out of this, would the NDP have an eye to support it because of the extraordinary opportunities we now present to immigrants and refugees that arrive here with credentials quite often aren't recognized, and now would have an opportunity to participate in a very high-level way and do so in a way that actually returned an investment to Canadian taxpayers?
Honourable member for Rosemont-Petrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to correct my colleague opposite regarding the fact that clearly in committee we were told that there was no hope of any return on investment in the short term, that they weren't trying to make money with this bank, and I agree with him on the fact that I also want architects and engineers use their Canadian expertise to make investments and work on projects, whether it be in India, China, Bangladesh. Obviously, that's what we want. But why do they have to invest $500 million to make that happen? Why is it necessary to make that gesture? It costs us a lot of money. Our expertise and companies are already available to participate in projects. Do they have to have, is there an admission price? Do you have to put a token on the table? I would have liked to have seen that $500 million be invested in creating infrastructure here, because our architects, engineers, workers would also benefit from building infrastructure that we need here and now.
Time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his cogent speech on this important matter. Mr. Speaker, what's troubling to me is the Liberals, when they run for office and they go out to the communities, they promise one thing, and then you get the budget bill. $180 million going to Asia. Not that Asia doesn't need better infrastructure. I've worked in Indonesia and Bangladesh, and I know the need. What troubles me is infrastructure needs in our rural, isolated Aboriginal communities. Not 1 cent going this budget or last budget towards helping those communities get off diesel or to switch over to what they would prefer in clean energy. Does the member think perhaps this government has their priorities in the wrong direction?
Honourable Member for Rosemont-Petit. I'd like to thank my colleague, and because she made a very accurate comment. Obviously, we need more. Obviously, there's infrastructure and services for Asian people. It's a good place for us to invest there. But she's absolutely right, is that the needs are pressing in many of our own communities right here in Canada. Our infrastructure needs, we need aqueducts, we need drinking water for many of our communities. There are communities which don't have electricity. They have to use generators that use gas. So there are very pressing needs right here at home. And we learned on the weekend that the 25 richest Canadians own more assets than 40% of the poorest section of the population, and unfortunately, the Liberals do nothing to attack those inequalities. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, pleased to rise to debate this report stage amendments, and I get to move amendments very rarely, so I'm pleased that we're going to be debating at least one of them. I tried to move them at committee, and I wasn't successful there. I'm going to focus most of my comments, if not all of them, on the portions in Division 2 that deal specifically with the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And I'm going to start with the Yiddish proverb. I always have these. Everyone knows where his shoe pinches. And my pain point is this infrastructure bank. I have a serious problem with throwing away $500 million of Canadian taxpayer money for a project that, at best, it's a nice to have at this point. I don't know if the Liberals have noticed, but they're broke. They're $20 billion in the hole just this year. They're racking up the debt in large amounts. This is not the time to be throwing away $500 million of taxpayer money on such a project. At committee, we heard from expert witnesses from the government. There were officials who came in who said that this is an opportunity for Canada. Just like we're members of the Asian Development Bank, it's an opportunity to invest Canada's money. Well, it's taxpayer money, so you should honor it. You should steward it. You shouldn't just throw it away like this. There's no gain for Canada in this. We're buying a 1% share, actually less than a 1% share in this AIIB that will give us the same voting rights as Poland or Israel. The way the decisions are made by the bank is by majority decision of the board. The bank is led by the Chinese government. It has a Chinese national president. It is based in Beijing. It is not like the Asian Development Bank, which is an easy comparison that the government makes. The Asian Development Bank is based in Manila. It has a Japanese president. I don't know if the government has noticed, but Japan is our ally. China is not. Japan has an exemplary human rights record in the past 30 years. China does not. And this isn't about China bashing. This is about the proper use of taxpayer dollars and where are you putting them at a time when you're running a $20 billion deficit. And in comparison, we heard from the New Democrat member who said, infrastructure dollars should be spent here, not in Asia. That's the wrong way to go. Just using Alberta as an example, the Liberals have only completed 27 out of 174 projects, 2 years into their mandate, and now they're sending $500 million over into Asia to build infrastructure there, to finance loans. These 21 projects that have already been approved by the AIIB to finance loans overseas. Now, in comparison to when the previous Conservative government was in power, between 2006 and 2008, they completed 100 projects in Alberta. So, comparison here, 27, 100. Where are your priorities? Is an easy question to ask the Government of Canada today. This whole project, and it bears witnessing here, this is an interesting part where the budget and foreign affairs and the foreign relations of Canada kind of intersect. Putting $480 million of taxpayer money into this bank doesn't advance our international interests. It doesn't advance our national interests. It advances China's foreign interests through the One Belt, One Road initiative. And that's not me saying it, Mr. Speaker. You just got to go read Xi Jinping, the president of China's speeches, 2015 at different summits, where he makes a distinct connection between the One Belt, One Road and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. They're connected together. The goal, and they journals of contemporary politics, different Chinese journals and academics and professors and foreign service officials from their government make this point as well. The intent of the AIIB is to turn infrastructure towards China in the entire Asian continent, in that region. That is their intention. It's a tool of their own foreign policy. They don't hide it. They're very open about it, actually. For anybody who takes the time to go read any of these documents that are publicly available. They don't hide this fact. It's not as if this is some grand conspiracy. It isn't. They make all this documentation very much public. You know, the Prime Minister is going to China to perhaps kick off these free trade negotiations, so-called. Was the AIIB investment, so-called, the first $480 million, that down payment in order to get in through the door, in order to get an opportunity just to meet with them? Is that how these negotiations are going to go? To get to the next step, you got to pay the Chinese government a certain slice. More taxpayer dollars have to be sent to them. You know, the thing that's most grating for myself as an Albertan is that the AIIB is financing, loaning money to two projects that are pipeline projects. The TANAP line in Azerbaijan and the Bangladeshi line. Both of these are natural gas pipelines. We have such difficulty building pipelines in Canada, but we're so ready to just hand over Canadian taxpayer dollars to support the loans that will wind up building pipelines overseas. The contractors, I mean, some have said, and it's been said at committee too, that, oh, part of the reason we're investing is so Canadian companies can get an opportunity to bid. That's not true. That is absolutely not true. They could bid for the projects before. Officials have confirmed this, and it's publicly available on their website as well. That is the case. Canadian companies could bid for the contracts before. Now, the interesting part is when you actually review all the projects and how the RFP was done and which companies received the projects, it's either state-owned companies, state-owned enterprise, SOEs, or the majority as Chinese subcontractors. Now, that's interesting. This so-called bank that is supposedly not dominated by China, not directed by the Chinese government, in fact, furthers the ends of the Chinese government and ensures that many of the contracts are handed to Chinese-based companies, whether state-owned or privately owned, if you can even call that those supposedly exist in China. So that's the galling part, Mr. Speaker. Two pipeline projects approved last year. Actually, one of them was approved in and around the time that this government tabled its budget. So they would have known this. And when I asked the question whether a human rights review and an environmental review had been done of every single project before agreeing to join, they said, yes, indeed it was done. I'm still waiting for that information to be given to the committee. I'm still waiting for that information to be passed on. So we're putting $480 million for a 1% share. We are not on the Board of Governors. We are not on the Board of Directors. We likely will never be able to get to that point. We've just given away the money when we're running a $20 billion deficit in this country. So instead of good-paying, middle-class construction jobs being created here in Canada through public procurement for infrastructure, we're doing it for the benefit of the middle class in Asia, in whatever countries and whatever assortment you'll have. One thing you'll hear, Mr. Speaker, is some will say, oh, you know, there are other multinational institutions that are financing some of these projects. The International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the ADB, the Asian Development Bank. In fact, only 10 of the 21 current projects that this AIIB bank is financing actually have multiple partners doing it. The other 11 is purely funded by this Chinese-led bank. The future projects, only 3 out of 9 actually have other international partners funding. The majority of them, again, are funded by the Chinese government. Some of the witnesses from the government side came in and talked about de-risking, that government money, government largesse, middle-class taxpayers giving large sums of money to this bank will de-risk a high-risk project. That doesn't exist. That doesn't happen. Government, by putting money into a project, doesn't suddenly reduce the risk magically. All it does is actually offset the risk. That way the company will still get paid. You don't de-risk a project that way. The risk is still there. Government participation can't reduce the risk of cost overruns, natural disasters, supplies not getting there on time, a worker strike. Government participation doesn't eliminate those risks to a construction project. What it can do, though, is ensure that the rich, wealthy, well-moneyed international elites get their share of the pie. They get their share of Canadian middle-class taxpayer dollars. And that's why we have to remove it from the budget. This is the wrong time to be putting $500 million of taxpayer cash into a bank that will never build an infrastructure project in Canada. In Canada. That should be where we first look. We're looking at infrastructure project. And I understand why the government's doing this. If you look at their record just in Alberta, it's terrible. 27 out of 174 projects completed. That's on their website. It's on their infrastructure website. So they admit to it willingly that they're failing in this regard. Now, I talked about the RFP process before. A lot of these regimes that the money is going to are not known as, liberal democracies. They're more illiberal democracies at best, pseudo-democracies at worst. And I don't blame countries like Azerbaijan for trying to better themselves. Of course they should be doing that. Building projects, finding the financing wherever they can, both private sector and public sector. That's up to them and their government, of course. But I don't see why the Canadian government should be using taxpayer dollars for this end, where we're running a $20 billion deficit. We should be financing and helping sustain middle-class, good-paying energy jobs here. And the fact that this bank is going to be loaning money to sustain the TANAP line in Azerbaijan and Bangladesh is absolutely ridiculous. So I look forward to continued debate on this, and hopefully the government will listen and will actually remove it from this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works and Services.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his speech. Canada is a world leader in infrastructure projects. Canada is an active and a constructive participant in emerging markets, in growth markets. We take Canadian expertise to the world. Our world-leading companies are recognized the world over and welcomed the world over, and this includes institutions like Brookfield, but also the CPPIB and others. In short, Canada has made a name for itself in infrastructure development the world over. This member would have us pull back, hunch over, and retreat within our borders, as opposed to spreading our economic wings, improving Canada's influence around the world, and helping to achieve economic growth at home and abroad. Will the member not concede that this is a feather in the cap of Canada?
Hear, hear. My apologies. That was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's an expensive feather. $480 million of taxpayer funds for a feather? That's interesting procurement on that side. Nobody's talking about removing ourselves from the International Monetary Fund, the Asian Development Bank, because those are led by our allies, countries we have deep trust with. This is a bank led by the Chinese government. Do you trust them to do everything in the best interest of Canada? I just explained the entire process of how they finance the projects. The majority of subcontracting jobs go to Chinese companies. Many of the companies involved are state-owned companies. And the best part, whether we participated in the bank or did not, and I think we should not, Canadian companies could still build on it. Our world-class construction leaders could go and bid on these projects because the bidding process is entirely available online. So we were not missing out before, and we won't miss out in the future by not participating in this.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate my colleague from Calgary, his concerns around Liberal spending. Maybe he can comment. Recently, we've learned that there's a skating rink being built in front of Parliament that's going to cost Canadian taxpayers $5.6 million. And this is a block away from the world's largest and longest skating rink at the Rideau Canal, and 4 blocks away from the Rink of Dreams that the city of Ottawa has as well. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned. People in my community, not one person from Courtenay-Alberni is going to use that rink. In fact, we need a rink. The Five Nations in the central region of Vancouver Island, Tofino and Ucluelet are looking to build a hockey rink, and they need around that amount just to build a rink in our region for the federal government's share. So we know the government is confused in terms of their decision-making, and governing is about decision-making. This is going to cost over $215,000 a day, Mr. Speaker, for a temporary hockey rink. Maybe the member from Calgary can share his comments and thoughts on how that's impacting people in his community and across Canada and how they feel about it.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question, and that's his pinch point, right? It's how the government spends. They're bad steward of the resources that Canadian taxpayers are forced to give them through taxation. They're just bad stewards of their funds. And this $5.6 million project is a good example. And I'll give him an example from my riding. Right behind my constituency office, there's a space allocated for a fully enclosed lacrosse facility that's been waiting for a new recreational program from the federal government. They have the matching funds ready to go, $1.5 million. This would be a year-round facility for lacrosse players, about 6,000 of them all across Calgary, to go and to play. It would revitalize the area we're in, and my constituency office is really inside the city, and I still have deer who I sometimes find on my back door, amongst other people who sometimes sleep there, unfortunately, who have nowhere else to go. But it would revitalize the area. It would completely, fundamentally change Ogden and the commercial area that it's on for $1.5 million of matching funds. They already have part of it to go, but it just gives you an example. This would be a year-round, fully built facility run by volunteers. $1.5 million is all they're looking for, but in return, $5.6 million was spent on this hockey rink just outside of Parliament Hill. $5.6 million. And I heard a member say, why don't I like hockey? I love hockey, but they can't even play hockey on it. So it's a hockey rink with no hockey.
Before we resume debate and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, I'll just remind honourable members, while the bill before the House is of the nature of a budget implementation bill, and that normally welcomes debate across the spectrum of finances, we are also under the rubric of report stage motions, and I'll just remind honourable members that debate would normally be focused around the motions that are in fact before the House on Bill C-63. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be here today. I'm happy to have the opportunity to speak to Bill C-63, the Budget Implementation Act, especially the measures that intend to protect all Canadians who do internships, especially young Canadians. We know that knowledge and expertise are necessary to succeed in our society and economy. Innovation keeps Canada at the forefront of change.
Thriving middle class and imperative for those who are seeking to join the middle class. And that's why Bill C-63 is so important. It includes changes to ensure that interns are treated fairly when they are in workplaces in the federally regulated private sector to develop the skills they need and successfully transition into the workforce. In Budget 2017, Mr. Speaker, we made a commitment to eliminate unpaid internships in the federal private sector, where the internships are not part of a formal educational program. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that internships can give Canadians the hands-on, workplace-based learning experience they need to make a successful transition into the workforce. But let me be clear. Some internships, particularly those that are unpaid, can be unfair and exploitative. Young people and others who are desperate to find a way into the labour market can find themselves in situations that cause them undue hardship. We've all heard the stories of a supposed intern being used as free labour, and that's just not right, Mr. Speaker. We want to make sure that interns are treated fairly. To that end, Bill C-63 proposes changes that would amend the Canada Labour Code to prohibit unpaid internships unless they are undertaken to fulfill requirements of a program offered by a secondary or post-secondary educational institution or vocational school or an equivalent institution outside of Canada. And for those internships that are legitimately part of an educational program and are unpaid, the intern will be covered by a modified set of labour standards protections, such as maximum hours of work, weekly days of rest, and general holidays. Les amendements proposées reflètent la
The proposed amendments reflect the basic position of our government. Interns should be paid for the work that they do. There are certain justifiable exceptions. If an intern receives credits for an academic program, in that case, the person who does an internship may not be paid. Most of those involved, experts and other jurisdictions, agree with us.
With our government's overarching goal of providing young Canadians with fair and meaningful opportunities through programs designed to help them gain the skills and experience they need to find good jobs. And that's not all we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We all know that today's workforce is dramatically different than it was a decade ago. A changing economy means new challenges, concerns and opportunities for employers, students, and post-secondary institutions. Students are telling us it's hard to find jobs. No experience, no job, no job, no experience. Post-secondary institutions are telling us that students need real work experience in their field before they graduate, and that employers need to be more connected with education. We also recognize the need to better align what is taught in post-secondary institutions with the needs of employers, and we're committed to creating high-quality, paid work placements to give students the on-the-job experience they'll need to succeed when they graduate. That's why we've introduced the Government of Canada Student Work Placements. Over the next 5 years, almost 60,000 Canadian students will have paid work placement opportunities, like co-ops, internships, and apprenticeships. We'll make it happen in two ways. First, we're investing $73 million over 4 years in student work placements. This funding will help to create close to 10,000 work placement for students in STEM and business over the next 4 years, with extra supports for underrepresented students to make sure they are offered placements also. Our student work placements, in addition to our partnership with MITAX, will ensure that 60,000 paid work placement opportunities are available for Canadian students over the next 5 years. And these work placements will ensure that students develop the skills employers are seeking and become job ready. Mr. Speaker, it's part of our plan for creating the kind of economic growth that doesn't leave anybody behind and ensuring all Canadians have a shot of success. Another key component of our plan is to give young Canadians the best start in their career. Each year, our government invests more than $330 million through its youth employment strategy. We expanded this strategy and provided significant investments through Budget 2017. We're investing more than $395 million over 3 years for the youth employment strategy, starting in 2017-2018. Combined with similar measures in Budget 2016, these investments will first help more than 33,000 vulnerable youth, including Indigenous youth, develop the skills they need to find work or go back to school. Create 15,000 new green jobs for young Canadians in sectors like agriculture and renewable energy, and provide over 1,600 new job opportunities for young people in organizations that celebrate our Canadian heritage. The Youth Employment Strategy has 3 complementary streams. Skills Link, which helps young people who face more barriers to employment than others to develop the skills they need to get a job or go back to school. Career Focus, which helps post-secondary graduates find jobs through paid internships. And Canada Summer Jobs, which provides wage subsidies to employers to create summer employment for secondary and post-secondary students. Mr. Speaker, young Canadians are the future of our economy and have the talent and determination to succeed in today's labour market. Since we formed government, we've made it a priority to help them get the education and training they need to find good jobs and build good lives for themselves and their families. And Mr. Speaker, our plan is working. Youth unemployment is now the lowest on record. To conclude, the amendments we're proposing in Bill C-63 will help ensure that interns in the federally regulated private sector are treated fairly while they gain the hands-on, practical experience they need to transition to the workforce. More generally, I urge my fellow members to support Bill C-63 so that we can continue to make smart investments that help students and anyone trying to secure a better future succeed. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions
and comments.
La députée de Trois.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which, in my opinion, clearly illustrates the problems that we have when it comes time to vote on the main component. The main component of his speech had to deal with paid and unpaid internships depending on the conditions that he mentioned. I really agree with this measure, but at the same time, he puts a spotlight on this element, but he does not mention the other changes to the Canada Labour Code, namely leaves for family obligations because of family violence or for traditional Indigenous practices, which are less than what we expected, but also are unpaid. I would ask sincerely, how does he think that a victim of family violence can use leave that is unpaid without there being alarm bells? The Honourable Minister to the Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. I would like to thank my colleague. In a 10-minute speech, no one can address all the issues present in a bill, especially a Budget Implementation Act. However, I would like to thank him for his agreement when it comes to internships that are unpaid. We thought it was a good way to act to make sure that among the most vulnerable Canadians, namely students who are trying to obtain work experience that they need to launch a successful career and get a job, we think that it's important to set up a framework to ensure that students and interns are unsupported, that they have protections in the Canada Labour Code. When it comes to the other issues he raised, I think that this is a step in the right direction by presenting new types of leave for various situations, including Indigenous traditional practices and family violence. These are measures that were implemented following consultations. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
For his speech, and I appreciate his focus on youth and the initiatives that we've taken to ensure that our young people have the opportunities to succeed now and well into the future. And we saw a lot of the impact of the last two budgets, and in particular this one in Durham Region, of which my riding of Whitby is a part of Durham Region. The unemployment level in Durham Region right now is 5.3%. We have not seen that level in about 15 years, such a low level in about 15 years. And I'm wondering if my colleague could expand a little bit more on some of the strategies that have been put forward in this budget that will help to see that unemployment rate stay low or get even lower for now and for the long term.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. I had the opportunity 2 weeks ago to visit her riding of Whitby to see how dynamic it is, whether it be in the private sector or other nonprofits. Their sectors are very dynamic. Looking for staff is really an issue. 4.4% unemployment is the rate in my region. This leads to all kinds of challenges for employers when it comes to recruiting and retaining labor. There was a roundtable held with the nonprofit sector, and one of the points that was raised was the importance of the summer jobs program, which we doubled since we took power. And it helped organizations that often do a lot with very little. This little bit of assistance, this summer jobs program, also helped young Canadians to gain experience in fields that they were interested in. We saw the impact that had in Whitby. I see it in my own riding with the visits that I conduct with various organizations, and I think this is going to help a lot of other organizations when it comes to youth employment.
For Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, heavy rainfall has led to a state of emergency at Sachat First Nation and flood warnings across the Alberni Valley region. This is the fourth year in a row that we've had what is deemed as a 100-year flood. Mr. Speaker, climate change has moved from future threat to present danger. Extreme weather events such as floods are increasing in frequency and in severity. The Insurance Bureau of Canada recently mapped that the flood risk to people across the country found that 19% of Canadian households are at some level of risk, and Canada is the only Group of 7 country with no national flood program, and we need one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer last year estimated that the financial cost of natural disasters driven in part by climate change will over the next 5 years be far greater than previously estimated, $900 million to be in fact, Mr. Speaker, and that's far in excess of what the government has set aside for such events. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe the member could speak about what the government's going to do to make sure that we mitigate the impacts of climate change on our infrastructure.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Bonjour, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that there's no effort that needs to be made to convince this side of the House about the effects of climate change. That's why, with the Minister of Environment, we decided that we're going to impose a price on pollution, and we invested billions of dollars in infrastructure, including public transportation, to reduce the impact of climate change. However, I take his comment on flooding very seriously, and I thank him for it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Markham, Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand today to address Bill C-63, the Budget Implementation Act. Today, I will speak to the concern that I share with many Canadians. In my riding this past summer, I heard from countless constituents at their own tables with small and medium-sized businesses. Even though I heard from the hundreds of different people and each of their situations were unique, one thing was common: Canadians are overwhelmingly concerned about how their businesses and their families are going to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, my constituents of Markham Unionville are concerned about this government's economic update. The cycle of debt and deficit is not the key to success. I know that sensible budgeting and limiting government are what will allow our economy to flourish. The same free market principle that allows small businesses to be successful can be applied to our country. The small market allows for optimal application of resources, incentive to work hard, and more freedom. That is why I stand today to speak against this government's out-of-control spending and huge deficit that will leave our children to pick up the bill. I stand today as a voice of taxpayers, the average Canadian, and fight every day to leave money in the hands of the people that earned it, not to be foolishly spent by this Liberal government. Businesses have to find ways to stretch a dollar, but the government throws it away. We saw this foolish pattern in the previous budget, Fall Economic Statement, and now the Budget Implementation Act. This just confirmed to Canadians that the government cannot be trusted with our nation's finances. Let me highlight what this record shows. First, Budget 2017 projected a $28.5 billion deficit for the 2017-2018 fiscal year. This is almost triple, Mr. Speaker, triple the Liberal promise of a small $10 billion deficit. Second, in 2017, Fall Economic Update confirmed the government is still spending double its promise, small $10 billion deficit. Third, they have broken their promise to balance the budget in 2019. In effect, have no plan to return to balanced budget. This is simply irresponsible. Finally, under the Liberal government, more than 80% of middle-class Canadians are paying more taxes today than they were paying in 2015 under the government of Conservatives. It is clear that the Liberal government does not have the best interest of Canadians in mind. C-63 just shows us that the finance minister is good at spending other people's money. It is a shame that this government continually attacks those who create wealth, are entrepreneurial, and want to work hard to succeed. We saw this just a few months ago when the finance minister introduced tax planning using private corporations. Canadians are scared to do business at home. There is no incentive, and they are taxed out of the market. Almost every day, I hear another example of the entrepreneur, a doctor, small corporation leaving our country to do business south of the border. Mr. Speaker, this trend cannot continue. We need to allow a healthy environment to do business, to flourish in order for our economy and in turnout country to be successful. On top of business leaving, the debt and deficit continue to rise. It is like the finance minister can't help himself. The previous Conservative government did right by Canadians. According to Finance Canada, there was a surplus of $3.2 billion at the end of 2015, and even the Liberals can accept that we balanced the budget in 2014-2015, ahead of our original schedule. The last economic outlook for the Minister of Finance showed that revenue were holding up better than expected. GDP growth in the last quarter of 2015 was also higher than expected. The previous Conservative government created jobs during the worst economic downturn since the Great Recession. Canada had the best job creation and economic growth record among G7 countries. The previous Conservative government balanced budget after running a targeted stimulus program that created and maintained approximately 200,000 jobs. We kept our promise to balance the budget and left the Liberals with $3.2 billion surplus at the end of 2015, Mr. Speaker. The previous Conservative government lowered taxes. We reduced taxes to their lowest point in 50 years, with a typical family of 4 saving almost $7,000 per year. The previous Conservative government created approximately 1.3 million net new jobs, the most per capita in G7. These were high-quality jobs, with 80% of them full-time and another 80% of them were in the private sector. The Prime Minister and the Finance Minister, they were lucky enough to inherit good fortune themselves. They inherited good fortune in the form of balanced budget and to recovering economy from the Conservatives. However, their carelessness and mismanagement spent this good fortune very quickly. Mr. Speaker, now here we are halfway through this government's mandate, and all we can see is that Prime Minister is giving with one hand and taking with the other hand. This is not sustainable. This is not responsible, and Canadians are concerned. In order to feed their greedy spending, the Liberals have raised taxes on hydro, gasoline, home heating, health and dental benefits, employee discounts, personal savings, life-saving therapies, and of course, local businesses. This government is hurting the very people they claim to want to help. Job creating, business won't invest in the Canadian economy. If they do not know the cost of doing business, settling businesses with higher taxes, changing the rules of game when they are not looking, and handling borrowed money from one politician to another will not create jobs. Mom and pop shops are going to face higher taxes that for many will put them out of business. Mr. Speaker, it is high taxes hypocrisy for the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister to force middle-class Canadians to pay for their government out-of-control spending while their family fortune remains untouched. Too many Canadian families are already struggling to make ends meet. They cannot afford to be taxed further. I am in favor of free market while people are able to get ahead by working hard. It contributes to economic freedom, prosperity, and create competitive market. This creates more choice for both the firm and the consumers. Free market principles and hard work are what allowed me to become a successful businessman, Mr. Speaker. These principles are what inspires the Canadians' dream, and they are the way we build a prosperous country. Every economist knows that the only reason our economy has slowed is because companies have stopped investing. This government is stifling opportunities. This is not right. I cannot understand how the current Liberal approach. More government spending, higher taxes, regulatory uncertainty is going to solve this problem. I obviously cannot support this legislation. Taxpayers do not deserve this. Businesses and entrepreneurs do not deserve this. Canadians do not deserve this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. He cited a study that the Conservatives have often cited in this House that would be probably inaccurate or incomplete at best, but more likely intending to mislead in the view it takes of the measures that this government has put in place that are actually reducing taxes and leading to economic growth in this country for Canadians. A program that has seen 9 million Canadians seeing their tax reduced, as well as millions of Canadian families who are receiving more in a simpler, more generous and tax-free Canada Child benefit that, in addition to helping families with the monthly cost of childcare, has helped lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. Add that to the historic investments in infrastructure that are A, putting people to work, and B, building communities for the long term across Canada. And that's why we see this unprecedented economic growth, the best in 17 years, 500,000 jobs right across this country, consumer confidence once again as Canadians feel confident in their government that is leading them towards economic growth. Did my colleague opposite have all those facts when he entered this chamber today?
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, you bet I do. I not only have the Canadian facts, I also have the international facts. Let me remind my honourable friend, when Margaret Thatcher became the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom back in the 1980s, the country was bankrupt, almost bankrupt, but the Liberal government, Democrats, the same sort of the idea, same sort of thing. They said, you go to work, bring me the check, I know how to spend it better. This is what's going on today. You go to the work, bring the money here, they know better how to spend it. The money they're borrowing on the daily basis, $50 billion so far in these 2 years. Originally, in the last campaign in 2015, they said, remember, Mr. Speaker, the small commercials on the TV, the small $10 billion deficit a year for the 2 years or for 3 years. Now it's already, they overspent $50 billion. Our kids, our unborn Canadians are going to pay for it. It's not going to be them, it's our future generations that are going to pay for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member. Pardon me. Questions and comments. I apologize. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If it weren't so sad, it would probably be pretty funny to see Conservatives and Liberals talking about this when we know that, in the end, they are much more similar than they would appear. But I'd like to hear my honourable colleague's comments, the one who just spoke. He talked about the Liberal government's deficit. The Liberal government had promised small deficits to allow us to invest in large measure in infrastructure. But what we are seeing is large deficits and very small investments in infrastructure. And if we talked about open infrastructure, there's just about nothing. And funding for infrastructure seems to always be delayed because they want to go through that infrastructure bank that they want to set up. Would my colleague agree with me that infrastructure should be public and should be funded at the preferential rate of the government and not at the return on investment that private companies expect?
For Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question, and it's an excellent question. The infrastructure bank and the infrastructure money. The only thing I understand is when one of their ministers goes and they do the announcements. I don't see no signs out there. Something is improving, something is creating jobs. Conservative, back in 13, 14, and 15 fiscal year, when the United States, the unemployment was, Mr. Speaker, 8%. 8%. We were below 8%. Now the American unemployment is 4%. Well, with the same ratio, we should be at 2%. We are 7.8%. What they're claiming, they're creating jobs, I don't see where they are. They're giving with one hand. They're taking with the other hand. If they have the money, they still have the money, they should spend it. Put the shovels back in the government, in the ground. I don't see it. And this is one of the major problems. The Liberals, they keep spending the future of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. I mean it this time. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Bill C-63, as a Budget Implementation Act, reflects the general fiscal policy and spending announcements of last spring's budget, so it'll come as no surprise to any members here in the House or those listening at home that I am opposed to this bill, just as my colleagues were opposed to the budget itself. So this bill and the budget that preceded it contain a litany of misplaced priorities, broken promises, hypocrisy, and a preponderance of the type of style without substance that has characterized this Liberal government from the start. So having dispensed with the question of where I stand on the bill, I want to point out that this bill is actually more than just a Budget Implementation Act. It was an omnibus bill which contained a significant new spending commitment that was not included in the budget. A new commitment to fund the Asian Infrastructure Bank, surely a misplaced priority. This Budget Implementation Act enacts the Liberals' decision to jump at the opportunity, as they call it, to invest $500 million in an Asian infrastructure bank. And let's be clear about what this so-called investment really means. An actual investment in shares of an enterprise consists of a decision to place money at risk in the hope of receiving either profits paid to the shareholder in the form of dividends or an eventual gain from the profitable sale of the shares. So this bank's shares can't be resold for gain and they pay no dividends. The so-called investment is a spending commitment not included in the budget, which will go to capitalizing a Chinese government-controlled bank, a bank which experts at the Finance Committee say will not meet international standards for governance and transparency. It will make loans that are below investment grade and that have been given no grade from international rating agencies. And Canada will have no representation on its board and will not have any control over its operations. So this is not an investment. It's a decision to export taxes paid by Canadians to Asia for the benefit of foreign corporations and lenders and bankers who will get the profits and contractors, and also to foreign citizens who will get to use the infrastructure. So, Mr. Speaker, this is especially problematic given that our tax dollars are going to an Asian infrastructure bank that will fund pipelines. Not pipelines here in Canada, where we could take Alberta's oil and gas to Kitimat or St. John, but pipelines that are going to take energy products from Kazakhstan to China. So that brings us to the point about hypocrisy. This infrastructure bank had no business being in the budget. It ought to have been debated separately from the start as a new unbudgeted policy proposed by the government. And for a government that complained about omnibus legislation in opposition during the campaign, and indeed during its first year in office, it seems to have no problem now tabling omnibus bills. So this bill is, by definition, a broken promise. So, having stated my opposition to the bank and the public policy decision to fund it, I've still got plenty of objections to this bill. So the bill contains a measure that will further cause harm to the broader Canadian economy, but in particular harm to Alberta, and especially to the city of Calgary and my constituents. This act aims to curb the use of flow-through shares for exploration expenses for oil and gas projects. The changes proposed in this budget will reduce competition in the industry, diminish the incentive to drill new wells, slow development of Alberta's natural resources, favor large producers over smaller ones, and accelerate capital flight as companies leave the province for more business-friendly jurisdictions. Calgary is 3 years now into a downturn, triggered at first by the collapse in commodity prices, but severely aggravated by the actions of both this Liberal government and its allies in the provincial NDP in Alberta. Changes to exploration expense credits through flow-through shares is another attack on the energy sector by a government willfully blind to practical reality. The people of my riding can't understand why this government hates the energy business so much. They know that for years, energy exports have generated prosperity for Canadians in all provinces. the taxes from the industry have funded public services through the income tax it pays to the Crown and the spread of wealth throughout Canada through equalization payments. My constituents can't understand why this Liberal government just can't thank the industry for its many contributions and get out of the way. They can't understand why the Liberals will seek any opportunity to create another tax or another regulation to kill off a few more jobs in the energy sector. They want to know why this government just can't stop making things worse. Raising taxes on energy investors is not the way to foster growth and innovation. It's not the way to help create well-paying middle-class jobs. Indeed, it will help drive more jobs overseas and contribute to the brain drain that is well underway in Calgary. However, it does fit with this government's unrealistic and idealistic approach to energy and with its conceit that it always knows better. So, Mr. Speaker, this brings me to how this government always allows style to trump substance. For example, how they spent over $200,000 on the cover art for Budget 2017. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to admit, I've been waiting for weeks to weigh in on this subject, but it's been tough because of all the unbelievable things that this government has said, done, or been caught doing since this past summer. I mean, opposition topics have just been overwhelming. So, but today, let's talk about this. The finance minister's disclosure problems, even while he wags his finger at every other private corporation owner, and this revenue minister desperately trying to raise revenue on the backs of everyone from type 1 diabetics to minimum wage earning restaurant workers, it has made it tough to weigh in on this budget cover, but let's do so. It caught my attention when it was first printed, and I did comment on it in my speech in the spring. At that time, I thought it maybe was a bit Freudian how the Liberals had these illusionary doodles on its cover of imaginary things like infrastructure actually being built and solar-powered fishing boats, which I guess we now know were actually supposed to be icebreakers in the Arctic, solar power in the Arctic. But, well, I digress. The cover art, it was absurd and worthy of ridicule even before Canadians found out that the Liberals paid an advertising agency over $200,000 to produce it, and then wasted a bunch of finance department staff time, focus group together and dithering over looking at which photos of models that were being paid public money to try to look like ordinary Canadians. I mean, Mr. Speaker, you can't even make this stuff up. It would be funny if it weren't so ominous, because, Mr. Speaker, we know of the shameful history of the Liberal Party and advertising agencies. When we talk about Liberals paying advertising agencies, those who remember the last Liberal government know how it ends. Mr. Speaker, people have still been going to jail in this Parliament for the last time we talked about Liberals paying big money to advertising agencies. So I think I only have a little bit of time left, but I want to remind Canadians about how this budget and the last were chock full of broken promises, and to draw attention to how this bill and the fall economic update and the recent PBO report all confirm that this government has betrayed the Canadians that voted for them and the promises that they made in the 2015 election. Indeed, analysts have confirmed that this Liberal government has run the largest per capita expansion of the federal government outside wartime or recession. That middle-class Canadians are now paying more income tax than they did under the previous government. They promised a maximum deficit of $10 billion, which would be used to fund infrastructure and then return to balance. However, the bill and the budget that it implements perpetuate deficits as far as the eye can see. According to the PBO's economic fiscal outlook, quote, it is unlikely that the budget will be balanced or in a surplus position over the medium term. Well, the minister was asked 7 times at the Finance Committee when the budget would be balanced, and each time he was asked, he blathered aimlessly about how proud he was of his approach, which would suggest that he is perhaps proud of the fact that he has broken and continues to break his party's promises, all while he remains under the cloud of a conflict of interest investigation. So in his fall economic update, the finance minister boasted about a smaller than anticipated deficit. The PBO report revealed the reason for this. The Liberals have actually failed to deliver on the infrastructure spending promise. The one thing that convinced voters to tolerate a return to deficits, the one thing Liberals promised which would actually improve the economy and the day-to-day life of Canadians, is the one thing that this tax and spend government can't effectively spend. So, Mr. Speaker, it would appear I'm just about out of time. Given that this BIA is riddled with broken promises, hypocrisy, and directly threatens jobs in my riding, I will not be supporting it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the member exaggerates in terms of where it is that investments are taking place. And I'd like to use a specific example. And maybe this might help members across the way get a better appreciation of some of the value of this particular investment. You know, when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, there was a lot of flooding that was taking place in the Philippines. And Canadians responded overwhelmingly by contributing millions of dollars. And the government matched funds. We sent our DART unit out, recognizing that serious flooding occurs in the Philippines. One of the biggest projects of this organization that we're investing money in, money that we are guaranteed back in terms of a return, is for flooding in the Philippines. That's an actual capital infrastructure program where this bank is investing, some $500 million. Canada is putting in about $250 million in shares that were guaranteed back. So it is helping in a very real and tangible way in the Philippines. Why would the Conservatives and the NDP say that that is a bad investment? They want to try to focus on one issue, a politically spinned issue. But in reality, there are many projects that are being very helpful around in that Asian area. And I cite the Philippines as one of those examples. Does he not support the Asian Bank investing in that sort of capital?
Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for bringing to the House's attention the previous government's record on foreign assistance and being there when countries that lack resources desperately need help from countries like Canada, and our ability to deploy the DART team to a place like the Philippines when need arises. There is no need for Canada to participate in this bank to facilitate other projects, which I will remind again, Mr. Speaker, include things like building pipeline infrastructure so that other countries can compete directly against Canada with Canadian taxpayer money. So we have no interest in supporting the Asian Infrastructure Bank.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. I must say that I share a number of his concerns, including when he says the Liberal government is a government that is more about show than substance. I think that is very clear. We saw it last week with the National Housing Strategy as well. My question is this. If the Liberal government is all show and no substance, then how can he explain, if he can, that we've gone from $256 million in the AIIB to $480 million, because if we're just looking for show, then $256 million, that would already have been too much.
For Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, I thank the member for his thoughtful comments, and that's a fantastic question. I mean, what a moving target this number is. I mean, we talked about it at Finance Committee. It seemed that that nobody knows what the real number is going to be. Numbers get used interchangeably, whether they're Canadian or U.S. dollars. It does appear that we're at a $500 million commitment. They have offered competing answers in different forums for what the number really will be. And yeah, it's a fantastic question, Mr. Speaker. I wish I had a better answer. I don't think there is an answer.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
The targets are moving because they're growing, and because our impact is getting stronger. As the economy grows, we can invest more. But I guess to ask a question related to the comment the NDP made, the NDP seemed to suggest that a $40 billion investment was not as significant as the $2 billion they promised. And I guess from this perspective, when you measure the emphasis we put on Canadian infrastructure, $180 billion, as opposed to the paltry sums that were offered by the Tories and the meek approach to housing. And as I said on Friday, the meek didn't inherit the world in this case. They got third-party status as a booby prize. But the issue is this. It's the Asia Infrastructure Bank doesn't just build pipelines that take oil from Asia to other markets. It also takes Canadian oil into Asian markets. Pipelines do flow two different directions.
Honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Where does one even go? I maybe invite the member to consult a globe and see how a pipeline from one part of Asia to another will move Canadian oil or Canadian crude from anywhere out from Canada to the outside. His comments, I think, seem to be more directed to the NDP bench than my speech, but I will comment further on the NDP member had wanted to know, what the real dollar amount that we're voting on for this Asian Infrastructure Bank really is, and that still remains an unclear and poorly answered question by the government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to speak to this bill after my colleague from Calgary. Just a clarification, I'm wearing black today for a very sad reason. It is likely today that we'll have to be voting, and for the last time in this House, on the very bad legislative measures concerning the legalization of cannabis, and that is why I am all dressed in black. Mr. Speaker, speaking of black, let's talk about red instead. Let's talk about red ink and the deficit and the government's approach to public finances, because that's what we're talking about today with the debate on Bill C-63 that will put in place the measures from the last Liberal budget. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that unfortunately has stood out for saying one thing and doing something else. It said that it would run small deficits. It's running big deficits. It said it would put more money in the middle class pockets, and the middle class has no money in its pockets. The government committed to ensuring that the rich people would pay more taxes, and thanks to its legislative measures, rich people are paying less taxes. So let's look back a bit more than 2 years ago during the election campaign. There were election platforms. And what did the Liberal Party say in its platform? The right plan to strengthen the middle class was the title. And on page 81 in the French version, excuse me, I'm old and so I need glasses. On page 84, rather, the Liberal platform says, with the Liberal plan, the federal government will run modest deficits over the short term of less than $10 billion over the next 2 fiscal years. Our investment plan will allow Canada to return to a balanced budget in 2019-2020. Mr. Speaker, that is written very clearly here. That's why they got elected. But let's look at the reality. We're at the halfway mark of their term in office, and first, of course, we're no longer talking about modest deficits, but deficits of twice what they promised. We're at $20 billion for the first fiscal year. That's the Liberal government's hallmark. And so they're doubling the deficit, returning to a balanced budget for 2019. There's no sign of that. That was the promise, but you don't even know when they're going to return to a balanced budget. That is completely unacceptable and wrong when we know that in Canada, we're in a period of economic growth. We're not at war. This is the first time in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker, that when the government is not at war and there is no major global economic difficulties, the government has no idea when it's going to return to a balanced budget. And I'm emphasizing this, Mr. Speaker, because not only have the Liberals betrayed Canadians' trust by promising one thing and doing another, but also they're sticking our children and grandchildren with the bill. A deficit is our money that we don't have. And sooner or later, it has to be paid back. And that is why we are vigorously condemning the Liberal approach, which is running deficits that were higher than promised. But in addition, they have no plan to return to a balanced budget. That is simply unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, this government remembers, because the Prime Minister always talks about the 1% of the wealthiest as if, they had a venereal disease. And it's terrible. These rich people, they should be held in contempt. But the government has a policy that is that they call progressive, where supposedly rich people will pay more. But let's look at the results after 2 years of Liberal government. Look at this document, Department of Defense and
Canada, 2016-2017. C'est le ministère des Finances qui dit ça, Monsieur le Président.
This is the Department of Finance. It was tabled a few months ago, and what do we see on page 16 of the English version?
Personal income tax revenues decreased by $1.2 billion, largely reflecting the impact of tax planning by high-income individuals, unquote. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it's the Department of Finance itself that concludes in an analytical report for the last fiscal year that the richest people in Canada are paying $1.2 billion less in taxes since this government came to power. Why? Because the so-called progressive measures that were supposed to ensure that the richest paid more taxes, well, those who were rich have found ways of sidestepping this measure, and the result is that the richest are now paying less tax than they were paying under our government. And Mr. Speaker, there are some who pay more and some who pay less. So middle-class families are now paying more taxes. According to a report and a study conducted by the Fraser Institute, Canadian families pay on average $840 more than under our government.
Made by the Fraser Institute. Mr. Charles Landman, Director of Fiscal Studies of the Fraser Institute and co-author of Measuring the Impact of the Federal Personal Income Tax Changes on Middle-Income Canadian Families. Quote, the federal government has repeatedly claimed they were lowering income taxes for the middle class, while in reality, taking their majority income tax changes into account, they have actually raised taxes on the vast majority of middle-class families. Et là, Monsieur le Président,
and Mr. Speaker, the Fraser Institute is targeting the very bad measures of the Liberal government, which mean that today middle-class families are paying more in taxes. They abolished the tax credit for sports activities for children. The Liberal government abolished the tax credit for cultural activities for children. It abolished the tax credit for the purchase of books for children going to school. And believe it or not, the Liberal government even abolished the tax credit for public transit. Mr. Speaker, I can't say it enough. I would never have believed that the Liberals were going to attack public transit. Unbelievable. Among the many things that we did was to help Canadian workers and taxpayers and students, and to help people who take the bus to go to work or to school. Our measure was we were trying to congratulate people who use public transit, and the tax credit gave them 2 months of the equivalent of 2 months of free transport, and that is a measure that directly helps average Canadians and their wallets. But no, the Liberal government attacked that measure. It eliminated it, and it's sad, Mr. Speaker, because look at this government. It boasts about its high-flying environmental principles. We need to save the planet. They're going to put in place public transit measures, whereas they abolished a tax credit that went directly to helping the planet and people. But that's absolutely Liberal and typically liberal. And what about the underhanded measure put forward by the Minister of National Revenue? They're attacking the weakest Canadians among us, the most vulnerable. Under our government, we had measures to help people with diabetes, and that tax credit was accepted in 95% of the returns. But since the Liberals have been in power, this tax credit has been refused. 80% of people who requested that tax credit, who claimed it, have not had this tax break since the Liberals got elected. And that is something else that directly attacks the most vulnerable Canadians. In addition, Mr. Speaker, this government attacked small and medium-sized businesses who, for us, the Conservatives, SMEs are the very backbone of our economy. They are the ones who create riches, who create jobs, who stimulate the economy. And the fact that they create wealth and jobs in this country means that they are very important to our party. But look at this government. In its reckless measures that were tabled on July 18th, attacked these SMEs full on. But thanks to the excellent work of the member for Carleton, we have daily, every day, conducted full-on attacks on people who would full-on attack SMEs, and from ocean and from coast to coast to coast, we have been able to protect the SMEs from this government. And after they eliminated tax credits, they finally backed down on an election promise that was much too late, that is to lower the tax rates for small businesses. And, Mr. Speaker, I might remind you that they increased taxes on pensions. So, Mr. Speaker, for all of these reasons, and I could go on for hours, but for all these reasons, we feel that Bill C-63, which implements the budget, is a bad bill, and that is why we are urging everyone in this bill, in this chamber, to vote against it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the member made reference to small business, and small business, and the minister responsible for small business has done a fantastic job in just recognizing the importance of that to Canada's middle class. In fact, she's led the fight in terms of getting the reduction down to 9% for small businesses. In our first budget, what we saw, Mr. Speaker, were literally hundreds of millions of dollars put into the pockets of Canada's middle class through the tax cut. That enables greater expenditure on disposable income, which many, if not all, small businesses will acknowledge the most important thing you can do is get consumers buying and purchasing their services and products. We've seen through things such as the Canada Child Benefit, again, and money being put in the pockets so that they can spend money into our small businesses. My question to the member across the way is, given this government's proactive approach at ensuring that there is tax benefits for small businesses, that there is more consumer consumption for small businesses, would he not agree that that is a positive thing that the Minister of Small Businesses is doing?
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Can say is that document tabled by the finance minister on July the 18th was everything but a progressive and a proactive way to help people and to help a small business. That was everything but that, Mr. Speaker. And so this is why, here in the House of Commons, under the strong leadership of the Leader of the Opposition, and with a fantastic job made by our quarterback, the member for Carleton, hopefully we raise the issue, and finally the government recognized that he was all wrong. And Mr. Speaker, the member talked about much money that they give in the pocket of the people. May I remind him that it was under a deficit budget? So the money that he said that the people have in their pocket doesn't own to Canadians. It's owned to the children and the grandchildren that are not born today, but they will have to pay because this government cannot adjust correctly the finance public of the Canadian people.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I want to thank my friend from Louis-Saint-Laurent for his speech. Mr. Speaker, in my community, there's a gentleman who's got an addiction to alcohol, and every day for many years he would drink, he would pass out on the street, an ambulance, a police officer, and a fire truck would get called. They would take him to the local hospital. Sometimes they'd run x-rays on him. They would either keep him in an acute care bed or send him to cells, costing literally thousands of dollars a day. And we know that this man is like many men and women in every community, in every riding in our country, Mr. Speaker. Our community went and found a low-barrier housing piece for him, costing $475 a month. He's been there for 5 years, Mr. Speaker, saving the taxpayer not thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, this government, the Liberal government, announced their housing rollout plan, and 90% of it's going to come after the next election. And they say that only 50% of the people that are homeless are going to have a place to live, Mr. Speaker. I asked the member, does he think that that's good enough, that only 50% of the people are going to be taken care of. And we're talking about years down the road, not starting until 2021.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
And I want to thank my colleague from the NDP to raise this important issue, because for sure we are all concerned with the fact that some people who have some difficulty to address would have a government help for housing, for sure. But for that, we need to have a real plan, and a realistic plan who take care of the people of today, of the needs of the people of today. But the member expressed quite well exactly the human aspect of that. Let me talk about also, I would say, the constitutional issue, because we were very surprised to see that the Quebec government cannot accept the deal or the promise made by the government. Why? Because the federal government didn't consult the Quebec government. So this is why the Quebec government said no. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about housing, and in Quebec, housing is a part responsibility issue. So we have to deal something with the support of the Quebec government, and this government failed to recognize that. This is another mistake made by this government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're in this House debating C-3063. This is the second bill to implement provisions of this budget. There are a few noteworthy elements in this bill which I will address today. Most importantly, my remarks will focus on what is not in this Budget Implementation Act. Financial issues have been the main focus in this House during this session. Many Canadians are concerned and have been watching with disappointment. The sponsor of this bill, Bill C-63, the Minister of Finance, is embroiled in so many scandals that I don't even know where to begin. Prior to many allegations coming to light, people from North Island Powell River, my riding, came to my office, wrote me letters and emails protesting and expressing deep concern around Bill C-27, a bill that weakens pension obligations. When Canadians later learned that the sponsor of this bill, the Minister of Finance, still owned shares in Morneau's Chapelle, they were concerned. I was asked, does this mean the minister will make millions off the prospect of this bill? And they were concerned that the minister would make even more if this bill was passed. This is one of the clearest cases of conflict of interest we've seen in years. That's why we need a formal investigation into his actions. Imagine as well the sudden influx of calls, emails, and mail in constituency offices across Canada when the finance minister started his so-called consultation on the small business tax. The minister failed to respect Canadian small businesses in this process. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, I represent many small businesses, and in our region, our economy has had many challenges. We have seen a significant change from a very focused, resource-based economy, and now it's changing and broadening to include a strong and growing small business community. In the summer, the many farms and tourism-based businesses contacted my office. Many of them simply did not have time during the summer to participate in any consultation. Mr. Speaker, I also had the honor of meeting with some doctors in my region. And what was most disheartening was hearing how hurt they were when they heard the Prime Minister of Canada talk about the so-called rich doctors. Well, Mr. Speaker, in many rural and remote communities across Canada, finding health professionals is hard, and it is getting harder. The doctors who spoke with me were very concerned about this divisive nature of these comments and the impacts on their work in their communities. Returning to the finance minister, the people from my riding are very concerned about the minister hiding his wealth from the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. I don't know many Canadians who would have forgotten their house in the south of France. So much for a transparent government. This same minister still has a series of number accounts stashed away from public scrutiny. This raises more troubling questions. Let's not forget the Ethics Commissioner came to exist as a part of the Federal Accountability Act in 2007 after another series of Liberal moral and ethical failings. Well, today the Liberals have found more ways than ever to protect their friends, the tax cheats, by not addressing the sophisticated systems that can only be used by the wealthiest and the most well-connected. Bills like the one we are debating here today will not change much for hardworking Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, my riding is full of everyday hardworking Canadians. Bills like C-30 or 63 keep protecting cheaters for scrutiny and justice, and that's not right. As the Paradise Papers are still unraveling, I cannot say that I have much confidence in this government other than having a good soundbite for the media. One thing to keep in mind is that the Paradise Papers is a result of a leak from only one firm. There are many other firms out there carrying trusts and offshore companies linked to Canadians. It's a matter of finding them, and CRA is simply not doing enough. The latest report from the Auditor General was not friendly to the Canadian Revenue Agency. While tax cheats are not its main focus, the report highlights a total mismanagement of CRA call centres. The AG's report indicates that the CRA has been blocking over 50% of Canadians' calls for help. Even worse, CRA agents are providing misleading or inaccurate information almost 30% of the time. The Auditor General's report also focused on the failings of the Liberals' responsibility to implement the Phoenix program. In fact, the AG pointed out that the Liberals have no idea to the full extent and causes of the Phoenix problem. It is estimated it will take years before solving pay problems and will most likely cost Canadians around $1 billion. But, Mr. Speaker, this is about so much more than just $1 billion. It is about civil servants across Canada not receiving their pay. It's about Canadians losing their homes, having to go to food banks, having their credit destroyed, and family stress. I think it's very important that in this House we recognize that civil servants who are still going to work every day, even when they are not getting paid, these people are dedicated to their work and to Canadians. So many of my constituents have asked me, why doesn't the government just have someone writing checks while this is figured out? We just need to be paid. I have taken the time to talk about this failing because I know Canadians want this problem fixed. What better way to fix it than in a Budget Implementation Act? Bill C-63 lays the foundation for Canada's membership in the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which we believe will cause many problems. In fact, Bill C-63 allows the Finance Minister to transfer 480 million Canadian dollars to the bank. Since the bank was only recently launched, the government cannot fully evaluate the risks of privatizing infrastructure in countries where this bank will invest. Some experts have raised concerns about the lack of provisions regarding environmental impact assessments, labor rights, or anti-corruption reforms, as is generally the case with loans made by the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. Because the bank has only been in existence for 1 year, it is difficult to say with any certainty whether it will be respecting international standards. We need better assurances from the government about these concerns, and we need proof that the bank will not contribute to privatization of infrastructure, the degradation of the environment, and the violation of labor rights. Mr. Speaker, this government can't pay its own federal employees, but we can see them send $480 million to foreign initiative that may privatize infrastructure. This government can't catch tax cheats or fix our revenue agency, but we can spend $480 million on a foreign initiative that degrades the environment. They can't understand the realities of small business, but they can spend $480 million on a foreign initiative that will violate potentially labor rights. Let's recap what progress has been made on the first Budget Implementation Act, including the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. Well, a few months in, and the federal government has moved in predictable Liberal fashion, a board made largely of Liberal donors and promoters of privatization. This list includes James Cherry, the former president and CEO of Airports de Montreal, who has previously advocated for airport privatization. How surprising. I can't wait to read the AG report on this. But wait, there is more. The bank will be subject to audits at a lower standard and with less transparency than the Auditor General has over direct government departments, despite the $35 billion in public funding to establish the bank. Again, So much for a transparent government. Before the budget was tabled, our finance critic wrote the finance minister to ask him to include some provisions to create a fairer and greener society. For example, we asked him to cap CEO stock options for large companies, actively fight tax havens, establish a federal $15 per hour minimum wage for workers, invest in energy efficiency home renovations, address accessibility problems linked to housing, drinking water, mental health services and education in First Nations communities, and establish a universal pharmacare system. None of these provisions were implemented, Mr. Speaker. After 2 years of listening to this government talking about the middle class and those working hard to join it, this budget demonstrates for a fact that Liberals have no idea who those people are. Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this bill. It has clearly too many gaps that leave the most vulnerable with little and does not address the important parts of moving towards a fair tax system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her intervention. She spoke about a lot of things that she disagreed with. She didn't come up with any resolutions to any of them. But I wonder, she didn't mention the Canada Child benefit that was changed under this government and the increase in payments that went to families. I know in my riding of Avalon, 9,280 households received cheques, averaging $5,180 per month, for a total from July 1st of 2016 to June 30th, 2017, $47.9 million went to families in my riding. Families that needed that money, they didn't tuck it away in a bank account and save it. They spent it. And that shows by the way the economy is going now and the unemployment rate that we're seeing, lowest in a decade. I wonder, could you comment on how that's affecting the families in her riding?
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his important question. When I talk to the people of my riding of North Island, Powell River, and it hasn't changed, unfortunately, from when I was knocking on doors in 2015 and 2014, we definitely heard from too many women, actually, that couldn't work. I had one woman in particular come to me very recently and share the reality that she was trying to work and the costs of daycare were so expensive, so prohibitive, she's had to quit her job. She said, Rachel, at the end of the month, I was getting about $20 a week because all of my money, everything I was making was going into paying for daycare. I really encourage this government to listen to the people of Canada, to listen to the families and hear what they say about how expensive childcare is and how it has not created one childcare space in this budget, nor in the last budget. This is really needed because this is about being a feminist country, supporting women to enter the workforce, and also supporting families, because it's good that they get some money, but the reality is it does not come even close to covering the cost of daycare. And it's the responsibility of the government to work on all fronts to support families.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to my friend's comments about the budget, and certainly there are a lot of holes in the budget that need to be addressed, and we don't have time to address all of those today, but my colleague mentioned some of the ill-thought-out tax proposals that the government presented in the summer this year. And I certainly had a big response in my riding from small business owners, from farmers, from professional corporations, from doctors who are working in underserviced areas, providing good medical care. So that was a huge issue that my riding dealt with. But, Mr. Speaker, my question goes to a different level. And in my riding, I'm finding people are very cynical about the current finance minister, and some of his ethics breaches when it comes to disclosing his assets, and also being part of the bill to address Bill C-27, which clearly favors the company that he's chairman of, or he was incorporated. So I'd just like to ask my colleague if she's hearing those kinds of concerns from her members as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly thank the member for this question. In my riding, we definitely heard from the business community. One of the things I heard repeatedly from them was, you know, Rachel, we are very supportive of tax fairness, but we aren't being consulted in a meaningful way. This could undermine our businesses profoundly. We're very concerned about the unintended consequences, especially in rural and remote communities, and we want to make sure our voices are heard. And we've definitely worked hard and continue to work hard with those communities so that we can make sure that their voices are heard in this House. That is my job, it's my sacred obligation, and I take that very seriously. But the other reality is, you know, I think as politicians, we have a responsibility to be ethical and honest because our constituents and this country are relying on us to do the right thing, to always care for their concern, and always be willing to listen even when we don't disagree. And I think I agree with the member that I've definitely heard from my constituents a raised sense of cynicism and concern that this government simply doesn't know and understand the reality of people living every day in Canada. Thank you.
Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil, I'll let him know that there are approximately only available 5 minutes for his opening remarks on the motion that's before the House. He'll have, of course, his remaining time when the House next resumes debate on the question. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I understand that my time is short right now in advance of question period. But I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, that it is with profound sadness today that I found out of the closure of the Barrie Examiner and the Innisfil Examiner as a result of cuts to the newspaper industry. You know, the Barrie Examiner has been a stalwart within our community since 1864, and I know, Mr. Speaker, in talking to you, that you're sad as well about the Aurelia packet and Times. And may I remind the House that newspaper closures just don't affect the newspaper. They affect those that work within those newspapers. I can think of people like Bob Bruton, Ian McEnroy. I can also think of award-winning photojournalist Mark Wanzel, who today has lost his job. And in Innisfil at the Examiner, Marion King, who I just happened to be with yesterday at the Innisfil Santa Claus Parade. So profound sadness within our community, not just for the focus on community news and community events and the people that are impacted by this, but these are people who are directly involved in our community, Mr. Speaker, each and every day, not just reporting the news, but supporting the many organizations within Barrie Innisfil. And so I want to send them my best wishes in advance of me speaking about the budget implementation bill. You know, in the last election, Mr. Speaker, as I campaigned throughout the riding of Barrie Innisfil, I talked about it being a chicken in every pot election. What the Liberals were promising as the third party with roughly 35 seats was basically a chicken in every pot in the last election. You know, it's easy when you're sitting there as the third party to make all kinds of promises. But as we've seen after 2 years, living up to those promises have been extremely difficult. And so Canadians, they certainly, you know, there's no surprise that they voted for change. You know, unfortunately, that happens in politics. But I think many Canadians right now, Mr. Speaker, are living with voters' remorse. Voters' remorse in the sense that a lot of the things that they thought were going to happen with this government are not in fact happening, or in fact happening in a much worse-case scenario. And a worst-case scenario that we deal with this Budget Implementation Act. This is, in fact, an omnibus bill. In spite of the fact that the Prime Minister campaigned on no omnibus bills, he actually has introduced several omnibus pieces of legislation. And so many Canadians voted for change, Mr. Speaker. That's their prerogative to do, but I don't think they voted for this. And what I don't think they voted for was deficit spending. You know, the Liberals in the last election spoke about $10 billion in deficit spending, and now we learn through Finance Canada, in fact, indeed, even the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister won't admit when we're going to see the end of deficits. Deficits are as far as the eye can see, Mr. Speaker, and the profound effect on deficits in this country is on young people, people like my children, and many other millions of Canadian children across this country who are going to have to pay for this deficit spending for generations to come. You know, I heard somebody muse recently that it's Liberals that make a mess, and then eventually it's Conservatives that have to clean that mess up. And we're going to be in that position again, hopefully within 2 years, and hopefully, Mr. Speaker, that they don't make too much of a mess, that it's not overburdened for us to clean it up. And why in Ontario are we concerned about this as an Ontario MP? Because we're compounding the problem. We've got a provincial government that's $330 billion in debt, the largest sub-sovereign debtor nation in the world, and now we're compounding it with this. Think of what that's going to mean to our children, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to pick up those thoughts after we're done. Thank you so much.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil will have 5.5 minutes remaining in his time for his remarks on the question that's before the House. Now we're going to statements by members, déclaration de député, and the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate an act of true heroism that occurred in my riding on July 9th last year. This hero has never sought any publicity and instead acted to protect a child from mortal danger with an instinct to which we should all aspire. That hero is Kelvin Stein from Madoc, who saved a 3-year-old girl from being trampled by a team of charging horses that had broken away from their handlers at a fair in Tweed. Kelvin sprinted for the child who was directly in their path and tossed her out of harm's way seconds before the horses ran into him. He sustained severe injuries as the horses dragged him and finally came to a stop. I would invite my honourable colleagues to join me in thanking him for his heroism and congratulating him for his declaration of bravery that the Governor-General presented to him last week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that the Western Mustangs, after a 23-year drought, were victorious at the Vanier Cup. Saturday's game saw the Mustangs capping off their undefeated record by beating the reigning champions from Laval University with a final score of 39-17. Despite facing down the top-ranked defensive team in the country, Western's relentless offense carried them to a hard-earned victory and a perfect season record in an exciting rematch with the team that stopped them the last time they played for the Cup. To head coach Greg Marshall, quarterback Chris Merchant, defensive player of the game Fraser Sopek, and the entire team, I offer our hearty congratulations. As a former student, I know what it is to be purple and proud. To my colleagues, including the member from Louis St. Laurent, maybe next year. Nudge me. Way to go, Mustangs!
The honourable member for North Vancouver.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 40th anniversary of the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada, or COSIWIC. First established in 1977, COSIWIC is the independent body of experts responsible for identifying and assessing the status of wildlife species that may be at risk of extinction or disappearance in Canada. The
committee plays an essential role in ensuring biodiversity and healthy ecosystems and assesses species based on the best available scientific, community, and Indigenous knowledge.
For its important contribution to conservation over the past 40 years, and very much look forward to its future work to protect and promote biodiversity in Canada.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, it was great seeing so many people in our nation's capital this past weekend wearing green and white, despite our Rough Riders previously falling victim to a last-minute Toronto comeback. As someone who was elected by 132 votes, I appreciate late-breaking victories and hope that the Argonauts do not face a judicial recount. My grandfather, Ken Weir, played for the Rough Riders from 1949 to 1951. He did not win a Grey Cup, but legend has it that he and some of his neighbors once managed to set up an outdoor hockey rink for well below $5 million. To mention a third sport, we are tremendously proud to have former MMA fighter Matt Fedler as our NDP candidate in the Battleford's Lloydminster by-election. Matt works for the Canadian Mental Health Association in his hometown of North Battleford, and all of us should support his goal of mental health coverage.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, this year we celebrated the 150th anniversary of Canadian Confederation. Since 1867, our great country has established itself as a beacon of hope around the world. From our Charter of Rights and Freedoms to our multiculturalism, Canada is regarded as one of the best countries to call home. For that reason, many in my riding of Brampton North have put their pride on full display. Baljinder Sekha turned his love for Canada into a song. He had Canadians singing and dancing to Go Canada, a Bhangra song that praises the beauty of the land and accomplishments of its people. While Vahid Sehditi was also so inspired by the welcoming of Canada that he created a hand-stitched needlepoint tapestry with the word welcome woven into it over 100 times in 100 different languages. And it now holds the Guinness World Record for the world's largest needlepoint. Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that Brampton North residents are proud to be Canadian.
Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, on November 16th, I had the honour to attend a citizenship ceremony for 33 new Canadians from 11 different countries, organized by the Orangeville District Secondary School and the Orangeville Legion Colonel Fitzgerald Branch 233. My compliments to Principal Pat Hamilton, Department Head Paul Nelson, Janine Grin and Kathy Trimble for bringing together the student body, resulting in such an impressive ceremony. Thank you to the Orangeville Legion President Chris Skalazov and the Legion Color Party for the tremendous effort they all undertook in making this ceremony memorable. In addition, I'd like to thank the senior band, Honor Stroll, for her poetry reading, the ODSS choir, the yearbook class, Paul Moline Tess's beautiful rendition of O Canada, and the students who formed the flag-waving human tunnel that celebrated each new citizen. A tremendous experience. Finally, I'd like to thank former Principals Bill Linney and the late Darrell Kirkland, under whose leadership this initiative began. Well done, ODSS.
Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, strengthening cultural diversity by helping others in need is one of Canada's greatest strengths. On Sunday, November 26th, the Armenian community named the late Sarah Koenig as an outstanding Canadian. This nurse helped save 5,000 Armenian orphans in 1922. At the same event, the Minister of Canadian Heritage announced Canada's support for the Armenian community's interaction project to empower cultural diversity in the classroom. But today, the Armenian Community Center in my riding is keeping Ms. Corning's spirit alive by helping hundreds of newcomers from Syria. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, when we welcome and help newcomers, we strengthen our society in long-standing and significant ways. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian football was at its best this weekend in two cities, Hamilton with the Vanier Cup and Ottawa for the 105th Grey Cup. Mr. Speaker, I have watched football for over 60 years and broadcast 500 games on radio over 20 seasons for the Cats or the Argonauts, so I believe I am qualified to pronounce this as one of the most exciting games our league has ever seen. The Argonaut victory will go down in football history in part because of the quality of their opponent, the Calgary Stampeders. It speaks to the amazing quality of Canadian football and its ability to bring our country together for a party and a sports spectacle second to none. It also reflects the message of diversity created and broadcast by Commissioner Randy Ambrosi. We are a league as diverse as the country, a league where what makes each of us different makes us all stronger. It is a reminder of how great things can be if, as the Argo motto says, we all pull together.
Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, today we learned that His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, is delighted to announce the engagement of Prince Harry to Miss Meghan Markle. The couple became engaged earlier this month. With the blessing of their families, the couples are planning to wed next spring. Following the nuptials, the couple will reside at Nottingham Cottage at Kensington Palace. The couple share a common passion for humanitarian work. Their union forges an inspirational powerhouse with promise of meaningful contributions to those in need. The couple kindled their relationship here in Canada, and Canadians wish the greatest happiness to Prince Harry and Miss Markle as they begin their journey together in life. Thank you.
Honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, on November 13th, I had the honor of recognizing exceptional people from my riding for the Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill Canada 150 Citizenship Award ceremony. The award recipients all represent Canada's commitment to innovation and diversity, thought leadership, and the important Canadian values of diversity, inclusion, and compassion. From high school students who developed software to help the visually impaired learn to read Braille, to a man who developed technology for pharmaceutical molecular structures, to a world-renowned film director, to the first Canadian circumnavigation by helicopter, these individuals truly reflect the best Canada has to offer, and I am proud to represent them in Ottawa. For Canada 150, we unite as Canadians to imagine a vision, a big, bold vision of what our country can become. These award winners have committed themselves to this vision by dreaming boldly through projects that will position our nation for continued success.
L'honorable député de Nova West.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is the opening day of Canada's most lucrative fishery. I wish the thousands of hard-working lobster fishers who will be heading off the shores of southwestern Nova Scotia a safe and prosperous season. En tant que propriétaire de 37 ports pour...
As an owner of many ports for small boats, it's our federal government's responsibility to ensure that they are accessible for a fishing fleet.
Many of these small craft harbors are in disrepair or do not have enough berthage to accommodate the increasing size of vessels that are a result of a successful fishery. Our government has invested in the harbors in West Nova, but much more good work needs to be done to ensure that our fishers have safe and accessible infrastructure. By continuing to invest in our harbors, the federal government will help the fishing industry get their world-class seafood off their boats and to global markets, and help local communities like those in southwestern Nova Scotia thrive. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for York Simcoe.
Yesterday's 105th Grey Cup was another thriller for the ages. It began in true Canadian fashion with the wet snow falling. Shania Twain arrived for the halftime performance on a dog sled. The Toronto Argonauts played the role of underdog, trailing most of the game. But this is the CFL. With just minutes to go, the Calgary Stampeders were set to put the game out of reach when Argo Cassius Vaughn recovered a Calgary fumble, running it back 109 yards for a touchdown. The game was tied. Then a last-minute field goal put the Argos up by 3. It's true. But the Stamps marched right back down the field set to score. But Matt Black's end-zone interception secured the upset Argo victory in another classic Grey Cup finish. Congratulations to Argos coach Mark Trestman, President Michael Copeland, owner Larry Tenenbaum, and QB Ricky Ray and the entire team on a great win. We honor Jerome Messam, the outstanding Canadian, and Devere Posey, the Grey Cup MVP. Thank you to Commissioner Randy Ambrosi and the entire CFL operation for an outstanding season. The Canadian game is part of our identity, and they gave us a Grey Cup game to remember. We'll see you next year in Edmonton.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honor as a proud Western University alumni and former faculty member to stand and congratulate the Western Mustangs football team on winning the 53rd Vanier Cup. Western handily defeated Laval Rouge et Or, the #1 team in Canada, coming into the national championships. They're not the #1 team anymore, Mr. Speaker. That's because the potent Mustangs offense was too much for any team to handle. During their incredible undefeated 2017 campaign, the Stangs outscored opponents 386 to 105 in the regular season and 261 to 64 in the playoffs. This is arguably the best team ever assembled in the history of university sport when it comes to football, Mr. Speaker. Wow. I'd also like to sincerely congratulate Greg Marshall. Simply put, Greg is one of the greatest football coaches our country has ever produced. This weekend, he was able to check the final box off and become a Vanier champion. He's coached 18 teams, 9 Vanier Cups. He is a marvel for London. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Go.
The honourable member For North Island, Powell River.
The United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, or UNDRIP, is a fundamental declaration that underlines the rights of the First Peoples across the world. Recently, the Comox Valley Amnesty International Group held an event in the Comox First Nation Hall to have a discussion on Bill C-262, a bill brought forward by the member from Abitibi Bay James Nunavut EU on UNDRIP. What I have heard clearly from many Indigenous and non-Indigenous people in my riding is that a nation-to-nation relationship should mean respecting the First People of this country. That means supporting Bill C-262. I am pleased to hear the government plans to support this bill. But actions matter more than words, Mr. Speaker. In the context of supporting this bill, I encourage the Minister of Fisheries to take time to talk to the many Indigenous people occupying fish farms in my riding. They have been waiting too long for the discussion on rights and title. In the spirit of UNDRIP, I hope action will be taken soon.
Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grassland.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians and faith communities around the world are still reeling from Friday's mosque attack in Bir El Abed. At least 305 people are dead and hundreds more are injured after the deadliest attack in Egypt's modern history. We express our sincere condolences to all those affected. Events like this impact every one of us. Every person should be free to believe as they choose and express that belief without fear of recrimination or violence. This is a fundamental human right and central to peace and democracy. Mr. Speaker, events like this remind us that Canada is not immune to religious hatred and violence in all its ugly forms. This past January, we were horrified to learn of the cold-blooded murder of worshippers as they were praying at a Quebec City mosque. Cowardly acts such as these are the antithesis of a free society and denigrate what it means to be Canadian. Today we mourn for the worshippers and their families. We extend our heartfelt condolences to the people of Egypt, and we unequivocally condemn this horrible massacre.
Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the good work of my colleagues, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of International Trade. As an individual from a Canada-U.S. border community, we have a great deal of interest in ensuring that negotiations continue for the best free trade agreement through NAFTA. The importance of everything from manufacturing, tourism, agriculture, to transportation and cross-border power restoration provides assistance to our neighbours in time of need. Cooperation on many fronts, such as ease of the flow of goods and services and people across borders, allow trade to expand. Canada and the U.S. are the world's largest trading partners. The two nations have the world's longest shared border, with a relationship that is vital to continuous economic growth, given that 90% of our Canadian population lives within 160 kilometres of the Canada-U.S. border. A shared border in my riding of Tobique-Mactaquac also means ever-increasing close cultural ties and economic ties. Just as we work across the aisle with one another in this house, it is necessary to ensure that we are able to do the same with our cross-border communities and creating an approach that is nonpartisan, signifying a unified front. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. Honorable député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the opposition has been denouncing the Minister of Finance's conflict of interest for 3 months now. Canadians are more and more concerned, and now we learn that a number of Liberal and members of Parliament are embarrassed by his total lack of ethics. A number of them have said anonymously that the minister should occupy a different position. It's crazy, Mr. Speaker. Now even the Liberal members are turning against the Minister of Finance. Will the Minister of Finance finally realize that Canadians have totally lost trust in him? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I worked with the Ethics Commissioner to be sure that I have no conflict of interest, and in addition, I decided that I must have no even perception of the potential of conflict of interest, and that is why I decided to sell my shares in my company. I will continue to work with the Ethics Commissioner in order to work for Canadians and for Canada. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is trying to quell the simmering dissent by repeating that everything is just fine now, as if all of a sudden, magically, someone can acquire integrity and transparency after 2 years of conflict of interest just by snapping his fingers? Does that mean that for the past 2 years, when he had not put his shares in a blind trust, was that the Minister of Finance was in a situation of conflict of interest? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I understand clearly why the opposition wants to talk about me, because they don't want to talk about Canadians. We know that it is very important for Canadians to have a good economy. Our economy has a very high rate of growth, 3.7% over the last years. And we're also in a situation where we've got the lowest unemployment rate for the past decade. This is good news for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the minister continues to repeat that he has nothing to blame himself for, but then he should demonstrate that for us concretely. On Thursday, we tabled a motion calling on the Minister of Finance to declare all of the assets that he purchased and sold in all of his private companies since he was appointed Minister of Finance. This is the only way to find out whether the minister's personal interests are in conflict with his role as the Minister of Finance. So here's my very simple question. Will the Liberal members on the other side of the House show transparency and integrity by voting by voting for our motion tonight? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I have worked with the Ethics Commissioner to be entirely certain that I am not in a conflict of interest, and the important thing is that I continue to work for Canadians. I'm continuing to improve our economy. I'm continuing to be clear that it is important to have more jobs in our country, and that is the case now. We have 500,000 more jobs over the past 2 years, the lowest unemployment level for the past decade. It's an excellent situation for our country right now.
House Leader.
The Finance Minister refuses to answer questions about what assets he has owned over the last 2 years. He says he doesn't need to answer because apparently he has told the Ethics Commissioner everything and it's all good. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact that he is refusing to answer this question directly and that the Liberals refuse to support our motion demonstrates his unwillingness to be transparent with Canadians. Why won't the Finance Minister simply answer the question and reveal to Canadians what assets he has owned over the last 2 years?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, from day one, I have disclosed 100% of my assets to the Ethics Commission. That is the way it works in this House. I will continue to work with her to ensure that I'm free from conflicts of interest. That, Mr. Speaker, is what we do in order to allow us to get on with the important work that Canadians expect us to do. And the good news is that work is making a big difference for Canadians with a higher level of economic growth and more jobs than they've seen in over a decade. It's truly a good situation for our country right now from an economic perspective.
Full Opposition House Leader.
No, Mr. Speaker, this is the problem. The Finance Minister did not disclose everything to the Ethics Commissioner. He forgot that his Morneau Chappelle shares were not in a blind trust, and he forgot that he had a villa in France. So, Mr. Speaker, this is why his credibility is on very shaky ground, and he's doing nothing to get himself out of that situation. He answers to the Canadian people, Mr. Speaker. He seems to have forgotten that. Will he simply come clean and publicly disclose what assets he's owned over the last 2 years?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what I can say is the member opposite is 100% wrong. I disclosed 100% of my assets to the Ethics Commissioner and will continue to work with her in that regard. That is allowing us to get on with the work that we want to do for Canadians. Demonstration last week was particularly important when we demonstrated how we could help Canadians in housing. We outlined our national housing strategy, which is going to make sure that we have 50% less homelessness over the next decade, which is going to ensure that 500,000 Canadians have a key to their own home with a portable benefit that will help them. Mr. Speaker, we're doing the hard work on behalf of Canadians, and we're proud of that.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Basque. Mr. Speaker, if the Minister of Finance had nothing to blame himself for, then he wouldn't have had to pay a fine for not having declared all his assets. And the Minister of Finance has a big problem because every time he tells us that everything is fine, we dig a bit more and we find something else that's not right. Now we know that his former company, Morneau Chapelle, regularly signs million-dollar contracts with the government. Knowing this, can the Minister explain to us why shortly after his election, the CEO of Morneau Chapelle told his shareholders, and I quote, "Government and other public sector organizations represent a significant growth opportunity." The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Open, fair and transparent procurement processes. Through proactive disclosure of contracts, our government operates according to the principles of openness, transparency and accountability. The contract issues are compliant with government policies and legislation, just as they were many times under the former Conservative government.
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata Basque.
The Finance Minister is actually so nervous with all the ethical scandals surrounding him. Liberal MPs also becoming nervous. They're scared that the minister's mistakes will hurt them, and I get it. The whole story just seems to be getting worse and worse. They talk with their constituents the way that we do, and they know that Canadians are fed up with Liberals working for themselves and for their friends. How does the Finance Minister hope to regain the trust of Canadians when even his own colleagues are starting to lose faith in him?
Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the way we will work for Canadians is the way that we've worked for the last 2 years. We will think every day about how we can improve our economy, and we will think every day about how we can ensure that middle-class Canadians see success as a result of that work. The good news is, over the last 2 years, we've done exactly that. Our economy is doing well, better than it's done in a decade. Middle-class Canadians are feeling better, with the Canada Child Benefit putting, on average, $2,300 more after tax into 9 out of 10 families' pockets. So, Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing is an improved economy, helping middle-class Canadians. That's the work that we're going to continue to do to ensure they remain confident.
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Speaker, this morning a brief was submitted to the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court asking her to include Canadian officials in her investigation into potential war crimes committed in Afghanistan. It has been over 10 years, and this dark chapter in our history has yet to close. Will the Liberal government finally call for public inquiry and accept that justice is something you call for not only when you are in opposition?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a strong supporter of the International Criminal Court and its work to ensure accountability for war crimes. Torture is abhorrent and illegal. Torture is contrary to Canadian and international law and is against Canadian values. Our military personnel deployed on operations respect the Canadian Armed Forces Code of Conduct and all applicable Canadian domestic and international law.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, Canada transferred hundreds of Afghan detainees, knowing full well that they seriously risk torture. For years, we've been calling on the government to get to the bottom of things with a real investigation, one that is public, open and transparent. Now that legal experts have asked the ICC to include Canada in its investigation on potential war crimes in Afghanistan, will this government finally promise to cooperate? Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, Canada is proud to support the International Criminal Court. Torture flies in the face of Canadian principles and goes against our values. Our military personnel deployed respects the Code of Conduct of the Canadian Armed Forces and all Canadian and international laws that are applicable.
For Carleton.
On December 7th, 2015, the Minister of Finance introduced a motion in the House of Commons to raise taxes effective January 1st of the forthcoming year. The stock market dropped, and so did Morneau Chapelle, by 5 percentage points, but not before someone could sell $10 million in Morneau Chapelle shares 1 week before that drop and that bill was introduced. Can the Minister tell us who sold those shares?
Order. I'm not sure how a question of who sold shares in a company is a question of responsibility to government. However, I see the Minister of Finance is rising.
Mr. Speaker, I actually see it as an opportunity to talk about why we did, in fact, raise taxes. What we did was we said to Canadians that we thought the appropriate thing to do was to raise taxes on the top 1%. And what we said that would enable us to do was to lower taxes on middle-class Canadians. So what we did was we lowered taxes on Canadians, 45,000 and 90,000 tax bracket, by 7%. It went down from 22% to 20.5%. Thus, what we did, Mr. Speaker, was lowered middle-class taxes on 9 million Canadians. We think this is a really important initiative to ensure tax fairness in our country, and we'll stay on top of that.
The member for Carleton.
Minister's office told John Ivison that he sold 680,000 Morneau Chappelle shares. Whoa. At 10:25 on November 30th, 2015, someone sold 680,000 Morneau Chappelle shares. That someone would have saved $500,000 by avoiding the drop in the stock market that followed his introduction of tax measures in this House of Commons. So is it just a coincidence that those two transactions line up so carefully? Or in fact, did the minister jump the gun and sell his shares before he introduced his tax measures?
Minister of Finance.
Good idea of why members on the opposite side are trying to create conspiracy theories out of thin air. I think their objective is to deflect Canadians from understanding what they don't want them to understand. And that's that the policies that we put in place are making an enormous positive difference for Canadian families. So by introducing the Canada Child Benefit, we're helping 9 out of 10 families do much better. By indexing that, what we're going to see is that we'll keep up with inflation. Mr. Speaker, we're also seeing that we're moving forward with the working income tax benefit to help working Canadians to get into the middle class. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue on these efforts.
Order. I would urge the member for Foothills. We all love to hear from when he has the floor, to reserve his comments for when he has the floor. The member for Carleton.
Reading the Liberal platform, one would have expected that that tax increase would take effect at the beginning of the fiscal year. That's when it projected revenues. Instead, in the House of Commons, the minister confirmed that it would take effect at the beginning of the calendar year. Now, investors quickly sold their shares in the 2015 year so that they could realize their gains in a lower taxed year. The markets dropped, Morneau Chappelle dropped by 5%, but not before someone who knew what was going on was able to sell his shares and save $500,000. Wow. Who was that somebody?
Who was that?
Once again, it is not clear that this is within the responsibility of the government. And as I see no one rising to answer, no member for Carleton.
Well, it is actually the responsibility of government to ensure that no minister ever uses inside knowledge to benefit from transactions on the stock market, Mr. Speaker. And we know that when this member locked in stone changes to the tax system that would raise capital gains tax, investors quickly sold so that they could make their gains before those changes took effect. The stock market dropped as a result. Morneau Chappelle went down 5%. But somebody sold $10 million in shares before that could happen. Somebody sold those shares before the minister introduced his measures on the floor of the House of Commons. Was that this minister?
Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer from the fact that as Minister of Finance, I'm looking to make sure that our economy does well. Of course, one of the ramifications of that is positive.
Order. I need to hear the answer. Members need to hear the answer. We need to know whether someone said something that's out of order. Or would members, before we went on, something else? Order. Now, the Minister of Finance has the floor.
As one of the things that the Finance Minister does, we work to make sure that the economy is doing well. What's happened over the last couple of years is the economy's done well. Of course, one of the positive upsides of that is sometimes the stock market does well as well. Of course, the stock market is significantly up from when we came into office. Mr. Speaker, we're working on behalf of middle-class Canadians, trying to help Canadians to get in the middle class. The good news is those efforts are working. Canadians are seeing the benefit. At the same time, they're seeing advantages across the economy.
The Honourable Member for Louis City. Order. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious and important question. On December 7, 2015, the Minister of Finance tabled tax measures that had a direct impact on the stock market. Among other things, the Morneau Chapelle lost 5% of its value. 1 week earlier, on November 30th, someone sold over 6,000 shares and saved $500,000. Will the Minister of Finance confirm to us that it was he himself who conducted this transaction? Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to work for Canadians across the country, and the good news is that our economy is working. Because of our policies, we have delivered economic growth that is the highest over the past decade, and we have the lowest unemployment rate for the past several years. It's good news for our Canadians across the country, with a good situation for them and for all Canadians. Order. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, this is a very serious matter. For months, we've been repeating that the Minister of Finance is in a conflict of interest, and now it's become as big as an elephant. Can the Minister tell us who sold Morneau Chapelle shares only a few days before the Minister of Finance tabled a tax policy that meant that it lost 5% of its value? Will the Minister finally, seriously tell Canadians the truth? Was he the one who sold those shares? No. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, what I can tell Canadians, and the reason that the opposition wants to talk about me is because they don't want to talk about Canadians. What we want to do is talk about our economy, and the good news is that it's working with a very high growth rate for Canadians, and with the situation that for the middle class that is much better than before. So we're going to continue with our plan to improve the economic situation. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General was scathing with regard to the CRA last week. He accused it of misrepresentation, and yet the Liberals refused to study this matter in depth at the Finance Committee. In addition to hiding data and figures, they are hiding from accountability in this House. It's regrettable for Canadians who are expecting them to take this matter seriously. So why is the Minister refusing to assume her responsibility for her pathetic performance? What does she have to hide? Her incompetence? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I read the report of the Auditor General, and I fully agree with all of his recommendations. From our first budget, we invested $50 million to help call centres to be able to offer better service to Canadians. We have already begun to hire more agents to respond to more Canadians, and we have an action plan that targets the modernization of our telephone platform, the improvement of training as well, and the updating of service standards.
Victoria. Instead of targeting 5 wealthy neighbourhoods, the Liberals can act right now on tax avoidance by closing tax loopholes. Hear, hear. In fact, the Liberals voted in favour of an NDP motion that would do just that, but of course they failed to act. My private member's bill aims to shut down tax loopholes very similar to the ones that were used in the Paradise Papers. So, simple question, will the Liberals prove to Canadians they're working for the middle class by closing tax loopholes to make sure their wealthy friends stop abusive tax avoidance? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, we are fully committed to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. The NDP talks about the importance of tackling tax evasion, but it's criticizing the means that we're taking to do so, Mr. Speaker. We have delivered results. We have a good plan. Last year, there were 335 cases that referred to criminal investigation. Last year, we had 123 search warrants that were executed. We continue to work to have a tax system that is fair for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Pape, the famous financial expert, wrote in the Globe and Mail after the minister's tax increase was introduced on the floor of the House of Commons. If you've been considering taking profits on some of your stocks, do it now. You'll save the equivalent of 2% federal tax plus the provincial share. As a result, many sold their shares, and the stock market dropped. Morneau Shepell dropped 5%. But a week before the minister introduced his measures on the floor of the House of Commons, someone sold $10 million of Morneau Shepell shares. Was it him?
Yeah. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I will continue to advocate on behalf of the tax system that's fair. What we did, Mr. Speaker, was something that we believe was absolutely the right thing to do. We did raise taxes on the top 1%, including families like mine.
Order. I really would encourage members not to interrupt and go up to the floor. They know that Standing Order 18 prohibits it. And so I'd ask my honourable friend from Cypress Hills Grasslands and others not to interrupt. When it's not their turn, wait for their turn. That's not that much to ask. I think members can manage it. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, we were very pleased to move forward on a package of tax changes that made an enormous difference on 9 million Canadians. Lowering taxes on middle-class Canadians was financed by raising taxes on the top 1%. We saw that as a way to make sure that our tax system was more fair. And we continued down that path by looking at additional tax changes this past summer, lowering small business tax rates, finding some advantages for the wealthy.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, the minister says he raised taxes on the wealthy. He's pretty wealthy. If anybody sold their shares before the end of 2015, they would have not paid a penny more because of these tax increases. But far more important than that, if they were able to sell before these measures were crystallized in a motion on the floor of the House of Commons, they would have avoided the resulting drop in the stock market. In particular, the 5% drop in Morneau Shepell shares. That person saved a cool $500,000. Was the minister that person?
Yes, Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the members across the way will continue to focus on me because they don't want to talk about what's actually going on. What's actually going on is the policies that we put in place are making a better situation for our economy and a better situation for Canadian families. Middle-class Canadians are feeling much more secure 2 years into this government than they were in the previous decade. That's because they have the Canada Child Benefit. That's because their taxes have been lowered. That's because the future looks more bright with higher economic growth. We'll keep on our plan.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
As a former corporate executive, the Honourable Member would know that selling shares on advanced information is a very serious problem. He would also know that most corporate executives freely disclose widely to the public when they buy and sell shares so that they can be scrutinized and that they have no advantage in the stock market. That honourable member, if he had made no mistake or broke no rules in the timing of the sale of shares, why doesn't he stand now and tell us when he sold his 680,000 shares in Morneau Shepell?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm well aware of the fact that the opposition will continue to focus on me so they don't focus on what's actually going on here. We will continue to talk about what we're doing for Canadians in every dimension, in our housing policy, in helping with child benefits, and making sure that we get to fair trade agreements. We will work on behalf of Canadians to make sure that our economy stays strong, their families stay strong for today and for tomorrow.
Here. Député d'Hochelaga.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, to answer our questions, the Prime Minister's LGBTQ Special Advisor said that the apology would be presented to the community would not include remedial action. But since last Thursday, we're told that there might be a law to eliminate criminal records for consensual same-sex activity. Can the government confirm that the apology that will be given tomorrow to the LGBTQ community will include remedial action that is required? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Canadians need to feel safe and free of discrimination. We have already made important progress on these matters with Bill C-16 and C-39. The Special Advisor on LGBTQ matters at the member for Edmonton Centre, as well as others, are going to make sure that when the apology is presented, it will be complete and will include remedial measures. Official apologies will be presented tomorrow, November 28th, and we're going to work with the National Advisory Committee to make sure that the apology is complete.
Mr. Speaker, it would be ironic if this government makes a just apology to the LGBTQ community tomorrow and then fails to act to address ongoing discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. Failing to act will mean the government will leave itself open to having to make future apologies. So, Mr. Speaker, will this government commit today to working with us and the LGBTQ community to remove ongoing discrimination from federal law and policy, starting with the unscientific blood ban?
Mr. Speaker, as I said already in French, all Canadians should be safe to be themselves, free from discrimination of any kind. We have already made significant progress in this House on these issues with Bills C-16 and C-39. Our special advisor on LGBTQ2 issues, the MP for Edmonton Centre, has been working with the community concerning the different issues that affect them in their everyday lives, and we have committed to apologize in an inclusive and meaningful manner tomorrow. Our government is working with a national advisory committee representing the community to make sure that these excuses are...
The honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, we know that residential schools were designed to strip away the identity, culture, language, pride and spirit of the Indigenous children, and many who attended them suffered neglect, abuse, mistreatment and discrimination. Addressing and making amends to the survivors of this dark chapter part of our history is a vital part of our country's commitment to meaningful reconciliation. Can the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations update the House on Canada's efforts to support survivors' journey of healing with the former students of residential schools in Newfoundland and Labrador?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Avalon for his question. The abuse suffered by Indigenous children at Newfoundland and Labrador residential schools was a horrific part of our history, and their exclusion from the 2008 residential schools apology was simply wrong. I was humbled and honoured to join the Prime Minister last Friday when he righted that wrong and offered the historic and long overdue apology to the former students on behalf of the Government of Canada. We know this is only a first step in their healing journey, but as the Prime Minister said, they no longer bear that burden alone.
The honourable member. The honourable member for Carleton.
Fiscal policy changes are only ever certain when they're introduced in the House of Commons. Before that, they're just political promises. The Liberals promised only a $10 billion deficit. That was gone. They promised that they would lower taxes, Mr. Speaker. That promise has been broken. They promised once they get rid of the GST. That promise is gone. That's why fiscal policy measures are only certain when tabled in the House of Commons. Yep. The markets learned on December 7th the coming into force date of tax increases that moved markets, but not before someone was able to get out and avoid the losses. Was that minister that person?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very nice opportunity for us to talk about promises that were kept. Promises that were kept include reducing taxes on middle-class Canadians, for 9 million Canadians seeing a 7% reduction in the tax bracket from $45,000 to $90,000. Promises kept. We said that we would raise taxes on the top 1%. Promises kept. We said that we would take a look at the Canada Child Benefit and increase it significantly while helping those families who needed it most. These promises were kept to make sure that our economy would grow and middle-class Canadians would see the benefits. We're going to keep on with those promises, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Carleton.
The reason there's so much detail, there's so much confusion about the detail of fiscal proposals before they're introduced in the House of Commons is because often platforms say confusing things. The Liberal platform would have you believe that revenue from this tax change would only start to be realized at the beginning of the fiscal year. But when the minister came to this House to introduce his December 7th tax motion, he indicated it would take effect at the beginning of the calendar year. That news moved markets, but not before someone was able to sell their shares and save $500,000. Was that person the Minister of Finance?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how we can be more clear. We promised Canadians that we would lower middle-class taxes. We promised Canadians that we would raise taxes in the top 1%. We followed through on both those promises because we knew that they would ensure we had a fairer tax system. We also said we'd make sure middle-class Canadians see benefits from the changes in child benefits. These things, Mr. Speaker, ushered in a spark plug for a growing economy, which is exactly what we've seen over the course of the last couple of years, helping middle-class Canadians, strong growth rate, more jobs across our country. We'll stay on with our approaches, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Carleton.
The member says he's not sure how he could be more clear.
How about a no?
Let me just give him a suggestion. He could say yes, or he could say no. So I will ask again. Trading records show that somebody sold over $10 million worth of Morneau Chappelle shares 1 week before the minister introduced tax measures that caused Morneau Chappelle to drop by 5%. Was that seller the Minister of Finance, yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in focusing on me, what the opposition doesn't want to focus on is what we're actually doing for Canadians. We have 36 million Canadians. 9 million of them were advantaged with our middle-class tax cut. What we are going to continue to do is work on behalf of Canadians, focus on the things that they want us to do. That is growing the economy, making sure we have jobs that are helping Canadians, making sure that families are doing better. That's what we'll continue to focus on, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Carleton.
I don't know why what the minister seems to have to hide. When he was a corporate executive, insider trading reports would have required the public reporting of his purchase and sale of company shares. So he should be used to telling people when he buys and sells. If he's got nothing to hide, he'd just continue that practice now. Did the minister sell his shares in Morneau Chappelle in the amount of $10 million exactly 1 week before he tabled in the House of Commons market-moving tax changes?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as a member opposite well knows, we all work together with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that all of our financial affairs are fully disclosed. That is what I've done from day one. That, Mr. Speaker, is what's allowed me to do the work that we're doing on behalf of Canadians. And the good news is that that work is showing big advantages for Canadians across our country. 500,000 new jobs over the course of 2 years, lower rate of unemployment than there was during the entire time of the previous government. So, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing a really positive benefit for Canadians, and we're feeling positive about the opportunities for the next generation of Canadians as well.
Member for Carleton.
The minister's own department provided a report earlier this year showing that wealthy Canadians moved income into the 2015 tax year in order to avoid paying this new higher rate. One of the ways we know they did it was by selling their shares after the finance minister tabled his tax measures on the floor of this House of Commons. It caused the markets to drop. The data is right there. But somebody knew enough to sell $10 million of Morneau Chappelle shares before that drop could occur, saving him $500,000. Once again, was that the minister?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite might actually take a look at the stock market to see it's actually gone up over the last couple of years. It may be unknown to him, but that's a result of some things that have gone on in the global economy. It's something that's gone on as well within the Canadian economy, and that is that our economy is doing well. Businesses are feeling optimistic. The reason they're feeling optimistic is the investments we made in middle-class Canadians have shown to actually be doing a good job to help those people to put more money into the economy. And that has led us to a higher rate of growth, more jobs, and a more optimistic outlook for the future. We hope that that will continue to be the case, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de...
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister himself promised in December 2016 that he would act to extend employment insurance sick leave benefits after a year. Guess what? Still nothing. 15 weeks is not enough, especially when someone is dealing with serious health problems. After 15 weeks, people who are ill have no income. How can one be seriously ill and pay the bills? It's impossible. When will the Prime Minister finally keep his commitment and review the EI sick leave benefits system? The Honourable Minister for Social Development. Thank you. I am pleased to be part of a government that believes in the EI system. And it's going to be reviewed not only for sick leave benefits, but it's also for people who are living through difficult circumstances. Since 2016, we've implemented solid measures to increase the flexibility and generosity of the EI system. We will continue to do so because we firmly believe that this work is just beginning. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Patrie. Christmas is coming, and for many Quebecers, that means that Ciné Cadeau's Christmas classics will be on TV. Everyone's excited to see Asterix and Obelix again. But the holidays are likely to be sad for the families of the workers of the Davie shipyards. After having delivered the resupply ship Asterisk, they're just waiting to build the second ship, the Obelix. 113 people have already lost their jobs, and at least 800 other jobs will disappear, according to the union. Unless one has been committed, one would expect that this shipyard would get its fair share. Are the Liberals making an effort to ignore Quebec, or does it just come naturally to them? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Mr. Speaker, our government is saddened by the potential job losses and is recognizing the excellent work done by the employees at Davie. Our government has been in contact with representatives of Davie Shipyards and the union. There will be opportunities for Davie Shipyards. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, Canadians want to know. The Minister of Finance has a golden opportunity to be truthful with Canadians. In 2015, he tabled a fiscal measure that would have a direct impact on Morneau-Chapelle. A week before, someone sold $10 million worth of shares and was able to save $500,000 after the fiscal measure was tabled. Will the Liberals finally be honest with Canadians? Yes or no? Is he the one who sold his shares for Morneau-Chapelle? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, like all the members in this place, I worked with the Commissioner to make sure that I have no conflicts of interest. I will continue to work for Canadians to improve our economic situation, to improve the situation of the middle class, and to improve the situation of families throughout our country. Happily, our policies are working. We have a better economic situation with the highest level of economic growth in a decade and the lowest unemployment rate. This is a great situation for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the countdown is on. Sooner or later, the Minister of Finance will have to say whether he was the one who sold shares in Morneau-Chapelle a week before the Minister of Finance tabled measures that changed the value of Morneau-Chapelle shares by 5%. I'm going to ask the Minister of Finance, can he finally be truthful with Canadians? Is he the one, and not someone else, who sold shares on November 30th, just before he tabled his fiscal measure that led to a 5% loss and a $500,000 of potential loss to the person that sold those shares, the Minister of Finance? I know that the opposition wants to talk about me because they don't want to talk about the situation for Canadians. Their situation is much better than it was before. We have the highest level of economic growth for a decade and the lowest unemployment rate in a decade. This is a great situation for Canadian families. We are going to continue to work for them to improve our situation in the future.
Carlton. Mr. Speaker, prominent financial advisors told investors in publications across the country to sell their shares and realize their gains before the end of the calendar year of 2015, after this minister introduced his tax measures on the floor of the House of Commons. But a week before he did that, somebody sold $10 million of shares in Morneau-Chapelle, saving $500,000 by avoiding the consequent drop in the stock market. If the minister has nothing to hide, can he confirm if that person was him?
Minister of Finance.
Mr.
Speaker, I have absolutely nothing to hide, and that's why I disclose all of my assets to the Commissioner on Ethics. I will continue to work with her the way all members in this House are expected to work with her. That's important. That allows us to get on with the work that we are doing on behalf of Canadians. The kind of work that led us to make investments in housing that are going to make an enormous difference over the next decade. That's the kind of work that we know that will make a difference. Continuing on this work will make a huge difference for the future of our country, for the future of Canadians.
Order. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, Indigenous peoples are the fastest growing segment of the Canadian workforce. In my riding of Sault Ste. Marie and across the country, our economic growth depends on their success. The Minister of Employment, Workforce, Development and Labour recently went on a tour of Northern Ontario. She stopped in places such as Sault Ste. Marie and other ridings. Could the Minister update this House on the work our government is doing to support Indigenous peoples in Northern Ontario and across this great country?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Sault Ste. Marie for his question, and I was pleased to visit his community recently along with Sudbury, Mishkegogumeng, Nabinimik, and Whitefish Lake First Nation. And we know that to grow the middle class, that Indigenous people must have equal opportunities for skill development and good quality jobs. And that's why after our government took office, we increased funding for Indigenous job skill training for the first time in 20 years. And we will continue to work in partnership with Indigenous communities and people across the country to ensure they have the skills and opportunities they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, financial advisors told investors to sell their shares after the minister introduced his tax increase on the floor of the House of Commons. His department has now confirmed that that's exactly what happened. That's why revenues in the subsequent year from wealthiest Canadians actually went down. And the stock market data itself demonstrates a drop after he introduced his measures. Morneau Chappelle down 5%. But once again, someone was able to sell their shares a week before that. Was that the minister, that somebody?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I will continue to work with the Ethics Commissioner because that is the appropriate way that members in this House disclose all of their assets, as I did, to make sure that we can do the work that's appropriate. We will continue with the policies that the opposition doesn't like, the policies that are helping the middle class, the policies that they're not voting against, like the increase in taxes on the 1%. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to do that because we know not only are they helping middle-class families, but they're actually helping our economy to grow. So that is why we are so proud of what's been done over the last couple of years.
Honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Sunday afternoon, a barge carrying 3.5 million litres of diesel and 0.5 million litres of gasoline lost power on BC's Central Coast. A little over a year ago, the HoC people faced almost the exact same threat, and the federal government promised to make things better. The Transport Minister met with Chief Councillor Marilyn Slett today. She personally gave him a copy of the HoC's Indigenous Marine Response Centre proposal. True nation-to-nation relationship means backing up your words with real actions. So will the Liberals support the first ever Indigenous-led coastal protection strategy?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. As you know, we are determined to improve marine safety. That's why we put in place the Oceans Protection Plan. And I want to say that that includes a strong involvement from our coastal First Nations. We need them to help us to monitor and to respond to marine incidents. And I want to thank the HealthSec Tribal Council for their report, which they sent me about 10 days ago, which is a proposal on how to help. We'll look at that very carefully. As my colleague said, I met with Chief Marilyn Slett about an hour ago, and she brought me up to date on her concerns with respect to the current incident with the Jake.
The honourable member for Scarborough North.
Monsieur the President, growing our
Mr. Speaker.
is key for many Canadian businesses. These markets provide a significant opportunity for growth, and we know that consumer demand for Canada's world-class agricultural products continues to grow. Earlier this month, I had the pleasure of joining our Minister of Agriculture at the Royal Winter Fair. And this was just before his mission to China. Now that he is back, can the minister update us on our government's plan to create opportunities for Canadian farmers, growers, and producers?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague from Scarborough North for his question and hard work. This month I led a very successful trade mission, which is a vital market for Canadian farmers. During the mission, our agricultural industry signed deals of new business worth nearly $300 million from blueberries, barley, swine genetics, and ice wine. I was proud to help put more Canadian products on Chinese store shelves and e-commerce platforms, which will help to create good, well-paying jobs in Canada and help put more money in the pockets of Canadian farmers.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, it's not clear that the minister understands the seriousness of the situation. Somebody unloaded $10 million of Morneau Chappelle shares 1 week before that minister introduced measures that would cause the share value to go down by 5%, a significant drop. That individual was able to save $500,000. Wow. Now, I'm going to give the minister one last chance. Will he answer the question? Was he the one who sold those shares at that time?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what's clear is that the member opposite might not understand how it works in this House. The way it works is we work with the Ethics Commission to disclose all of our assets, which is exactly what I've done, in order to make sure that I can get on with the work that's going to make a difference for Canadians. Back in 2015, what that work entailed was thinking about how we could lower taxes on middle-class Canadians and raise them on the top 1%. What it entailed was thinking about how we could means test the Canada Child Benefit, providing much more for middle-class families. Those policies ushered in a rate of growth that the previous government could only have hoped for in their wildest dreams. Mr. Speaker, we've seen a positive situation for families across our country.
Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, 800 people are going to lose their jobs soon at Davies. 83% of contracts were given to Halifax, 17% in Vancouver, and not even 1% for Quebec. And yet, everybody's ready at Davie. They just want to work. Ottawa would rather go give it all to the Irvings. Is the Prime Minister going to go see the 800 workers at Davie and tell them why he decided to let their jobs go to Halifax? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Mr. Speaker, our government is always ready to support workers and their families. We recognize the excellent work accomplished by employees at Davie. Our government is working with leadership at Davie and with unions. We are going to continue discussions and find a solution. Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, again, we have the same messages over and over. The opposition asks questions and we always get the same answer. My question is for the Minister of the Defence. How is he going to explain that he defends 3 oceans with 1 resupply ship for 2 fleets and imperil 800 jobs in Quebec, when in Quebec we have a jewel of the Canadian fleet at low cost and on time? Explain that to me.
Defense.
Mr. Speaker, the Navy is in the midst of one of the most comprehensive fleet modernization in its peacetime history. As part of the National Shipbuilding Strategy and under our new defence policy, our government is acquiring 2-inch support ships to permanently replace the Protector-class auxiliary or replenishment vessels. The project will deliver 2 ships that will provide core replenishment, sea lift capabilities, and support to our operations. We are committed to building new ships for the Navy and to maintain Canada's naval capabilities over the long term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Finance. The current funding formula for Nunavut falls short, making it difficult for the territorial government to adequately provide basic services. I have raised this concern on numerous occasions, and for good reason. Just look at the stats. Only 35% of students graduate high school. The suicide rate is 10 times the national average, and the core housing need that is 3 times the national rate. And there are many more. My question is, will the Minister commit to working with the territorial government to adjust the formula to more of a needs-based approach? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'd like to thank the honourable member from Nunavut for his question and for the important work he's doing for his communities. We're always engaging with provinces and territories to better understand their challenges and needs, and are committed to important issues like the ones the member just listed. We know that higher costs associated with housing in the north leave many families in core housing need. This is why last week, building on funding committed in Budget 2017 for housing, we've announced $300 million over 10 years to meet the specific needs for housing in the north. Of the $300 million we've just committed for more stable housing funding in territories, $240 million will be allocated.
The honourable member for Terrebonne has a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I ask the consent of this House to table the following motion. It is very modest. That this House deplore the loss of 800 jobs by the end of the year at the Davies Shipyard in Lévis. The honourable member, does he have unanimous consent to table the motion?
D'accord.
In agreement? The House has heard the motion. Is it the House's pleasure to adopt the motion? Carried.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages a report of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union respecting its participation at the steering committee of the 12+ group held in Porto, Portugal on September 10th and 11th, 2017.
What a great.
Oh, yeah. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Yukon. Pursuant to the standing order, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 47th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, changes to membership of standing and standing joint committees. If the House grants unanimous consent, I intend to present it later today.
Mr.
Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to the Supplementary Estimates B 2017-18.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, if the House grants its consent, I move that the 47th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House today be adopted.
The
Honourable Member, does he have unanimous consent to present the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by residents of my riding of Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke. The petitioners call on the government to cancel their tax grab against doctors, farmers, and small business owners, which directly affects their employment, access to timely medical care, and affordability of food.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to represent the vast majority of people in my riding by presenting a petition signed by over 9,000 people who are member of the Female Farmers Association of Quebec, who are against the legalization of marijuana, and especially the rushed bills C-45 and C-46, given that police bodies and legal bodies say they are not ready to manage the situation. They call on the government to institute a moratorium on legalizing marijuana until provinces and territories are ready to provide a framework for legalized marijuana. A poll found that 82% of my voters are against this. Perhaps the 40 Liberal members opposite haven't taken the time. I'd like to remind the member that it's not a time for debate when we present petitions. It is only the presentation of petitions, it's not debate.
Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise today to table a petition on behalf of Amnesty International Comox Valley Action Circle. We, the undersigned, urge the Government of Canada to take action to create an extractive sector ombudsman with the power to independently investigate complaints and make recommendations to corporations and the Government of Canada, and to create legislated access to Canadian courts for people who have been seriously harmed by the international operations of Canadian companies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of thousands, I guess, I would say, of Canadians that are concerned with the current Bankruptcy Act that the federal government holds. In particular, they reference the differences between the provincial and federal legislation and have great concerns over the fact that provincial legislation ensures pension plan deficiencies be the first and super priority creditor, or that's at least what they're asking for. They also go on to talk about how between the federal and provincial legislations, the provincial legislation is much more generous to employees. So I would ask that this petition be forwarded on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition on the subject of carbon taxes as recommended by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, as well as the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund. And although some might think the petition is now out of date, since we haven't seen any legislation yet before this House, the petitioners request that the carbon price be organized under the principle of carbon fee and dividend, in which carbon fees are collected at source and the amounts are returned to each of the taxpayers through whatever jurisdiction applies the tax. Petitioners ask for the House of Commons to examine fee and dividend as the preferred method. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure today to rise in the House and present a petition on behalf of the residents of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, who recognize that the Federal Minister of Environment and the Minister for Fisheries and Oceans have a renewed mandate to increase the protection of Canada's marine and coastal areas, and they also recognize that the establishment of a national marine conservation area in the Strait of Georgia was needed to protect that marine environment. And therefore, the undersigned residents call upon the Government of Canada to establish that national marine conservation area in the Salish Sea and to consult and work with First Nations to ensure that we leave this legacy for our children. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, honorable député, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I bring again voices of coastal communities into this House to urge the government to adopt my legislation, Bill C-352, to solve the long-standing problem of abandoned vessels. Petitioners from Nanaimo and Ladysmith urge this Parliament in particular to vote in favour of unblocking debate on this legislation. They want to see their solutions that they've been advocating for decades come to this House for full debate, and we urge our parliamentarians in the vote tomorrow and the next day to accede to their hopes that their voices will be heard.
Hear, hear. I remind members not to engage in debate during the presentation of petitions. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I present a petition on behalf of my constituents concerning safe water for First Nation communities. Along with Human Rights Watch, the undersigned demand in a very lengthy preamble that we actually ensure that all First Nation communities have access to clean water, that there are wastewater treatment plants on First Nations, and that have sufficient regulation and sufficient funds and capital operation and maintenance costs for the community, and household systems and mechanisms to track progress to ensure that no First Nation child or any First Nation person in this country does not have clean, adequate, and good drinking water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. J'ai reçu notice d'une...
I have received notice of a request for emergency debate from the Honourable Member from Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call upon the authorization that at the adjournment of the House we may be able to debate the important question that requires urgent consideration pursuant to Standing Order 52. As you know, Islamic terrorists who come back to Canada after having fought our own soldiers and allies are a question of national security. Canadians expect to be aware of this threat, and the government needs to show that it has a solid plan focused on the priorities of any government, the security of their citizens. Since the Minister of Public Safety is incapable of furnishing this House with updated data concerning these terrorists, who they are, where they live, and if they are being monitored as monitors they should be, I'm requesting an emergency debate on this matter so that Canadians can receive exact, accurate information on this matter and to ensure that the government is doing everything in its power to maximize Canadian safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles and for having raised this question, but I do not find that it meets the requirements of the standing order.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at the report stage of Bill C-63, Bill number 2, Budget Implementation Act, March 22nd, 2017, and putting in place other measures.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil has 5.5 minutes remaining in his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to go back to, before I resume my comments, I want to go back to question period and what I thought, quite frankly, was an egregious display of contempt for our parliamentary democracy. The minister was asked multiple times to answer whether he sold his shares in Morneau Chapelle in advance of his tax reform announcement, and he failed to answer the question on multiple occasions. So it begs the question, in the absence of the minister answering those questions on a bill that, quite frankly, he has influence over, I would call into question the ability of Canadians to have confidence in conducting further business on this bill, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as a result, I move, seconded by the opposition House Leader, that the debate now be adjourned.
Order. Mr. Broussard, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moved that the debate be now adjourned. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Calling the members. order. The question is the following one. Mr. Brassard, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moved the debate be now adjourned. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
And Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan at Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan at Tobico North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diario.
Mr. Diario.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greyball.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lamétis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lamétis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schulte.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Van Dijk.
Mr. Van Dijk.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemin-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Bazin.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertod.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abou-Taif.
Mr. Abou-Taif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Godou.
Ms. Godou.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Lekivsky.
Mr. Lekivsky.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Storrington de South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Storrington de South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Dega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cusey.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Jolibois.
Monsieur Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 273, 273. Nays contre 1.
Déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
The day, Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C-58, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Comme il n'y a aucune motion.
As there is no motion for report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to a vote on report stage.
Monsieur Bryson, appuyé par Monsieur Sage.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Sajan, that C-58, an act to amend the Information and Privacy Protection Act and to amend other acts, be concurred in at report stage. Is it your pleasure to adopt this motion? That all those who support the motion say yay. All those who oppose it say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Sajan, moves that the bill C-58, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be concurred in at report stage. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chavans.
Mr. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Pelagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Ratansi.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Essarts.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Essarts.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Tutu.
Opposed, the motion will, all those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemin-Lévy.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemin-Lévy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertod.
Monsieur Bertol.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder. order.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinski.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Cusey.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Marcelo Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 157, 157. Nays contre 118, 118.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried. When will this bill be read a third time? The honourable member for Westminster, Burnaby, is rising on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Practice that you will follow in the upcoming votes to determine the votability of C-362, the important bill from the very dedicated and hardworking member of Parliament from Nanaimo, Lady Smith. Mr. Speaker, this.
If I could just interrupt, I wonder if I should first get an answer to the question of when the bill we just voted on be read a third time. Is that acceptable? Now? Now. Okay. Thank you. Now. Okay. Carry. Okay, and we'll go to the point of order. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, this is a point of order to deal with the votability of C-362, the very important bill from a very dedicated and hardworking member of Parliament from Nanaimo, Lady Smith. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't need to tell you this is a very important and historic point in time. We have never used this Standing Order 92 for A and B, before, and therefore the process that you use will determine the precedents for this in the future and for future parliaments, as you know, Mr. Speaker. You may be tempted to follow the practice following upon the election of the Speaker, the only other time under our rules when we have this secret ballot vote. This practice, as you know, Mr. Speaker, has the clerk, with the assistance of table officers, conduct the count, and that the morning after the vote has been held, announce the decision of the vote with no reference to the number of ballots cast for each side of the question. I am asking for you to consider releasing the numeric results of the ballot and the names of the members of Parliament who have voted. I well understand the rationale for you not to release either result. This place runs on precedent and previous practice, and the only other use of a secret ballot vote in the House is for the election of the Speaker. Now, that procedure, as you know, Mr. Speaker, is prescribed by Standing Orders 2 through 7, and they are designed to show the importance of the following of these rules. They clearly say that for electing the Speaker, the only folks who shall handle the count will be those from the table. And our rules are also clear that there will be no release of the numeric ballot results, only the names of the candidates still on the ballot and the naming of the winner. Mr. Speaker, you know this very well as you went through the process. Now, I submit to you today that the procedure for the conduct of the secret ballot vote to determine if C-352 will be allowed a vote is not analogous to the process of electing a Speaker. I submit to you that it is not appropriate to apply a procedure for the election of a Speaker to a question being put before the House as a normal part of the legislative process. First of all, these two secret ballot votes are doing very different things. Electing a Speaker is a constitutional obligation of the House of Commons. Sections 44 through 49 of the Constitution Act 1867, the core part of our Constitution, strictly deal with the election of the Speaker and the powers vested to the Speaker therein. The election process was designed back in the 1980s for the Speaker's election, and parliamentarians at that time had an objective of allowing the free and fair election of the Speaker, and the rules were designed to make sure that the newly elected Speaker had the legitimacy and freedom to perform her or his important constitutional role in the strongest way possible. Parliamentarians made sure that our most trusted officials would be those conducting the election to make it above reproach, to make sure that the Speaker has the maximum confidence of the chamber that elects her or him. The number of the ballots would not be released, so the Speaker's mandate would never be questioned. I believe that the subject of Bill C-352 is of critical importance, especially to the coastal communities it so strongly impacts. But I have no illusion that if this bill is votable, it is on the same procedure or constitutional level as the election of a Speaker. When the rules for votability of private members' bills were being developed, which took place 15 to 20 years after the election of our first Speaker by secret ballot, it was not envisioned that the importance of that decision was on the same level as choosing the chief presiding officer over the elected assembly of our country. The decision before members of this Parliament in the next few days will be about a specific initiative of a private member being able to have a vote in the House. It is not a constitutional question, but rather part of the legislative process for private members' business. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we have lots of PMB votes in this House. We know the questions, and we get to know the results when the vote takes place, and so do Canadians. We get to know how many members voted on each side of the question, and we generally value the numeric value of the vote as a transparent way where Canadians can see their democracy at work, and that helps instill confidence in our system of government. I submit to you that it is antithetical for this place not to know what the numbers were on any side of any question which is part of the legislative process. Our democracy is not simply about having representatives make decisions. It is about making decisions in a way that builds confidence in the people who sent us here to make decisions on their behalf. And we do that by being open and transparent. À chaque étape d'un projet de loi,
at every step of a bill, we want to vote openly and publicly in order for our voters to know how the representatives voted. That is why the final result of the vote is communicated immediately, as we have just done, in order for everyone to see how much support is granted to a specific question. The objective of secret vote under Section 92 4B of the Standing Orders is to allow members to vote freely without the party whip knowing how they voted. This different way of voting has its origins in the will to give members more latitude on freedom of expression when it comes to private members' business, and is part of a will to better distinguish between government business and private members' business from 2002 to 2003. Those changes were made in order to clearly distinguish, from a procedural point of view, on the content. Among the elements of this reform, there was the creation of the members' lottery, the exclusion of ministers and parliamentary secretaries from the process, and different methods to allow members to vote in the House, and establishing the order of priority that separates government business. Under Section 92(4)(b) of the Standing Orders,
Procedure and Practice, second edition, says the following, and I quote, "Responsible government has long been considered an essential element of government based on the Westminster model." And goes on to say, and I quote again, "Responsible government means that a government must be responsive to its citizens, that it must operate responsibly, that is, be well organized in developing and implementing policy, and that its ministers must be accountable or responsible to Parliament." For there to be confidence in responsible government, I submit that being open and transparent is essential. Because the appeal process that we're undertaking this week by secret ballot, and we'll be starting tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, because this appeal has never happened in this place before, it is totally appropriate for you to decide how the result of this vote should be released. Not based on the practice used in the election of the Speaker, for those reasons that I've just set out, but use as much as practical the rules we use in the legislative process, those of clarity and transparency. It is up to you, Mr. Speaker, to express that the spirit of the drafters of this standing order will be heard. I therefore ask that, like all other parts of the legislative process, the numeric results of the decision on the votability of C-352 be made public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby for raising his point of order. I will have more to say on the subject tomorrow morning. However, at first blush, if I understood him correctly, I think that the member is asking me to not follow precedent in relation to the closest thing we've had to this kind of a vote previously. And it also seems to me that he's asking me to do something which the standing order does not and which the House has not authorized the Speaker to do. However, as I said, and also it strikes me this might be a topic that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs might wish to look at, but I will be coming back tomorrow morning with more to say on the subject. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at this time of adjournment are as follows. 1. The Honourable Member for Drummond. L'Honorable Député Drummond.
the Honourable Member for Drummond. Government appointments.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. Status of women.
3. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Rail transportation.
Mr. Bryson, appuyé par
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Sajjan, moves that Bill C-58, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
For this opportunity to speak on Bill C-58, amending Canada's Access to Information Act. Mr. Speaker, as we developed these reforms, we were guided by the principle that government information belongs to the people it serves. On respect engagé, on reste engagé, à respecter.
We remain committed to upholding this principle, which was implemented for the first time in the Access to Information Act in 1993.
34 years later, our proposed reforms advance the original intent of the Act in a way that reflects Canada's technologies, policies, and legislation. And this is not a one-off exercise. Rather, we've kicked off a progressive, ongoing renewal of the ATI system, one that will protect Canadians' rights of access to government information well into the future. Our efforts began over a year ago. En May 2016,
in May 2016, I set out a directive that invoked the idea of a government open by default.
It's having a culture across government in which data and information are increasingly released as a matter of course, unless there are specific reasons not to do so. Now, with the amendments proposed in Bill C-58, we're taking the next step. These amendments would create a new part of the Act relating to proactive disclosure, one that effectively puts into practice the idea of open by default. Proactive disclosure would apply to more than 240 departments, agencies, and Crown corporations, including the Prime Minister's Office, Ministers' offices, senators and members of Parliament, institutions that support Parliament, administrative institutions that support the courts, and over 1,100 judges of the superior courts. On a HoC ajouté dans la loi.
We've also added to the Act the proactive publication of information that interests Canadians and allows for more transparency and accountability in the use of public funds.
This will include travel and hospitality expenses for ministers, their staffs, and senior officials across government, contracts over $10,000, and all contracts for MPs and senators, grants and contributions over $25,000, mandate letters and revised mandate letters of ministers, briefing packages for new ministers and deputy ministers, lists of briefing notes for the minister and deputy minister, and the briefing binders prepared for question period and parliamentary committee appearances. Of course, Mr. Speaker, this does not absolve us of our responsibility to strengthen the request-based system. And we know the Access to Information System has been the subject of widespread and warranted criticism. In fact, demands on the system have grown massively in recent years. And that's why we're developing a guide to provide requesters with clear explanations for exemptions and exclusions. We're investing in tools to make processing information requests more efficient. We're allowing federal institutions with the same minister to share request processing services for greater efficiency, and we're increasing government training to get common and consistent interpretation of the access, or the application rather, of ATI rules. In addition, the proposed bill gives the Information Commissioner new powers, including the power to order the release of government records. This is an important advancement that was first recommended by a parliamentary committee studying the Access to Information Act back in 1987. Our government is acting on it, and C-58 will change the Commissioner's role from an ombudsperson to an authority with the power to order the release of government records. On prend des mesures pour aider les...
We are taking steps to help governmental institutions eliminate requests that are made in bad faith and that represent a burden to the system.
By tying up government resources, such vexatious bad faith requests can interfere with an institution's ability to do its work and to respond to other requests. Let me be clear. We have heard the concerns expressed about how we must safeguard against the abuse of this proposed measure. A large or broad request, or one that causes government discomfort, does not of itself represent bad faith on the part of the requester. I would like to address the amendments made at committee. Our government believes in working with parliamentarians through the committee system for the good of all Canadians, and I was happy to see that the committee passed over a dozen amendments, in fact, which serve to further strengthen and clarify our government's intent to strengthen and reform our access to information regime. For example, one amendment removes the ability for departments to decline to act on a request simply because the request does not specify the subject matter, the type of record, or the time period are not specified. It gives the Office of the Information Commissioner the power to approve or reject upfront a department's request to decline to act on a request. And it clarifies that a department can only decline to act on the record already being available if it is the identical record. These amendments address concerns raised by both the Information Commissioner and by other stakeholders, including representatives of Indigenous claims organizations. The amendments further underline the fact that we want to ensure the system cannot be abused and cannot be used to decline to act on legitimate requests. The committee also passed an amendment giving the Information Commissioner the power to publish the results of her investigations and to publish their orders. This is an important strengthening of the Commissioner's powers. And the committee passed an amendment that imposes a 30-day deadline for the proactive disclosure of mandate letters. This is just the first phase, Mr. Speaker, of our access to information modernization. In fact, C-58 includes a mandatory review of the Act every 5 years. The first review will begin no later than 1 year after this bill receives royal assent. What's more, will require that departments regularly review the information being requested under the Act. And this will help us understand and increase information that could be proactively disclosed. Mr. Speaker, after 34 years, Canada's Access to Information Act needs updating. And this is going to be an ongoing work in progress as we have an evergreening and modernization and strengthening of the Access to Information Act. We look forward to continuing our work to help make government more open, transparent, and accountable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? I guess I come on file. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the minister would like to start with openness and accountability and transparency, maybe it should start with the minister that sits beside him, the finance minister. We saw a display today in the House of Commons where no questions were answered by that minister. How does that give Canadians any confidence in this minister's ability to push through legislation that speaks about openness and accountability and transparency, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from my colleague from Barrie Innisfil. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government that we replaced was actually the first government in the history of the British Commonwealth to be found in contempt of Parliament for not providing information to Parliament on the cost of its legislation. It was, in fact, in 2006 in their platform, they said they were going to modernize the Access to Information Act, and 10 years later, they didn't even touch it. We're actually getting the job done. We're doing it, Mr. Speaker, and we would welcome his support. In terms of our finance minister, the absurd smears of opposition today that would imply that our finance minister somehow entered politics to make money are totally asinine. Our finance minister entered politics to make a difference, and he is making a difference because 2 years in, he cut taxes on the middle class. He brought in a Canada Child benefit that has helped lift over 300,000 Canadian kids out of poverty. We have...
Order. 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 The honourable member for Timmins James Bay on a point of order.
I find it appalling that the minister is completely avoiding the issue. And we have a bill, and he is throwing out all manner of political stuff, attacking the Conservatives. He should stick to his own attack and explain his own attack on the Access to Information System. And I would like the Speaker to make sure that the minister is held accountable to at least explain why he's attacking the Access to Information System.
Well, I see the Honourable President of the Treasury Board rising. I thank the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay for his intervention. I think we are into a dispute about the facts in this case, and I recognize that we've just begun the debate on this question. There will be more opportunities for questions and comments. Now, I see the Honourable President of the Treasury Board rising. Did he wish to address the point of order?
Certainly, because as is often the case, the member misses the point and he missed the question. The question was about the finance minister.
The
and
honourable
I was speaking to that question.
Order. We're going to go back to the President of the Treasury Board. Let him finish his response to the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil, and then we'll carry on with questions and comments. The honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, again, I was answering the question posed by my colleague from Barrie Innisfil. which actually referred to the finance minister, and I was speaking to the finance minister, who entered politics to make a difference, and he is indeed making a difference with the best economic growth we've had in over a decade at 3.7%. And in fact, that's something that the previous government did not actually accomplish. So I am proud of the role that the finance minister is making in terms of the kinds of policy that creates good middle-class growth for all Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister of the Treasury Board, but I can't because I don't know what bill he's actually talking about. Yeah. Because Bill C-58 does the opposite of what he just said it does. Yeah. Here's what the Liberals promised that would be in this legislation, that access to information would apply to his office and to the Prime Minister's office. It does not. They promised that the bill would apply appropriately to administrative institutions that support Parliament and the courts. It does not. The government promised the bill would empower the Information Commissioner to order the release of government information. It does not. That's not just my opinion. It's the opinion of the Information Commissioner, who appeared before us at committee, moved recommendations to fix Bill C-58, and it's actually somewhat offensive to hear the Treasury Board President talk about respecting the work of committee, because amendment after amendment, the Liberals struck down amendments that were based on the testimony that we had heard at the committee from not only the Information Commissioner, but representatives from the First Nations communities, from the media groups that appeared before us. So my question is this. The Liberals promised a number of things. One of them was to rely on evidence. On all of these measures I just outlined, Bill C-58 is, quote, regressive. And that is also according to the Information Commissioner. So who does he expect us to trust? A government that won't answer simple and direct questions day after day? Or the Information Commissioner, who's the watchdog, who works on behalf of all Parliament and all Canadians to make sure we get the information we need to hold government to account?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, we are the first government in 34 years to actually act to modernize the Access to Information Act. And in fact, we have given the Information Commissioner, for the first time ever, order-making power, real order-making power. In fact, she can tell a department or agency to respond to a requester. The department and agency, after that order is issued, has to respond within 30 days. If they fail to do so, or if they will actually be in violation of the law, they can challenge her, but that will be in a court of law, and that will be decided by a judge. That is real order-making power, and that is progress. Now, in terms of the application to ministers' offices and the PMO, we're doing that, in fact, and through proactive disclosure. Now, I know why the NDP don't like proactive disclosure. They didn't like it in 2013 when our Prime Minister, in opposition as leader of the Liberal Party, led the way to proactively disclosing MPs' expenses. In fact, we were the first to do that. The Conservatives were actually quite supportive of that, but the NDP did not actually support proactive disclosure of MPs' expenses. They put up all kinds of reasons why that shouldn't be done. We're glad that we led in opposition on proactive disclosure. We're glad that in government we're leading in terms of proactive disclosure as an essential part of modernising Canada's Access to Information Act.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I've been very proud of the work that the Minister has been doing, the modernized access to information regime for the first time in so many years, and a promise to continue doing that modernization. And I'd like to touch on the note that the Minister made, that there were over a dozen amendments to this legislation, and he mentioned that those amendments actually reflect the things that the Information Commissioner was asking for, some of which was our intent in the first place, that was not perfectly expressed in the original bill, and others was to move further based on the Commissioner's requests. So the question that I have for the Minister is, how does this compare with the previous Conservative government with respect to actually listening to and consulting people and then being willing to have amendments made by the committee?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I thank my colleague, the member for Vancouver Quadra, and who's been doing a great job as Parliamentary Secretary on this and other files. These amendments address concerns raised by both the Information Commissioner and by other stakeholders, including representatives of Indigenous claims organizations. We have taken them seriously and are open to them and to moving forward with them. We want to make sure that the system cannot be abused and that a request cannot be declined when it's in fact a legitimate request. The call for a vexatious clause in this actually was something that came from the Ethics Committee in the past, and in fact the Information Commission has called for it in the past. It is important that it be properly defined, narrowly defined. All eight provinces and 3 territories actually have a similar clause. But I also agree with the amendment that would provide the power of the Information Commissioner up front in the process to either agree with or to reject a request the use of the vexatious clause in the denial of a request. So I actually support that and believe it should be up front. And that's why, in fact, the parliamentary process, I believe, informs and strengthens legislation. So it's why I demonstrated very early that I was open to amendments that would help strengthen the legislation. Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, it's important, within a year of the passage of C-58, we will have a full review, a mandatory review, to assess these changes and to inform future changes. So this is a work in progress.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I listen to the minister speak and sit in this House on a daily basis, as we all do. Is it any wonder that we find it hard to believe that anything that this government says it's going to do will actually come to fruition? We've seen broken promise after broken promise. And if you don't believe me, Mr. Speaker, just look at what some of those who are looking closely at C-58 are saying. By ruling out the possibility to obtain information from ministers' offices and the Prime Minister's office, the government is breaking its campaign promise to establish a government open by default. Moreover, the possibility to refuse certain access to information requests on undefined basis jeopardizes the transparency and the openness of this government. And that was said, Mr. Speaker, by Katie Gibbs, who's the Executive Director of the Evidence for Democracy Group. And there are more, and I will refer to more as I get through my speech today on Bill C-58. But I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't go back to a couple of hours, back to the future, and the egregious display of parliamentary contempt for parliamentary democracy. You know, it's been practice in this place for many, many years, Mr. Speaker, that when opposition members ask questions directly and pointedly to the Finance Minister, as we did today, or other ministers of the Crown, that those answers are expected. They're expected on behalf of all Canadians. That is why we are elected to come to this place, to ask the type of hard questions that were asked today. And in the preamble to the movement of a motion to adjourn debate on Bill C-63, let me remind the House again, and we're talking about openness and transparency. This is something that this government runs around saying. The Prime Minister stands up in front of microphones. He posts on Twitter. He posts on Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat that we are more open and more transparent than any other government in the history of Canada. And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that nothing could be further from the truth. And I will remind again this House what I said before I moved that motion to adjourn debate. I said, Mr. Speaker, before I resume my comments, I want to go back to question period and what I thought, quite frankly, was an egregious display of contempt for our parliamentary democracy. This minister was asked multiple times whether he sold his shares in Morneau Shepell in advance of his tax reform announcement, and he failed to answer the question on multiple occasions. So it begs the question. In the absence of the minister answering those questions on a bill that, quite frankly, he has influence over, I would call into question the ability of Canadians to have confidence in conducting further business on this bill. Confidence, Mr. Speaker, not just on this bill, but any bill. That Minister of Finance was asked a minimum
of 14 times today in question period whether in fact he had sold his shares in Morneau Shepell in advance of his tax reform policies being announced, and each time he skirted the question. He wouldn't answer. He went on about the middle class and those working hard to join it. Well, right now, Mr. Speaker, it's a matter of the middle class and those working hard to stay in it because of the policies of this finance minister. So we're expected to sit in this House and accept not just what the President of the Treasury Board talks about in terms of openness and accountability, but there are multiple of people, stakeholders who have a vested interest in exactly what the President of the Treasury Board is promoting and proposing in terms of this access to information legislation, and they are being critical of it, Mr. Speaker. Critical of it. As critical as we're being on the finance minister, because he needs to answer the questions. This government needs to force that finance minister to answer the questions as to whether, in fact, he had any vested interest or knowledge of the sales of those shares. And it speaks to credibility. It speaks to transparency. It speaks to accountability, something that this government is good at talking about, but when it comes to actually implementing or living by that, they don't, Mr. Speaker. And what was funny about Bill C-63 and the motion that we put forward is that every single person, save and except one, I believe it was the member from the Green Party, voted in support of adjourning the debate on that bill. Why did they do that, Mr. Speaker? Because they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. All we're asking for is that the minister answer the questions that have been asked of him by those who represent Canadians in this House. Every single one of us who are not members of the Liberal Party. And we're actually hearing, again, about Liberal Party members, Mr. Speaker, who are questioning their confidence in the ability of the finance minister to conduct the business of the country. Why? Because he fails to answer the questions. He answers them, but in generalities. And then he goes back to his step blanket. He goes back to the fetal position of we're working hard for the middle class and those working hard to join it. But he refuses to answer the question. Why won't? If we're talking about openness and transparency, and this government is proposing a bill, Bill C-58, why is that finance minister not being open and transparent with Canadians? Well, we can speculate. We can speculate that perhaps they know that Canadians will not be happy with the answers. They won't be happy with the villa in France and why he hid that from the Ethics Commissioner. They won't be happy with the facts that he had complete control over Morneau Shepell's shares and shares within various corporations. They won't be happy about the fact that perhaps he was the one that sold those $10 million worth of shares just ahead of making that announcement. Openness and transparency. What a joke. What an absolute joke. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about some other individuals who have concerns about what the government is proposing in Bill C-58. It says the bill proposes good amendments. There is some credit here by requiring a more productive publication of some information by giving the Information Commissioner the power to order the publication of some information, but it does nothing to fill the huge gaps in the Act, as was promised by the Liberals. Therefore, we need more changes to have a government which is transparent and open by default. Again, Mr. Speaker, they talk about openness, they talk about transparency, but they don't actually act in that regard. The bill is a step backwards by allowing government officials to refuse information requests if they believe they are frivolous or made in bad faith. Public service should not have this authority because they will likely use it as a new loophole to deny the public the information they are allowed to know. Duff Conacher, the co-founder of Democracy Watch Group, said that. The most interesting fact for us
was to have access to ministers' office documents. False alarm. It was too good to be true. Who said that? Stéphane Giroux, the president of the Fédération Professionnelle des Journalistes de Québec. So in spite of the fact that the president of the Treasury Board is standing up here and saying that all of these changes have occurred within Bill C-58, the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that there is still significant concern that is going on. And I think there's concern among Canadians. You know, this past weekend, I had lots of events in my riding. And one of the things that I keep hearing about is confidence within the finance minister. Confidence within the finance minister to continue to do his job, given the circumstances and the besieged state that he's been in over the last while. And the fact that every single member of that Liberal caucus voted to adjourn debate on this really is calling into question, again, not just Canadians' confidence in the finance minister, but the Liberal backbenches and their confidence in the finance minister. In fact, the Hill Times today reported that there are concerns among Liberal backbenchers that this is going to affect them in 2019. And you know the reason they gave for that concern? Many of them have been here for one term or will have been here for one term, for 4 years. They're concerned about their pensions. That's what they said in the paper. They're concerned about their pensions. Well, how about this? How about being concerned with the process of democracy in this country, right? And making sure that not one of them benefit from the fact that they've got these holdings, in the case of the finance minister, that he hasn't brought forward and has been transparent about. Never mind the pensions. Should be focused on what the government is doing and what your finance minister, sorry, Mr. Speaker, what the finance minister of the government is doing by not being transparent and accountable for Canadians, and question whether, in fact, some of the legislation that he's putting forward, like C-27, actually benefits him. And I'll remind the House as well that it's not just a matter of benefiting him. What about the benefit to his family, Mr. Speaker? What about his wife? What about his kids? What about his father? How many Morneau Chappelle shares, or anybody directly or indirectly associated with that family, are being benefited as a result of the policies that this finance minister is putting forward? You know, we talk about open and transparent. The finance minister has been anything but, and we certainly saw that the egregious display today in this House. You know, every single person in this country, from the time that they're young, and as parents we teach our kids about knowing the difference between right or wrong. We tell our kids, no, you can't do that, and we explain it to them. We tell them, yes, you can do that, and we explain the reasons why. We talk often to our kids about character. In fact, the school system, through the policies of education, speak about character. They speak about honesty. They speak about integrity. And yet we have a finance minister who is showing none of those character traits to Canadians by his actions. And so, Mr. Speaker, the fact that we're dealing with a piece of legislation, Bill C-58, that quite frankly is difficult to support for many reasons, the least of which is this government not showing any strong movement towards openness and transparency. It's a very top-down approach to this government. And I'll remind you that there's one more. The former Information Commissioner from 2007 to 2008. There's no one in government departments to review what they choose not to publish, and I think that this is contrary to the principles of this Act. They put the Commissioner out of the loop, and if you requested briefing notes and parts of them have been blacked out, you had someone to appeal to. This is no longer the case, Mr. Speaker, with Bill C-58. You can't even ask the court. It's a step forward and 2 steps back. Well, Mr. Speaker, we've seen a lot of a step forward and 2 steps back with this government. And my fear is that the openness and the transparency that they ran on is effectively not there anymore. We've seen that with the finance minister. Can't even answer a simple question. Won't even answer a simple question, Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, as a new parliamentarian, to see this display that we've been seeing over the course of the last several months, questions that are being asked, how can we have any faith if they won't even answer a simple question? If the finance minister won't even answer a simple question, how can we expect the whole of government to be open, honest, and transparent? And Mr. Speaker, I'm saddened by what I see, quite frankly, as a new parliamentarian. And I know what the other side is going to say, that there were circumstances in the past where similar issues happened. We're not talking about circumstances in the past. They were the same opposition, Mr. Speaker, that stood up and talked about the egregiousness of the actions of previous governments, right? They ran to be different. They said that they were going to impose real change. We've seen nothing to suggest anything different, Mr. Speaker, than what they said they were going. We're just not. What we're seeing is a government that is more inward. We're seeing a government that is controlled from the top down. We're seeing a government where the Prime Minister's office runs everything, right? It's anything but. Not just on this issues, but there's been multiple issues as well. Anything but what they said is actually coming true, Mr. Speaker. And we're not going to support C-58, and I certainly call into question the issue of the finance minister. I call into question his ability to manage the financial affairs of the country, given the circumstances that we've seen over the course of the last several months. Now, I know my time is short, Mr. Speaker, but I will say that despite their campaign promises, the Liberals have failed to increase government openness and transparency with this bill. And really, as I've said, it's no surprise. And this is effectively a government that chooses to publish when it is accountable to Canadians. They're not being accountable all the time. They're going to pick and choose, Mr. Speaker, when they want to be accountable to Canadians. And in practice, effectively, what the Liberals have done is they've given themselves the power to refuse to respond to access information requests that they find embarrassing. Well, under the principle of openness and transparency, shouldn't everything be responded to? Now, I understand that there might be matters of national security that are not in the public interest, but this is, again, something different than what they ran on as far as openness and transparency. And with the changes proposed by the Liberals, less information will be available to Canadians. Moreover, they will do nothing to address unacceptable delays. And so we can continue to see that information be punted down the field and have unacceptable delays in when that information is going to be put forward to Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, I know I've spent some time talking about C-58, but in the context of openness and transparency, again, I can't emphasize enough the egregious nature by which we've been dealing with this issue with the Finance Minister for the last couple of months. And again, today on display, zero accountability, zero transparency, zero openness. And it's a pattern that has evolved with this Liberal government over the course of the last 2 years. It should be concerning to all of us. It's certainly, as I said earlier, concerning to stakeholders who have an interest in this. But it's not just concerning to all of us who are here to represent Canadians. It's a concern to all Canadians. Because it's the small stuff, Madam Speaker, that leads to the big stuff. And if we can't get simple answers to simple questions in this place of openness and transparency, then how can we expect to get that information from a government that proves day after day that they're not interested in openness, they're not interested in transparency, and they're not interested in accountability, in spite of the fact that they ran on that very thing. They ran on that very thing. We were going to be different, they said. Well, the reality is, and I think we've seen over the course of the last 2 years, Madam Speaker, nothing can be further from the truth. And with the display of the Finance Minister over the course of the last couple of months, and certainly after today, there's not much faith that I have in this ability of this government to be open, transparent, and accountable. And that's why C-58 is certainly flawed, and we continue to be concerned about the actions of the Finance Minister and how this Liberal government and these Liberal backbenchers can continue to endorse the display that we're seeing on a daily basis here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I must say I'm disappointed. This member clearly does not have the intention of raising the quality of debate in this House. I mean, firstly, he barely spoke about Bill C-58, which I am proud that we're the first government in 34 years to make major reforms to the Access to Information Act. Secondly, he was wrong in the few comments that he made about this bill when he talked about it would deny access to information requests for frivolous and bad faith. Well, in fact, the amendments gave the Commissioner upfront approval power over any department's request to decline to act on a request because the department believes it's vexatious and bad faith. So the member clearly didn't even read the committee's changes and is not up to date about this bill. So that is disappointing. And it is not a priority for him, clearly. But, Madam Speaker, I also want to note that in the 2006 platform, the Conservative Party made a clear commitment to update access to information law, and they did absolutely nothing in 10 years. So I would like to ask the member, did they never intend to actually deliver on that promise, or did they just not care enough to do a thing about it in 10 years?
Our member for Barrie-Innisfil.
If the member wants to go down the rabbit hole of not intending to keep promises, I think I would need a little bit more than 10 minutes to respond, Madam Speaker. And I think what was more important in the context of my speech is the faith that Canadians, how little faith that Canadians have in the ability of this government to implement any of their agenda, Madam Speaker. And so we've seen over the course of the last 2 years, backtracking on electoral reform, and the list is long of promises that they made that they aren't keeping. And when I read some of the comments from those stakeholders who have a say in this piece of legislation, I mean, is the honourable member saying that they're wrong in their comments? These are concerns that they have, Madam Speaker. And so, you know, again, in the context of openness and transparency, I spoke a lot about what we saw today in question period. We have a finance minister that's not being open and transparent, so how can we have any faith in the Liberal government to be open and transparent, Madam Speaker? It's as simple as that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I think what's really disturbing about what this government is doing is the level of cynicism by which they've approached this, because Prime Minister ran on an issue of trust with Canadians that he was going to create an open and transparent government. And he made access to information was actually his very first electoral promise. And yet what we see what they've done is that they've given the tools to the bureaucracy to limit, to obstruct, to shut down access to information requests that they don't like. And to have the President of Treasury Board stand up in this House and tell Canadians, hey, don't worry, we're now going to publish the mandate letters from the ministers. Those are public anyways. Do they think Canadians are stupid? I would like to ask my honourable colleague, when the President of Treasury Board says, don't worry, we're bringing forward changes that will now have the expenses for ministerial travel when they're already posted. Do they think Canadians are stupid? because this is a fundamental question about retaining the trust, because access to information is about holding government to accountable when government doesn't want to be held accountable. And I want to ask my honourable colleague why he thinks it is that this government ignored every single recommendation from the Information Commissioner who wanted to work with Parliament to improve this Act.
Our member for Barrie and Nisville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And why did they ignore every request of the Information Commissioner? This is a government that ignores a lot of information from a lot of people. I think, Madam Speaker, that there's an ideology that exists within this government, and it's a top-down ideology. They don't care what other people say. They don't care what the experts say. I think they just are intent on ramming through whatever it is they think is going to work for them politically. And you know, the honourable member brings up an interesting point about the bureaucracy, and we've seen many circumstances around here where they've hid behind the bureaucracy. You know, it's like petulant little children. They don't accept responsibility for anything, but they blame everybody, right? We've seen that with the Ethics Commissioner, right? So if something goes wrong here, or if there's information that they don't want out, or that gets out, well, the first thing they're going to do, Madam Speaker, is blame the bureaucracy, blame the bureaucrats. We've seen a habit of not accepting any responsibility on the part of ministers, parliamentary secretaries, or even Liberal backbenchers. So it's not surprise to me that they're going to put up a shield between the bureaucracy and blame them if something goes wrong. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
It's an opportunity to get up and speak today. I appreciate I heard my colleague across the way talk about her concerns about the quality of debate, but I was very intrigued and interested in my colleague's speech today. We talk about major reforms that have been promised across the way, and my colleague said he doesn't have time to go into them, but when we look at things that have failed from the other side, the electoral reforms, the standing order reforms, the tax reforms, the reforms of the military, and now we come to the accountability, and I think that Canadians probably expect the same kinds of results that we've seen in so many of these other areas. But I think one of the reasons we're going to see that is because of what we saw here today in question period, when we had a minister that was questioned a dozen times on one question, and all he had to do was say no. He didn't have to say yes or no. He just had to say no. And I'm just wondering if my colleague can kind of address that issue of just how systemic this kind of refusal to be accountable to the Canadian people is in this government. Is that the reason why so many of these promised reforms have never turned out?
Our member for Barrie and Nisville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his comments. And you know, as I've sat here over the last 2 years and I've seen the systemic misinformation, I've seen the lack of accountability, lack of responsibility, lack of transparency. I've brought it back to one thing, and I've talked to my constituents about this. They hold total contempt for this place. And we saw that with the actions of the Finance Minister today. Complete contempt. You know what, Madam Speaker? The reality to these Liberals and to the Prime Minister is this place doesn't matter. This place does not matter. You know what matters most? Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and Twitter. You know, if I can do a selfie and put it out there and say, look how great everything is, then somehow that's the way they think they should be governed. And when I say they, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about the Liberals. Well, the reality is that members of Parliament are sent to this place to represent their constituents. They're not sent to this place to be able to sit here 20 feet away from a government that has contempt for this place, and they'd rather govern on social media than be in this place and be accountable to Canadians. That's the problem right now, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
London North Centre, but in any case. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, it's difficult to listen to the honourable member. It's as if the previous government didn't even exist. I'm looking at a headline, 2014, published by Global News, titled, Harper Government Gets Failing Grade in Freedom of Information Audit. So when he makes these criticisms, I wonder if he keeps in mind that the previous government the Harper government failed categorically in every regard when it comes to these matters. I'd also like to ask him, since he went a bit off topic, why the universal child care benefit of the previous government had a tax applied to it. Our CCB has no tax applied to it. That's why 90% of Canadian families are doing better as a result.
For burying this bill?
There they go
Brief
again,
answer.
Madam Speaker. Not accepting any responsibility, but putting blame on anybody else. You know what? I'll remind the House, too, and I'll remind the member, this was your promise to be open and transparent. It wasn't the promise of Stephen Harper. Okay? You made that promise.
Order. I just want to remind the member he's to address the answers to the chair, and he has 18 seconds to wrap it up.
Madam Speaker, it was their promise. So why, Madam Speaker, are they not accountable to this? And there's as much criticism about Bill C-58 on their part than there was on the previous government. And you know what the 2017 and 2018 headline will read? Liberal government fails to be open and transparent. That's going to be the headline.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, I'm deeply honored to rise in this House and speak for the people of Timmins James Bay. And I will be speaking tonight on Bill C-58 to express my deep, deep concern about this government's attack on the access to information system. For the folks back home, they may not pay a lot of attention to access to information because it is the stuff of journalists, it's the stuff of researchers, it's the stuff of opposition politics. But access to information is one of the fundamental principles of an accountable democracy, because in order to hold government to account, you need to know who was involved when the decisions in the back room were made. You need to have some manner of light shone into the dark rooms where the power brokers are to ensure a level of accountability. And that's the role of the Access to Information Act. And at one point, Canada was well respected for the Access to Information Act that was brought in a number of decades ago. But year by year, Canada has slipped in its level of credibility. And we're going to be talking about some specific examples of how that plays out tonight. But we're in a situation now, Madam Speaker, where we have a Prime Minister who won so much support across this country because the very first step that he took offering his vision as new leader was on access to information and open government, and showing that his vision for Parliament would be the opposite of the Stephen Harper government, which was considered so controlling and so secretive. And people put their trust in this Prime Minister. And I remember at the time thinking, this is really bold. A leader who's willing to make the changes necessary for access to information. Because I've grown increasingly concerned, Madam Speaker, that our Parliament more and more has become a sideshow, that has become a Potemkin democracy where we as MPs get to play out in the House, but the real decisions are being made to benefit those who are not accountable. And that's why when the Prime Minister makes a promise on access to information and then undermines it in such a cynical manner, that I think Canadians have a right to know how this is happening and how it affects them. So Bill C-58, which is supposed to be the bill to change the access to information laws in this country, we have the President of Treasury Boards getting up and saying, don't worry, now Canadians will have access to the mandate letters of the ministers. What, that wasn't already public? And don't worry, now they'll get to know the travel budgets of various ministers when that is already public. But what we don't have is the ability, in this case, for the Access to Information Commissioner to ensure that all documents are posted. Because one thing we found with government is if certain documents are not all that helpful to them, like when the minister, remember the Minister for Indigenous Services who racked up all those thousands of dollars riding around Markham in a limousine? That's embarrassing to government. They don't want that released. So if you allow government to release what they want, they will not release what's embarrassing. But you need accountability. And so I'm going to talk about C-58 in context of a couple specific cases so people understand exactly what we're talking about. And I'm going to talk about the issue of St. Anne's Residential School, because as this government is leading their attack to limit the ability of people to access information. I am dealing with the Access to Information Commissioner on the 3.5-year obstruction by federal officials in the Justice Department to suppress and black out who made key decisions regarding the Justice Department's response to the survivors of St. Anne's Residential School. And in telling this story, you begin to understand why it is so important that we have an accountable system for access to information. Madam Speaker, St. Anne's Residential School was in my region, the region that I represent in the community of Fort Albany. If you look at the horrific history of the residential schools, the story of what was done to the children at St. Anne's, year in, year out, generation upon generation, stands as amongst the most horrifying stories in this country's history, a veritable concentration camp of torture and sexual abuse of children. And in 1992, the survivors of St. Anne's came together in Fort Albany to talk about their experience. And for the first time, many of them began to talk about the levels of sexual abuse and rape and forced abortions that the children were subjected to. And Edmund Matatawaban, who was chief, brought this to the Ontario Provincial Police and demanded a major police investigation. And to their credit, the Ontario Provincial Police, with Sergeant Delgadis in the Cochrane Division, undertook a massive investigation of the crimes committed against those children. They identified over 180 perpetrators of rape and torture and abuse of children. They gathered 1,000 witness statements to that abuse from the survivors and from the students who were there. They gathered 12,000 pages of police testimony and documentation, including subpoenaing records from the Catholic Church and the Diocese of Moosonee, to build a picture of what went on in that institution year in, year out. And in 2003, there was an effort with the survivors and the then federal government, I believe, of Paul Martin, to sit down and try and find a solution. And the survivors were so shocked at the aggression of the federal government to fight and deny every single case, no matter what the evidence. And at that time, Madam Speaker, all the police evidence that had been gathered in Ontario and had led to a number of convictions in Ontario court against perpetrators of the abuse at St. Anne's, and let's face it, the big ones got away. The priests, the bishops who were involved, they got away. Some of them were dead. Some of the perpetrators couldn't be found, but a number of people were convicted in Ontario court. But that trove of evidence was approached by the Justice Department in 2004 to get access to that, to prepare the defense for the #1 defendant, and the defendant was Canada. And when they applied to get access to this police documentation, they said to Ontario Superior Court that it would be unfair for Canada, who was in charge of this institution. It would be unfair for Canada to prepare its defense if it didn't have all the evidence. And so the key officials in the Justice Department were involved in that application to obtain those records. And they got the records. 12,000 pages. They got the names of the perpetrators. They were preparing for major civil litigation and trials that were to come against Canada. In 2007, 2008, the process for the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement was set up as an alternative so the federal government could escape these cases. And what the federal government agreed to at that time was to set up the independent assessment process, the IAP. The IAP was to be a non-confrontational process where the survivors could come and tell their story. Well, that's how they told the survivors it would play out. Of course, it didn't play out like that at all for the survivors of St. Anne's. And so the role of the Justice Department, they wore two hats. The first hat was to obtain all the evidence, prepare it into what were so-called narratives, so that the adjudicators and the claimant lawyers could use to make it easier for the claimants. So the Justice Department acted as the gatherer of evidence, and the Justice Department put on its other hat. It was still the lawyer for the defendant for Canada, and its #1 goal was limiting the payouts. So in the case of St. Anne's Residential School, they had an obligation to prepare the list of all the documentation, listing all the known crimes and sexual abuse that occurred in that institution. And they presented to the hearings a document that said there is no known history of sexual abuse at Fort Albany Indian Residential School, St. Anne's. They said there was absolutely no documentation to show any student-on-student abuse at the Fort Albany institution of St. Anne's. And so people came in to tell their stories, and their cases were thrown out. Because the Justice Department did not go in there in a non-confrontational attitude. They went in loaded for bear, and they accused survivors who were victims of child rape that they couldn't prove their story because they couldn't remember the day the priest raped them. They couldn't remember little details. But the Justice Department already knew that they were telling the truth because the Justice Department had all the evidence. And so you have claimants, like claimant H15019, whose case was thrown out because the Justice Department argued that there was no proof that a predatory pedophile priest was in the institution of St. Anne's when that child was in that building. And what that child, who grew into a man, who came and asked justice for the Government of Canada, what he did not know was that the Justice Department had a long list of that pedophile priest. They knew he'd been in that building since 1938. From 1938 to 1974, he had free access to the raping of children. And the Justice Department of Canada lied about it in hearings, suppressed that evidence, and had that case thrown out. How could this be happening in 2015, 2016, 2017 in Canada? When the greatest moment that I've seen in the history of this Parliament since I've been here was when the previous Prime Minister stood up, Prime Minister Harper, and made that apology. People in my region wept for days when they heard that apology. They never thought that justice would happen, and then they thought it was possible. Just as people wept when our present Prime Minister, at the closing of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, he gave such a powerful speech, and I was sitting there watching him. And he said that Canada would make this right, that the obligation of the survivors to prove what they went through was over, that Canada would be there for them. But that hasn't been the case with the survivors of St. Anne's Residential School, where we've seen that the Justice Department continues to use the brass knuckles approach to deny basic levels of justice. So in the case now, in 2013, I wrote to the Indigenous Affairs Minister and the Justice Minister at the time, and I asked him, who made the decision to suppress the police evidence and testimony that had these cases thrown out? And what will you, as Justice and Indigenous Affairs Minister, do to rectify this clear breach of legal duty? Neither of those ministers, they said they knew about the evidence. They said they weren't accountable to presenting the evidence, which was false. So in January 2014, Ontario Superior Court ordered the then previous government, the Justice Department minister, to turn over those documents to the independent assessment process to have those cases fairly adjudicated. And the government refused. They continued to deny. They had to go, the survivors of St. Anne's had to go back to court in 2015. And this time, they were forced to turn over the documents. And what they did was they blacked out the names of the perpetrators and the witnesses to make the evidence functionally useless. For what purpose, in a nation like ours, would the Government of Canada opt to protect the pedophile, rapists, and sadists and hide their names? For what possible reason would Justice Department lawyers, the people who are charged with presenting the law for the people of Canada, go into hearings and challenge survivors who suffered horrific levels of abuse? And for what possible reason would the Government of Canada decide that they were going to suppress this police evidence? I still haven't figured an answer to that out, Madam Speaker, but it dogs me, and I stay up at night trying to figure out what kind of person hired to represent Canada would do this. So I applied a simple tool, which is the tool of all parliamentarians, the tool of all Canadians, to ask an access to information request in 2013 regarding the political decisions that went into suppressing the police testimony and evidence that denied justice to the survivors of St. Anne's Residential School. And I got the first step, Madam Speaker, and for folks back home, when a government doesn't want to answer a question, they give you delays. So we got, I think, a 300-day delay. And we knew this was just an attempt by the department not to have to answer that question because the cases were closing down, the chances of reappeals were closing, the ability of the survivors who had their cases thrown out was coming to an end. So it seemed obvious if the Justice Department dragged this out over 3 years, well, maybe the cases would be closed and it'll be all said and done. And we waited 300 days, 600 days, then they said 900 days, and then the new government came in and I thought, finally, the new government will change because they have no reason to oppose the survivors of St. Anne's. And the new government took the position, we will not turn over any of the political documentation regarding the decision to suppress the police evidence at St. Anne's Residential School. That was from our new Justice Minister and our new Prime Minister. So we approached the Access to Information Commissioner, which is again the tool that we use to say, how is it possible that after 3 years of delay they could deny and say they are not obligated to turn over this evidence? Because this documentation is about who knew what in the minister's office. And this is the question on a political issue that Canadians need an answer for. And so the Information Commissioner in her office is one of the great institutions of our country. She understood the seriousness of this. This was not a vexatious request. This is about justice. And she challenged the Justice Department. And we were on the verge of being in court with the Justice Department to just find out what was being said in those offices when they suppressed that police evidence. And so the Justice Department agreed to turn over 4 batches of information over the period of a year. The first batch of information was about 90% blacked out. The second batch of 3,000 pages that we just received were entirely blacked out. So when government says that they want the right to refuse vexatious requests, what they mean by vexatious are the requests that will give them political grief. And they want to be able to turn that down. And so the folks who survived St. Anne's Residential School, the folks who were taken from their families, who had their identity stripped from them, who had their rights taken away, who were left in the hands of abusers and torturers, they have a right to ask why Parliament failed them. And they have a right to ask why the Justice Department of this country continues to deny and challenge them and obstruct their basic rights for redress. And part of those answers may lay in the courts, but part of those answers lie in the access to information request, because we have a right to know who advised the politicians to do this. Because I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that the abuse against the children of St. Anne's has come to an end because of these beautiful apologies, but it hasn't. We now have, in the case of claimant 15019 and claimant 14114, claimant C14114 had her case thrown out because she was unable to prove, because she did not have any documentation, that when she was assaulted in St. Anne's Residential School, she was unable to prove that it was known by administration. And then, after her case was thrown out, she learned that there were all these documents, and she attempted to have her case reopened. And the Government of Canada said, you can't open your case, you had your case adjudicated. We're talking about a child victim of rape. What possible reason would the Government of Canada challenge? What possible reason would the Government of Canada suppress police testimony about child rape? What possible reason would they defy the Ontario Superior Court and black out the names of the perpetrators? What possible reason Would they black out all the political documentation going on in the minister's office surrounding this decision? And for what possible reason right now, at this time, would they be in the hearing saying, okay, we've been finally forced to hand over the police testimony, but it's inadmissible? Why is it inadmissible? Well, it's inadmissible because it hasn't been tested. So what they're saying to the survivors is, it doesn't matter that we are having to present 12,000 pages of police documentation of the perpetrators. You, as a survivor, have to go and find a witness to come in and be tested. The trauma that the communities that I represent have lived through because of St. Anne's is the direct highway from St. Anne's Residential School to the suicide crisis of our young people today. You talk to anyone in the communities and they'll say that trauma continues to kill children. And yet, we have Justice Department lawyers saying that evidence cannot be used unless they bring forward a survivor to be re-challenged by the Justice Department. And I'll close on this, Madam Speaker. We do have a survivor who's willing to come forward and verify the testimony, and the Justice Department says she can't be allowed to speak because she's already spoken. Explain that to me. That is why we need access to information, to understand the perfidious nature of what is going on.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
I thank my colleague for his speech. I have to say, though, he highlighted the problems, in his view, of creating a requirement or an ability to decline requests where they're vexatious and frivolous. Now, that was a recommendation from the Information Commissioner. That was a recommendation that when we undertook at our committee a study of the Access to Information Act, that was one of our recommendations based on the evidence. We did hear concerns and testimony that where we heard concerns about the culture of delay. We heard concerns about governments having this ability, not just to refuse for vexatious and frivolous reasons, but for other reasons as well. And so we made an amendment. The member previously said we didn't listen to any of the recommendations from the Information Commissioner, but in fact we did. And a specific amendment that we made was to ensure that where the government is refusing access on any of these new grounds, that the Information Commissioner must first sign off. And I wonder what the member thinks about that.
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
What do I think of that? Not a lot. I don't know if the honourable member read the Information Commissioner's report of this government's recommendations and their plan. This Information Commissioner says this is a complete failure of every single major promise this Prime Minister made on issues of access to information. And I'm absolutely appalled to see this government standing up there and saying, well, we're going to give the minister a few little efforts here, while we're leaving it in the hands of the bureaucracy to decide what is vexatious. We're leaving it in the hands of the bureaucracy to decide whether or not they now have to have the specific issue, the specific subject matter, the specific type of request, and the specific period. Now, that might seem really great for government to be able to limit because they can throw those cases out. But if the member listened to any of the Indigenous voices that came forward, and I would refer him to Mr. Peter DeGange's work with the Algonquin Nation Secretariat, how this will be used by the Crown, because it's the Crown who is always the defendant with First Nations. It will be used by the Crown to be able to throw out Indigenous claims. It will be able to limit Indigenous justice. The Information Commissioner has spoken on this. So when the Prime Minister says that it's nation to nation, no, it's still the bureaucracy deciding what information Indigenous communities can and cannot have.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And my colleague from Beaches East York was aiming to point out that the member made some inaccurate comments, and he just reinforced the mistakes of his speech. So I'm concerned that he may have prepared and presented his comments without taking a look at what the committee actually did to address the Commissioner's report. Yes, the Commissioner had criticisms. The Commissioner has one perspective on this. This is the access perspective. The committee also heard from the Privacy Commissioner and others that represented other interests. That being said, the Minister, the committee put over 12 amendments forward, most of which were to actually address the very concerns the member has been raising. And I think we're all touched by the challenges, the St. Anne's residential school. We all want what is best for First Nations healing and reconciliation. And so there was a specific provisions in the committee's amendments to ensure that it was very clear that a large or broad request or one that causes the government discomfort does not of itself represent bad faith on the part of the requester, and that the government, the ministries have a duty to consult to make sure that they are a duty to assist to make sure that they are assisting requesters like the very requesters that the member was talking about.
To allow other questions. So the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, Madam Speaker, with all due respect, this government is obviously not all that touched by the children of St. Anne's when they're continuing to fight them in court. So all the talk that I hear from Liberals about this new relationship, yeah, it's nice, let's all cry on each other's shoulders, that means nothing unless they're going to put this in action. So she said, yeah, the Information Commissioner is just one point of view. Yeah, she is the defender of the Access to Information Act. And when she talks about committee, we're talking about a Liberal majority committee that ignored working with the other members of that committee, that ignored all the key recommendations of the Access to Information Commissioner. So when I hear that, well, geez, it's just one point of view, yeah, it's just not the point of view of government. And the role of access to information is to hold government to account. So Canada was once one of the world leaders in access to information. We're 46, 47, what are we, down to 50th now? We're below like narco-drug states. We're below Mexico, we're below Serbia, we're below Sri Lanka in terms of access to information. And we've got an Access to Information Commissioner who's raising the alarm bells that this will even further impede our broken access to information system. I'm just frankly appalled at the cynicism of this government.
Comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The story that my colleague from Timmins has told is a terrible story. It illustrates exactly why, to get to the bottom of some of the most terrible crimes, whether they're human, whether they're ethical, whether they're environmental, that we need to know what's happening at the place of decision makers, to not leave this in the hands of the bureaucrats. So given the Prime Minister's very solemn promise that the Access to Information Act would be extended to cover the offices of the Prime Minister and of ministers, so that we can see as Canadians and as members of Parliament how decisions were made. What is the impact for people such as the ones that he represents, the Indigenous people fighting the legacy of residential school and St. Anne's repeated court cases? When we see this promise so completely broken, what does that do to their faith in government?
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are many tools the government has to limit access to information for issues of there's cabinet confidences. There's a whole series of tools that they already have. But the question my honourable colleague has raised about the promise that was made by the Prime Minister to open up the key ministerial offices to access to information is really fundamental, because Canada has been called a black hole of accountability when it comes to the fact that they just managed to, any minister can put something under ministerial office, and lo and behold, it cannot be accessed. That's where the decisions are made. So the Prime Minister made a specific promise about opening that up, and yet he did not follow through. And these are key issues, particularly with the issue of St. Anne's residential school. What we need to know as politicians and as the public are the decisions that went into the political decisions, not into the legal issues, not into the individual cases. Those are already covered and protected under the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement. They're protected by privacy. We don't need to know the individual names of those who suffered. What we need to know are who. The Assistant Deputy Minister, for example. What was the role of the Assistant Deputy Minister in gathering evidence? What was the role of the advisors to the Minister in making a decision that had a profound impact that has denied justice? And we have to ask ourselves, are there two levels of justice in this country and a lesser one for Indigenous people? I would like to think that not.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And it is worth remembering that the Information Commissioner, in a unprecedented response, gave a full condemnation, top to bottom, of this bill. She basically said that Bill C-58, as it stood, notwithstanding the couple of tweaks and little turns that have been made, that this is a regressive piece of legislation. But I'd like to ask my colleague what he thought and whether he agrees with me that the arrogance of this Liberal government is best reflected by the fact that some government departments are already using provisions of Bill C-58 to deny information properly requested and that would have been provided under the existing status quo.
A very brief answer from the member from Timmins James Bay.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. The fact is, our Information Commissioner is studious about being nonpartisan. So when we see the Information Commission totally condemn a government bill, I do believe that that's unprecedented for the kind of work that the Commissioner does. To see that we have various departments already throwing requests out. This is a very, very disturbing undermining of the fundamental principle. And as I said, Canada is about 50th in the world in terms of credibility of access to information when Mexico and Serbia and Colombia are further ahead of us in accountability to citizens. We have a problem. I would have thought this Prime Minister would have lived up to that promise. It's the cynicism of their actions and their presentation here that really disturbs me.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to speak, particularly at dinner time. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to be speaking about Bill C-58. But my goodness, what a coincidence. What a coincidence that we're talking about consistency, transparency, access to information, and giving clear answers to clear questions, and that this debate is happening today, when we saw exactly the opposite of that happening in question period today. And I'll be talking more about that later. Madam Speaker, this bill aims to allow more transparency, supposedly, greater access to information on the part of citizens from the government. That's the objective, but that's far from being the reality. Now, you may say that I have a conflict of interest here. Of course, conflict of interest is a sensitive term these days. But because I was a former journalist and now I'm a member of Parliament, so I'm right straddling this line between access to information, which is a legitimate thing that citizens need to have access to from the federal government, and then the federal government's power to govern so that they can carry out normal operations and govern the country while maintaining a certain level of confidentiality when it comes to relevant information. Because we have to understand one thing. If absolutely everything is made public and absolutely every thought process is revealed, well then you won't be able to have real debates within cabinet, and that is really essential if you want to govern properly in a country like Canada. So this is a very fine line, and it's very delicate. Clearly, Madam Speaker, this government has decided to draw the line in a certain way when they made the election promise. At the time, the line was here, and now the line is over here, when in fact the line should have been here in the center. So this is actually a regressive bill. Now, I listened carefully to the president of the Treasury Board's speech. He's the sponsor of this bill, and I have great respect for him. He's been here for over 20 years, I believe almost 21 years. And at the beginning of his political career, he was on the right side with the Conservatives. Then he changed his mind, as people will, but I did want to mention that. And he said something which I will not contest. He said that this is the first time in 34 years that a government has attempted to conduct an in-depth reform of the Access to Information Act. That is true. But that's where the factual part of his speech ended. Because, Madam Speaker, this in-depth review doesn't really aim to provide better access to information. Rather, it aims to give more power to the executive, to the ministers, the Prime Minister, and Cabinet to restrict access to information to citizens. A few examples. First, it seems clear to me that the Information Commissioner really judged this bill very harshly. She said it was regressive, and even worse. This is similar to the Liberal sponsorship scandal back in the time of Chrétien and Martin. Now, the Martin government actually included the current president of the Treasury Board. So the Liberal sponsorship scandal under the Chrétien and Martin governments, which the current president of the Treasury Board was in, could not have ever been revealed were it not for the good work of journalists. So that was certainly a step in the right direction when it came to transparency. So that's real openness. That's a real fundamental element of freedom of the press. But that's why, Madam Speaker, that despite the amendments which were passed, and there were a dozen, I recognize that, in our opinion, those amendments don't go far enough when it comes to liberal practices or journalistic practices. Now, this may be a subjective opinion, Madam Speaker. I was a journalist for 20 years, but we feel that the amendments proposed do not go far enough. And, for example, if you take a case of the Liberal sponsorship scandal, it would be difficult to have access to that information. Perhaps not impossible, but it would make it much more difficult for journalists to get that information. And that's why we think this is a regressive bill. Then there's also the fact that from now on, the government will have to choose between what they will disclose and what they will not disclose. Now, this just doesn't make sense, Madam Speaker. Do you think it's normal that the government would have an incentive to hide some information? That's something that can happen, or that's something that people in government might want to do. And that's really a step backwards. Now, another example, proactive disclosure of certain information documents. There's a risk with this approach that public servants, ministers, and so on will know which documents will be made public in a month or in 6 months. And so there may be a version A, which is the official public version, and then a version B, which will actually be recorded in emails and that sort of thing, which will be more sensitive, but which will have the truth in it. And I would imagine the government would be less inclined to want to publish that information. Now, of course, there's no perfect situation here. And even proactive disclosure of some information will not necessarily go as far as people wanted when they voted 2 years ago, and as was laid out in the Liberal Party platform. Earlier, my NDP colleague was mentioning some amendments which were proposed and rejected by the government. These were substantive amendments which got to the very root of the Liberal promise, but unfortunately, they were left by the wayside. There were also amendments concerning the Information Commissioner. There were also criticisms by First Nations and journalists. Now, we know the current government won't stop repeating that First Nations are their number one priority, but we've shown through various debates, including the one about religious beliefs, that this government only talks about the First Nations when it suits them. And the same applies here in this bill. So that's why we believe that this bill, despite the fact that the government has adopted a dozen amendments, we still believe that this bill does not go far enough when it comes to openness and transparency. And especially, it is a poor reflection of the Liberal promise from the election campaign. So this is something we can file under broken Liberal promises. And we know that's already a long list. There was a member or the government was elected saying that they would only run a very small deficit and then they would balance it a few years later. But now they're running $20 billion of deficit and there's no plan to balance the budget. This government also said they would increase taxes for seniors.
The Honourable House Leader has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to advise that agreements cannot be reached on the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-63, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures. En vertu des dispositions du paragraphe
Under Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that at the next sitting of the House, a minister will move a motion saying that there will only be a certain number of days allotted to debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Welcome that kind. So the first time that happened in my speech, I was a little bit afraid to say the least, Madam Speaker. But by now, I'm getting used to the rules of the House of Commons. Well, speaking of that, Madam Speaker, how much time do I have? To go? Oh, fantastic. So, Madam Speaker, watch out, boys. We'll have a lot of fun. And girls, too. Alors, Madame la Présidente, j'étais justement dit...
Madam Speaker, I was about to say that the matter of the broken promises is just not stopping with the current government. Look at all the commitments on deficits that were ignored, the commitment about giving more money to the middle class. The Fraser Institute has stated that 80% of people in the average Canadian family are paying $840 more, partly because of the fact that some tax credits from our government were abandoned, including the green tax credit to allow people to take public transit. Thanks to this tax credit, which ultimately totaled about 2 months of free public transit. And yet this Liberal government, which says it's an environmentalist government, has done the exact opposite by abandoning that tax credit. Same thing for the commitment they made saying that the 1% was going to pay more in taxes under the Liberals. And yet that's not what happened. And it's not just the Conservatives or conservative think tanks that are saying so. The Department of Finance itself, in a recent report, stated that the richest Canadians are paying $1.2 billion less in taxes because of the Liberals' tax policy. So they say one thing, but they do a completely different thing. And luckily, this is public information. This is a government document that has been made public. We don't even need the Access to Information Act, which, as we know, will be weakened by the new version of Bill C-58. So I'd like to come back to the remarkable coincidence concerning the fact that today we are debating access to information. We are debating openness and transparency. We are debating the fact that when we ask questions, we want to get answers. And yet today in the House of Commons, we are seeing such an ugly demonstration of what a government should never do. Here, we saw that in question period.
We're talking about a question period. Just to say some information, when I sit in the National Assembly, it is officially called question and answer period. Période de questions et réponses orales. But here, unfortunately, we're just talking about question period. We're not talking about answer question. So it will be a very useful, Madam Speaker, because today, not 2, not 3, not 4, but in 21 occasions, in a row, we asked a clear, simple question to the Minister of Finance, and all the time, not 1, not 2, but 3, but 21 occasions in a row, he dodged the issue. He refused to answer a clear question with a clear answer. And that's all sad, Madam Speaker. That's all sad. So it will be very interesting to see all the colleagues on the other side who will say, well, it's important to have openness, well, it's important to have transparency, well, it's important to give real good information to the people of Canada and blah, blah, blah. But the reality, Madam Speaker, when we ask a clear, simple question, the government, and especially not the last one, the Minister of Finance, the number 2 of this government, and in some case we could even say the number 1, but that's another debate. But the number 2 of the government, Madam Speaker, I don't want to put aside any other minister like the Global Affairs Minister, Transport Minister, Treasury Board President, and all those important portfolio like the Defense Minister, the First Nation Minister, and all of them. They are very important. But, Madam Speaker, in life there is top and there is other people. And when we talk about Cabinet Minister, for sure, the Finance Minister is on the top of it. And I'm quite sure that no one will sit here with me, and I see some honourable member from coast to coast who had some strong responsibilities in former government will not be offenses. But what I say is that for sure Jim Flaherty was the number 1 cabinet minister under Stephen Harper government. And same thing also for Joe Oliver. Everybody will recognize that because finance minister is the one who designed the finance and fiscal policy who apply to the finance and fiscal reality of Canada. So when we have what we could say a conflict of interest, we shall, that's our responsibility, we shall ask questions to the Minister of Finance. That's what we did today, Madam Speaker. 21 times in a row, we asked a simple question, but unfortunately, 21 times in a row, the Minister of Finance refused to give clear answer. Alors, c'est pourquoi, Madame la Présidente.
And that's why, Madam Speaker, that's why it's interesting to see that we're debating Bill C-58, which has the goal of increasing transparency and openness from the government, but which we believe is regressive and which we see as making journalistic inquiries even more difficult. And once again, it creates a conflict of interest for the government because it becomes both judge and jury for situations where journalists might have questions and where Canadians might have questions. We believe this bill is regressive, and it's curious that this has occurred when today, on this very day, the Minister of Finance, the most important minister, has refused to give clear questions to clear answers to a clear question 21 times in a row. Questions asked both in English and French, whether it was in English or French, he never gave us any clear answers. So, Madam Chair, in conclusion, we are going to vote against this, and we suggest that the Liberals do the same, that they vote against this bill. And we also believe it's never too late to do better. If the Liberals want to vote against this, that would be good. Because this bill is not progressive, it's regressive when it comes to access to information and the freedom of the press. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Information Commissioner and the former Standing Committee on Access to Information recommended that an improved form of legislation aimed to give government organizations the capacity to reject trivial or frivolous or vexatious requests. These amendments aim to give the Commissioner the power to decide ultimately whether a request can be rejected by the department or not. Does the member on the other side of the House believe that this is a step in the right direction for our access to information system? The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. but especially for the good quality of her French, very sincerely. And I'd like to thank anyone, and I'd like to congratulate anyone who speaks in the official language that is not their native language. They deserve our encouragement, including the Minister of Finance. As I've said before, it would be better if he gave us answers, but still. The minister, no, sorry, the member, perhaps you'll be one day, the member is raising a good point, but coming back to what I said in my speech, from our point of view, this doesn't go far enough. This is regressive, we feel. I myself was a journalist for 20 years. I wasn't the very best, I wasn't the very worst. I did my very best. I think I wasn't so bad. But I'm not trying to say that I'm like Daniel Leblanc. He's the one who uncovered the Liberal sponsorship scandal. But anyway, based on this, we believe that this bill does not go far enough. And we do recognize that one of the amendments is important. Nonetheless, we feel that it doesn't go far enough. Thank you.
The commentaire. The honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Madame Présidente. J'ai une question pour le membre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for the honourable member, but I don't speak French.
I'm delighted he brought up transportation, transit, because I'd love to see the comparison of the billions upon billions upon billions that we're putting into transit with this party, and I'll ask maybe the Environment Minister to do that. But my question is, he said we should go a bit farther in some clauses. Could he name one clause and just explain how he, in the wording, he would like us to go farther on? Especially with his experience as a journalist. That's great.
Si l'honorable député pourrait répondre.
I'd like to ask the honourable member to answer this question quickly. Well, again, I'd like to say that I appreciate that my colleague said some words in French. With regard to public transit, it favored people taking transit, but there's still the matter of a balanced budget. Now, with regard to journalism and regarding this very relevant question, what I wanted to say is that with the new measures here, ultimately, it's the government that is going to decide which is a relevant access to information request for their own department. That's what we feel is regressive. I'd like to thank the honourable member, and there are still around 6 minutes for questions and comments. Next time, this bill will be before the House. As it is now 6:30, we will now move to the deferred vote on Mr. Poilievre's motion.
Allowed.
Order.
The question is the following one. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Lukiski, moved that the House agree with the Prime Minister's statement in the House on November 1st, 2017 that sunshine is the best disinfectant, and call on the Finance Minister to reveal all assets he has bought, sold, or held within all his private companies or trust funds since he became Finance Minister, to determine if his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Scheer. Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Chemins Lévis.
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Chemins Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertod.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nautel.
Monsieur Nautel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Jolibois.
Monsieur Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Morneau.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Wisner.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alisley.
Alisley.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda-Sangri.
Mr. Ananda-Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé-Vignon Lamétis Matan Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Vignon Lamétis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Yeas pour 118, 118. Nays contre 163, 163.
I declare the motion defeated. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the third reading stage of Bill C-45. The question is as follows. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Hare, moved that Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis, and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts be now read a third time and do pass.
Seconded by Mr. Jennis, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis, and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts be not now read a third time, but referred back to the Standing Committee on Health for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 226, with the view to establish a coming into force date that complies with the wishes of those provinces, territories, municipalities, law enforcement officials, and First Nation groups who require more time to prepare for the legalization of cannabis. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse, les Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse, les Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fast.
Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopak.
Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chavans.
Mr. Cesar Chavin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Ms. Allislev.
Ms. Allislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Angry.
Mr. Hernandez Angry.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Miss Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 83, 83. Nays contre 199, 199.
I declare the amendment defeated. La prochaine mise au voix porte.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Hare, moved that Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis, and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sagen.
Mr. Sagen.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvins.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mrs. Ratansi.
Mr. Ratansi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Angry.
Mr. Hernandez Angry.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Zierio.
Mr. Zoriot.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé-Vignon-Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Vignon-Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Jolibois.
Mr. Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Santa Gulf Islands.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Polis.
Monsieur Polis.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Bouteilleff.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Lukowski.
Mr. Lukowski.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Loso Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
McKenzie.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Yeas pour 200, 200, nays contre 82, 82.
I declare the motion carried. Order. Pursuant to an order made on Thursday, November 23rd, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the referral to committee before second reading of Bill C-59. The question is as follows. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. O'Regan, moved that Bill C-59, an act respecting national security matters, be referred forthwith to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Lausanne, enchanté la petite nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, enchanté la destination.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavans.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Capaledia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Ratansi.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Desserts.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bélis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dirio.
Mr. Duriot.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Zeretz.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Vignon, le Métis, Matan, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Vignon, le Métis, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Fortier.
Madame Lembropoulos.
Madame Lapopoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertod.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abou Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yordega.
Yordega.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Carroll.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boris.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Saganash.
Monsieur Saganash.
Mr. Jolibois.
Mr. Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Yeas pour 164, nays contre 118, 118.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
À ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
Now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded. Accordingly, the question is as follows: that this House do now adjourn.
Honorable Député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise to speak again about a position that is extremely important for Canadians throughout the entire country and is also very important for official language minority communities. I'm talking about the official languages position, commissioner position. On the 19th of June, I asked a question to the Minister of Heritage and Official Languages on this very important position. It's very important for everyone in the community, as I say. I called into question the Liberal approach, which is a true masquerade, and it's not something to be taken lightly, Mr. Speaker. What happened with Madeleine Meilleur, I don't have anything against Madeleine Meilleur, Madam Speaker, but the whole process was a farce. And in fact, that was a really despairing time for official language communities. And at that time, I had the following question for the official languages minister. Either the Liberals' approach to official languages is a true farce, the minister has forgotten to prolong the mandate of the acting commissioner, and we no longer have a watchdog for official languages since Saturday. At that time, it had been 4 days, Madam Speaker. And formally, the Liberals had announced the appointment, the partisan appointment of Madeleine Meilleur, showing a complete lack of respect for the proceedings of Parliament. And this from a minister who's constantly telling us that official languages are a priority for the government. So I concluded by asking how the government was going to fix the situation and respect the Official Languages Act. And then subsequently, Madam Speaker, I had to rise in the House for a point of order about members' privilege, because the Minister of Heritage was aware of who was to become the Official Languages Commissioner at a time when all members in the House and all Canadians were completely unaware and were kept unaware of who was the watchdog for official languages in this country, Madam Speaker. And that is why I rose on a point of privilege, which was the following. I'd like to raise a matter of my parliamentary privilege and that of the other members in this House. The Official Languages Commissioner needs to be accountable not only to the government, but also to the entirety of Parliament. It is Parliament that must become aware of who the Official Languages Commissioner is so that we can ask them questions and get information. Today I asked the Minister of Canadian Heritage who the Official Languages Commissioner was currently and when a new Official Languages Commissioner would be appointed. At that time, we did not know. We did not know at that time who the Commissioner was. Maybe the government knew, but we did not. So, Madam Speaker, I would ask the government, do they think that it is acceptable that Canadians were kept in the dark for 4 days about this important position? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the 25th of February 2016, the Minister announced the implementation of a new approach for Governor and Council appointments. The new approach is a more open and transparent one, representative of Canadian diversity, and a merit-based one. The Government of Canada attaches great importance to the position of Official Languages Commissioner, who ensures that the Official Languages Act be respected in Canada.
Commissioner on December 19, 2016, to ensure the normal and continued operations of the Office of the Commissioner until a new Commissioner is appointed. Her interim appointment was renewed on June 22, 2017. On July 28, 2017, the Government of Canada relaunched the recruitment process for the next Commissioner of Official Languages. Nous allons nous assurer d'identifier.
We are going to ensure that we identify the best candidate for this position. For this government, the flourishing of our official languages from sea to sea is a priority that defines our country in all of its diversity. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, we're being told that this is an open and transparent process, and yet we were kept in the dark for 4 days without an official languages commissioner. And then we asked who paid Boyden, the recruitment agency, to find the new commissioner. Was it the Official Languages Commission rather than the government that did this? Then we asked who sat on the final selection committee. Who were these individuals? Did they have any relationships with candidates, with certain candidates? We don't know who those people were. And finally, if it's so open and transparent, why did opposition leaders, and I'm not even talking about the Canadian public, but why did the opposition leaders not get the short list of candidates? That's the answers we need to truly be open and transparent.
Of Canadian Heritage.
Madame la Présidente, the Government of Canada sees the function of the Commissioner of Official Languages as very important since it ensures the enforcement of the Official Languages Act in Canada. We will ensure that we identify the best candidate for this position. La nomination d'un nouveau commissaire devrait se faire.
The appointment of a new commissioner will be done before the end of the interim mandate of Ms. Cayley, later in December.
For Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are now at the beginning of the 16 days of activism to end violence against women. And New Democrats urge the Liberal government to lead a national coordination of policies to end campus sexual assault. More than 8 months have passed since the Status of Women Committee unanimously recommended federal action and leadership to end sexual violence on campus. But after 2 years, this government's feminist rhetoric has not translated into action to prevent campus sexual assault, and most recommendations have not been implemented. The government's response mostly were, these are matters of provincial territorial responsibility. Maybe we'll talk to each other. That's not the kind of action that we've seen in other countries and that a truly federal government would take. So why is national leadership important? Women and girls continue to face very high levels of violence across the country, and at the same time, frontline organizations have had budget cuts. They don't have reliable operating funding, something that we continue to advocate so that they can do their work. At Nanaimo's Haven Society, since 2014, crisis calls have increased by 53%. As we remove the stigma around women reporting sexual assault, we need to have the concomitant supports for them so that they can feel supported in coming forward. At the Status of Women Committee, an overwhelming number of witnesses said that there is a particular need for the uniformity of policies, justice, and access to service for victims of sexual assault on campus, because students are especially likely to move from province to province at a young age, and especially across the country, and should have an expectation of equal safety. 1 in 5 women will experience sexual violence while studying at a post-secondary education institution. 1 in 5. Young women in Canada continue to face an out-of-touch legal system fragmented with often inaccessible services and inconsistent or non-existent policies in their schools and workplaces. As the Me Too campaign continues to show the magnitude of sexual assault in our country, Our Turn, which is a fantastic national student-led association advocating for an action plan to end campus sexual violence. This group, Our Turn, graded Canadian universities with a grade of C- for their campus rape policies. We met with them last month and were very impressed by their work. The lack of federal leadership to address the inadequacy of sexual assault university policies continues to have devastating impacts for young women on campuses across the country. And our Turn's report highlighted the wide spectrum of trauma experienced by survivors of sexual assault. These are mental health impacts, including depression, anxiety, PTSD, and suicidal thoughts. Physical injury, sexually transmitted infections, flashbacks, triggers, and changes in how you view trust and feel a sense of vulnerability. We need to reemphasize the federal government's responsibility here. It would be a national shame for this government to break its promise to make Canada safer for women and girls. So again, I ask, when will this self-proclaimed feminist Prime Minister truly stand up for women and lead this campaign?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to participate in this adjournment debate during the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. This past weekend, our government teamed up with the Canadian Football League to engage Canadians and highlight the pledge to end gender-based violence. This pledge provides an opportunity for Canadians to amplify their voice on social media and raise awareness for the need to end all forms of gender-based violence. Our government's commitment to ensure that all women and girls can live free of violence, which is why we have put in place a multifaceted approach to deal with this critical issue. For example, with the implementation of Budget 2016 now underway, $89.9 million is being invested over 2 years to enhance Canada's networks of shelters and transition houses through the construction or renovation of over 3,000 shelter spaces off reserve, with an additional $10.4 million over 3 years allocated to support the renovation and construction of new shelters for victims of family violence in First Nations communities. A further $33.6 million over 5 years will support shelter operations on reserve. These funds were supplemented in Budget 2017 by investments in a new national housing fund, with $300 million invested over the next 11 years for northern housing and $225 million invested over the next 11 years for off-reserve Indigenous housing, Madam Speaker, as well as expanding the homelessness partnering strategy, both of which prioritize vulnerable populations, including survivors fleeing family violence. In June, our Minister of Status of Women announced a plan entitled "It's Time: Canada's Strategy to Prevent and Address Gender-Based Violence." This strategy is based on 3 pillars that will improve Canada's overall response to violence: prevention, support for survivors and their families, promotion of responsive legal and justice systems, Madam Speaker. The Minister's announcement included important investments as part of a government-wide approach. This includes $100.9 million over 5 years and $20.7 million per year thereafter to support implementation. Of this funding, money will go directly to programs which frontline service organizations provide. $77.5 million over 5 years will go to Status of Women Canada to include the creation of the Gender-Based Violence Knowledge Centre, which will collect new data and serve as a hub for sharing information. Additionally, this funding will enhance the ability of service providers to support diverse groups of survivors through funded projects and launch a national dialogue which engages Canadians in changing the social culture that allows gender-based violence to exist. Just winding down, Madam Speaker, our government has also introduced important steps to address harassment in federal workplaces through proposed amendments to the Canadian Labour Code. Madam Speaker, each of these actions will help women and girls, and in fact, all of society from coast to coast to coast, live violence-free lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd be interested in hearing the members' numbers on how much of the sexual violence shelter renovation money has actually flowed. We haven't seen evidence of it yet, and I'd like to know what has been spent and where. Organizations in Nanaimo, Ladysmith, are doing very powerful work during the 16 days of activism to end violence against women and girls. There's a shoebox program, which I know is being played out across the whole country. The Nanaimo Women's Resource Center and Haven Society and Samaritan House are all the beneficiaries of when people donate toiletries and other just basic supports within a shoebox. At Vancouver Island University, there's a vigil on December 6th to recognize the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. I applaud those groups, and I urge the government to work with them and support them in every way they can.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, this government is working in many, many ways to prevent and address gender inequality and tackle issues like gender-based violence. And this includes the Women's Program at Status of Women Canada by engaging stakeholders at the national, regional, and local level as they carry out projects that directly impact the lives of women and girls. Many of them are frontline service providers. In fact, Madam Speaker, 50 projects with $18 million in funding support were recently approved as part of a call for proposals entitled Funding to Advance Gender Equality. New funding under its time, Canada's strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence will also go towards grants and contributions to enhance the ability of service providers to support diverse groups of survivors through funded projects. I appreciate the honourable member's question, and many of us on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, will be participating in the Shoebox program.
L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member from Mégantic-Lérard. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So I have an opportunity now to rise and raise an issue that is of great concern to the constituents in my riding, in particular the residents of Lac-Mégantic, who, as everyone knows, went through a huge rail tragedy in 2013. So I'm rising today to ask the government what next steps the government intends on taking. What next practical steps will it take to support the people of Lac-Mégantic? We learned through the various studies undertaken by the health organization in the eastern townships that people are getting over this very slowly. And amongst young people, there's a will, or rather a situation in which these young people are starting to talk about suicide. And this is 4 years after the tragedy took place. It's hard to believe, but that's what's happening. The Minister of Transport said several times that he supported the people of Lac-Mégantic. We know this. We know that all members of the House want to support the people of Lac-Mégantic. Many questions have been put by members of all parties. I myself have put questions to the government and within the Committee on Transport as well. So we all want a solution. But what the people of Lac-Mégantic expect today are concrete gestures. So it's all very well to say that it's a priority and that we want to find a solution, but it's something else then to move on to a concrete commitment. So that, for example, we have a bypass track in Lac-Mégantic. Now, why is that commitment important? It's important so that the people can truly heal. And that's where we're at now, Madam Speaker. As long as people are waiting for the results of studies, waiting for follow-up on the commitment, the people cannot heal from this situation. And in this House, if there could be a commitment on the part of the Liberal government that there will be a bypass track, regardless of how that's going to take place, regardless of when, regardless of who's going to pay for it. What we want is a commitment so that the people of Lac-Mégantic then are able to say, good, we've gone through that stage, and now we can work on rebuilding the tracks, taking the train out of downtown so that people stop hearing about 8 times a day the train whistle that reminds them every single time of the tragedy that took place. So they want to be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel, knowing that there's going to be a bypass track. So my question to the government this evening is one I have already put. And I do it really in a spirit of collaboration. It's something that I've tried to work on with the government. But now, you know, time is going by quickly. And it's time to end the polite answers. It's time for someone to commit. We have to start just playing ping pong with the government of Quebec and, you know, and deciding who's going to pay for what. It's the role of the federal government to clearly state as early as possible that there will be a bypass in that riding for the good not of politicians, but for those who experience the worst rail tragedy in Canada.
Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I'd like to thank the member for Mégantic-L'Érable for his question. As the Prime Minister said, our thoughts are with the victims' families and all those whose lives were changed after this tragedy. 4 years later, this community continues to display profound resilience given the scars left by these horrific events and given the traumatic consequences that they led to. We will not back down on our commitment to improve the rail system and to make it safer for communities such as this one throughout Canada. That is the top priority of the Minister of Transport. We are aware of the recent study that was undertaken and that shows what the long-term impacts of this tragedy is on the adolescent population. And I want to say that we are with these young people, we are with the community. The resilience and the strength of this community is remarkable. And Lac-Mégantic continues to rebuild itself into a dynamic city to live, work in, and visit. Earlier this year, the Minister of Transport launched a review of the Rail Safety Act. A year earlier than planned, the review will mainly deal with the efficiency of the legislative and regulatory federal framework on rail safety. On the 26th of October, we closed another chapter in this tragedy following the guilty plea of Irving Oil. Through the courts, fines will be imposed on Irving, including $3.6 million. Rather, a settlement was reached of $3.6 million that will be invested in improving safety so that this kind of tragedy does not occur again. We are still actively speaking with the Government of Quebec and the City of Lac-Mégantic on this issue of the bypass track, and that is why the Minister met with the Premier of Quebec in order to discuss how this will take place and what next steps will be taken as, we hope, equal partners. In conclusion, we want to repeat that our government is committed to supporting the residents of Lac-Mégantic in order to ensure their well-being and to contribute to the revival of their community. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, I am pleading with the Parliamentary Secretary to send out this message to people. Yes, it's a priority. Yes, there's an investment in rail throughout Canada. But what happened in Lac-Mégantic is unique. What happened does not simply deserve one line saying that rail safety will be improved everywhere. It is that situation in Lac-Mégantic that has to be dealt with. That's what we want, and that's the kind of commitment we want from this government. We don't necessarily want to know who will pay 50% of what. We're not interested in any arguments between the province and the federal government. Madam Speaker, we know that everyone stands with the people of Lac-Mégantic, but now we have to put our money where our mouth is so that these people can heal. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The people of Lac-Mégantic are in our thoughts and in our prayers, and improving rail safety is the absolute priority of the Minister of Transport. That is why we are putting $143 million into rail safety and the transportation of dangerous, hazardous substances. That is why we have sped up withdrawing wagons, tank wagons that do not resist impacts well. And that is why we are undertaking a review of the Rail Safety Act. We have taken concrete steps that show how important we feel rail safety is and how we take our responsibility for due diligence seriously in Lac-Mégantic and throughout the country. And we will do more.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing 24-1.